So I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. I've been here like a week. This is the first time I've seen, where you been?
I heard you were coming. I left town. That's the way it goes sometimes.
Not a coincidence.
Usually people leave town when they hear I'm coming. I left town when you came here. I thought it was a great ventriloquist act to you.
You like that?
Start the show out. Yeah. You were brilliant on the air, and you were sitting over there. Your mouth wasn't moving.
But I can multitask with the best
Amazing.
of them. I haven't had a chance to ask you what you thought when the morning line was revealed for the Kentucky Derby. How do you feel about Zandon being installed as a 3-1 morning line favorite?
I get it. I know he had a very impressive work, and those horses tend to take a lot of money. I think it's a tricky morning line to make because Mattress Mack's going to bet $3 or $4 million on one of Epicenter or Zandon. I don't think we know which one, so which one he bets is going to be the favorite in this race. I won't be surprised if it's Zandon. It's a tale of two horses. He's going to need some help up front because he is a deep closer, and it's hard to see him sitting that close, but he's working very well. Chad Brown has a lot of confidence in him, and why shouldn't he be? I think one of the things that is very much in his favor is he is the one horse in this race of the major contenders who has been able to show the ability to fight through adversity and still run well. The other horses have gotten pretty clean trips and gotten it done. And the Kentucky Derby, heading into a race like that, when you've shown you can fight through traffic, you can things not go perfectly for you, and still put in your best shot, that's a big thing.
You're a numbers guy, numbers expert when it comes to percentages, statistics, that kind of thing. What do you expect to see in the wagering?
It's hard because there always seems to be one horse in the Derby that gets bet a little more than others. I'm interested in Messier in this race, and he may take a lot of money. We'll see what kind of money Taba takes. But I do think that Zandon and Epicenter will vie for favoritism. A lot of it's going to hinge on that bet. I mean, there's $45 million-ish bet in the win pool. If somebody's betting $4 million on one horse, that is going to affect the odds 80 cents to $1.
It did last year.
Which is pretty remarkable in the Kentucky Derby, especially when you're betting the favorite.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you're betting a 30-1 shot and you affect it dramatically. So that's going to play a big role. And everybody else, if you don't like the horse that Mattress Mack is betting, it sort of eliminates some of the takeout and it makes it much better for you.
The mutual wagering for the Kentucky Derby officially opens tomorrow. Can't wait to see what some of the early trends are, where the money's going. Again, and it doesn't change as much as you may think from Oaks Friday to Derby Saturday. Meantime, today's Thurby feature, Churchill Downs, $200,000 Unbridled Sidney Stakes. The field there, 5.5 furlong turf sprint for fillies and mares, wide open. Number 5, Change of Control. Runner-up last year, 3-1 morning line favorite. And if Change of Control is going to win today, you have to avoid doing this, Andy, getting left at the start.
It's never good to get left at the start. When you get left at the start in turf sprints, and fine work by our crew, by the way, stopping that. More fine work from them. It's never a good thing. You know what's getting depressing in my life? The number of races that are named after horses that I saw race. It's just getting weird. It'll be happening to you soon, too.
I had to look Unbridled Sidney up.
Really?
I did.
Unbridled Sidney was a tremendous record in the turf, right? Ran
Don't make me
mostly
feel
around
worse.
Churchill, around Midwest,
worse.
right? Yeah, that horse was good.
I don't know why this would become a habit at the age of 6, Andy, after a lot of races, but Change of Control didn't break in her next start at Keeneland either. That's 2 straight races. I don't know why this would become a habit now, but it's happened in 2 straight races.
And it's up, obviously, to the trainer to do something about that. But the problem is, I think, as you bring up, when they get older and they start developing these habits, I think those habits are harder to break. And when you see it happen 2-3 times in a row, unless you really like the horse or the odds are good enough, I'd be looking to bet against a horse like that because you can't compromise yourself in these races unless you think the race has such a blistering pace it's going to fall apart. Getting left is a problem in any race, particularly in turf sprints.
Something to watch today right from the start of the Unbridled Sidney, one of 3 stakes races, Churchill Downs. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As promised, all 11 from Churchill. The opening verse, Kentucky Juvenile for 2-year-olds, aforementioned Unbridled Sidney are the headline events. Belmont Park, 9-race card. All kinds of multi-race wagers. Good. The featured event is the 9th on the Belmont program that's coming up here on America's Day at the races. No better time to join Naira Bets. Join today. Receive a $25 bet and a free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. We're just getting started. Party is already underway at Churchill Downs, and when we come back, the live racing, the first of 11 From the Downs, the Thurby opener. Great to have you with us. Just getting started on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Thurby, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Welcome back. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. The content we need more of. Foals, the future at legendary Claiborne Farm. Field updated odds for the opener. $8,000 claiming event versus some hardcore grizzled vets. 8 runners, 235 combined starts, Andy. 235. Lots of experience, including Estillo Peligroso, 8-1, 5-year-old gelding, 31 lifetime starts.
Coming off synthetic, and you'll see that a lot at Churchill. It's a horse that does not like to win many more seconds and even thirds.
Colombiana would be a shock, 25-1, 7-year-old, 1 win since 2019. The 3 higher authority, Raylo Gutierrez, 3 wins yesterday.
Raylo's a terrific rider. He figures to be sitting second to the number 5, the favorite, the Boss Factor, the second choice, I should say.
Jurisdiction, first after the claim, Jerome Miller.
Moving up considerably off the claim and getting a little bit of distance break. I didn't like him.
You just said something about the Boss Factor?
I think the Boss Factor is the speed. I'm not convinced this is a dirt horse. I think he's a dubious short price.
A while since he's raced on dirt. Till then, 21 races over the last 16 months.
Feel like I saw Till Then racing one time for Jonathan Thomas. I could be wrong, but he's got a new home and just not that good in the dirt right now.
High Spirits, underrated movie, first after the claim, Gennaro Garcia.
Wow, that's a pretty good, what is that, Meryl Streep in that?
No, Peter O'Toole, Steve Guttenberg,
wow.
Mid-80s.
Wow.
Like
Steve Guttenberg, I think of Diner.
Ireland Castle.
Think of Diner when I think of Steve Guttenberg.
Okay. Daryl Hannah, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
Any other movie trivia you'd like to discuss?
Oh, we could forget about the races. You've said it all, by the way. Is the horse to beat, oddly, but is he really a dirt horse? And I think you look at the 3 horses taking money in here, and the only one that you feel more confident is a bit of a dirt horse is Higher Authority. It's not that good. So it's a real question. That's the the theme of this race, right?
Yep. And that it's the Old Guys Rule Invitational, this first race at Churchill Downs. And you have to take advantage of this from Twin Spires, where you get your money back if your horses finish second or third all week long on every eligible race at Churchill, including the Derby. Just download the Twin Spires app or head to twinspires.com. Available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. Make sure to take advantage of this Twin Spires bet back offer as we get set for the first of 11 on this Thurby program. 3 minutes out, $8,000 claimers. These veterans to kick off the program on the eve of the Kentucky Oaks. And just over 2 days from the Run for the Roses 148th Kentucky Derby. All the lead up right here on America's Day at the Races. We'll be joining Paul LaDuca, Frank Lyons, Maggie Wolfendale on site at Churchill shortly. Andy, if it sounds like I'm stretching, it's pretty much because I am.
I started to get that impression, really. But we already gone through movie stuff, so maybe we have to talk about the races in here.
See, now I have to cut you off. Now I have to cut you off because we've reached. Now they're available. Paul LaDuca, Frank Lyons standing by live from Churchill Downs. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Hey guys, we're here at Churchill Downs, Frankie. We're trying to get our mic set up here. It was a little hectic, a busy day here. They call it Thurby. They're thinking about 60,000 are going to be here today.
It's amazing. I mean, this is just an amazing facility, and just the best facility probably in the country to handle this crowd. I mean, it's just incredible. The energy out here is just palpable.
Yeah, I know, it really is. It's got that vibe. Like, I know we're at Derby week, but now we're close to almost 72 hours before they spring those gates, and you can feel the energy around town. There's Derby flags everywhere. Okay, let's start making some money for some of the people that want to start wagering on the Oaks and the Derby. And we'll start with race number 1 here on a good Thursday card, which I thought, Frankie.
Oh, wow.
And the first race to me is wide open.
It's a great betting race, great betting card. Today we start out with the first race here, an $8,000 claim. We're going a flat mile here, 1-turn mile. And I kind of like this 8 horse. You've said it all. Puts the blinkers on today. And Matt Shearer claimed this horse for $17,000, 2 starts back. Well, there's a $26,000 purse here. So he's still making money if this horse wins. I think that's 10 Strike Racing would like to win a race on the Derby weekend. And they've put this horse in the right spot today to get the money.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think the 1's a tiny bit of a sneaky horse.
I do. It's my second choice.
Andy had mentioned the 3 here at 3-1. I'm sort of confused too, as well as Andy is this horse is the favorite. I like the 1 a tiny bit. This horse had run some good races over the synthetic. The one worry is the 0 for 9 at a mile distance.
Yeah, well, that is a worry, you know. This 3 horse, well, I want to point out something about him. This horse had, in his past 5 starts, past 4 starts had finished no better than 4th, beating 11 1/4. And that was at Turfway Park, and he goes to Keeneland and goes off as 2-1 favourite. Why was he 2-1 favourite? That must have been a bad race. So I'm going to say that he's 9-2 in the morning line. My eyesight's so bad I can't see far at all. But 9-2 on the morning line was too low for me on this horse. So I'll toss the 3 higher authority.
And then the confusing horse in this race right now at 5-2 is the Boss Factor. This is a 6-year-old gelding now, making only his 2nd career start on the dirt. Can you really take 5-2 on this horse?
You know, I don't see it either, but the horse does like to win races. He's got 8 wins from 35 starts. He went 0 for 11 last year, but this year he's in a lot better form. He's won 3 of 5, albeit at Turfway Park for 5,000 and 8,000. But he could get the lead here, and Gerardo Corrales is very dangerous when he's on the lead.
Very underrated rider.
Very underrated rider.
Guys, thanks so much. Question with the Boss Factor, the surface. Gerardo Corrales, 4 wins the first couple of days of the meet. Day 3, Thurby. This has become such a big deal, Andy. As I mentioned, over 50,000 in attendance, while the celebration of the Kentucky Derby, it really has become a week-long event over the last 10, 15, 20 years.
You know, I was there last year for the first time for the Derby.
And that was your first?
They capped the attendance at 40,000. When I heard they were back to normal attendance, that's why I'm sitting here with you today, Lafitte. You want to know why I didn't go? You know, I got a little intimidated by the crowd. You know, the biggest crowds we see on a regular basis are in Saratoga, and always the beauty, and you and I live close to each other, though you never stop by, but that's another issue. I'm also unfriendly, but is that we can walk,
bingo.
You and I can walk home in like 5 minutes, no matter how many people are there. It always gives me a sense of comfort during the day.
And at Churchill with the big crowd for Thurby, about 300,000 expected over the next 3 days at Churchill Downs in celebration of this massive weekend of thoroughbred racing, all the lead up to the Kentucky Derby. The opener from Thurby, $8,000 claimers going 1 mile. Travis Stone standing by.
And they're off. Pretty good beginning. The Boss Factor mid-pack is out well, so too Higher Authority. Colombiano is there. Jurisdiction backs off to be fourth in the early stages. You've Said It All comes on from the far outside. Up the chute heading for the main track. Higher Authority, Jurisdiction, and the Boss Factor. Those are the three across as they cross onto the main track. Right in behind is Colombiano, racing fourth down toward the rail. Till then in between horses, while fifth, You've Said It All, sixth and in the clear. Farther out is High Spirits. Only 4 lengths off the lead, though. The trailer is Estilo Peligroso with 5 furlongs remaining. 24 and 2 for that opening quarter mile. Higher Authority showing the way, but here comes Till Then. Till Then with a mid-race move up to grab the lead at the half-mile pole. Higher Authority toward the rails, racing in second. Colombiano smack dab between them. Jurisdiction revving up with a 3-wide bid now, and the Boss Factor's finding stride on the outside from fifth. You've Said It All is sixth and only 2 lengths off the lead midway around the far turn. Then it's 3 back to High Spirits, another 5. Estilo Peligroso still the trailer. They come for the top of the stretch. Higher Authority trying to fend off the challengers. Turning for home in front by half a length. Jurisdiction comes wide off the turn. Colombiano comes up the rail. You've Said It All finds a seam and it's finding stride late. The Boss Factor down the center of the track. 1 furlong to go. Jurisdiction comes away with the lead, but here's You've Said It All with some momentum. You've Said It All comes up alongside of Jurisdiction. Jurisdiction digs down deep. You've Said It All. These two to the wire. Photo. Noses up and down. Was it 20-1 Jurisdiction or 3-2? You've Said It All. Then it was either Colombiano or High Spirit.
Was it the chalk? Was it the long shot? To Jurisdiction dig in and repel the late charge of You Said It All, Andy. What do you think?
I think that John Court on Jurisdiction held on for the victory, and the number 8, You Said It All, got there and really hung on the money. And it just feels like deja vu all over again, because watching a lot of Oaklawn races, it felt like a lot this summer. We said another upset winner ridden by John Court. And in this case, he stalked and he held off the favorite coming outside.
Big upset in the $1 million Oaklawn handicap. John Court, and a perfect example, Andy. You know, class and talent in thoroughbred racing don't necessarily go hand in hand. These are $8,000 claimers. These are not expensive horses. They're not gifted horses, but class, determination displayed by Jurisdiction, an $8,000 claimer.
Yeah, I mean, claimed last time for $5,000 and moves up, comes in from Fairgrounds and runs well in here. Had some back form. He refound it for his new trainer. Congratulations.
Here at Belmont, field for the first of 9 $25,000 New York bred maiden claiming event. 1 mile, Nova Loves a Fight, drawn inside at 8-5 as we say hello to Richie Migliori standing by on that gorgeous Belmont paddock. Richie, it is only fitting, if we're going to have you reporting, that we start with New York breds to kick off the program here at Belmont Park.
Well, being a fellow New York bred, I completely agree. And an absolutely glorious spring day here at beautiful Belmont Park. The one, Nova Loves a Fight, taking a lot of money, and rightfully so. And he looks terrific. I mean, he really well turned out for Orlando Noda, who's winning at a gaudy 80% so far at this Belmont spring stand. He's a longer, rangier horse that's obviously shown a mile is what he wants. Does have to overcome an inside post, not always an easy thing to do. At Belmont, at the mile, you're breaking right on the chute, a lot of empty space to his inside, but from a physical perspective, really making a nice impression. The 4, Marshall Dillon, really caught my eye for Dave Donker, trainer whose horses get better with racing. Horse was in a sharp pace race last time, going 6.5, and was kind of had a be chased or ridden hard throughout. Starting to get a little bit warm, but it is a warm day. I'll just keep an eye on him as we get closer to the starting gate. And one other interesting fact, he gets in with 118 pounds, as does Nova Loves a Fight, because they're 3-year-olds facing older. The older horse that I like the most out of the ones I'm seeing is the 6, Tuesday's Child, carries 125 pounds. And I think when horses start carrying that much weight, it becomes significant. I think they have to show that they can handle carrying that much weight. But Tuesday's Child making a really nice impression, and I think he's kind of drawn well outside any other potential speed and could control the race from the outside, but he's really well turned out for trainer Gary Siaka, and we'll keep an eye on him as they head out towards the track and how they warm up on the track, Lafitte.
And right on cue, Tuesday's Child acting up in the paddock here at Belmont Park. The favorite there, Nova Loves a Fight, 3-2. Tuesday's Child trying to get him settled down. So maybe you just turned on the show, maybe you want to play, don't have past performances. Acrobase has you covered. Follow along at all the stats of the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Churchill Downs, it was jurisdiction, Eagle Eye. Holding on at a big price over the favorite. You've said it all. Might be that kind of afternoon at Churchill Downs with an upset to kick things off.
Those 150,000 races I watched in my life really make it easier to figure out who wins. Did something for me.
Smiling, John, the People's Court. Jurisdiction, pink colors. The long shot strikes the front here, and it looks like, Andy, you said it all, has his measure. Can't go by. Jurisdiction digs in, repels his charge.
Yeah, no excuse at all for the favorite. You said it all, who did show up and run okay today, and they beat the rest of the field by a lot. You know, I'll tell you something, watching this race, and one race means absolutely nothing as far as the racetrack. And I, be honest with you, I haven't been watching their races so far too frequently. I watched a few of them.
You haven't been watching our show?
You watched you and Anthony a little bit. Well, I was out of town a little bit.
That's
came back.
Not an acceptable excuse.
And you were on, so I'm usually watching more when it's Greg.
That is an acceptable explanation.
But did it feel like horses on the inside just sort of fell apart there? I'm so used to seeing the inside be good at Churchill Downs that maybe a fair racetrack looks like a dead rail to me.
What we want, fair race. So we'll monitor throughout the course of the afternoon with the 11 races today and the 3 stakes races. Exciting Thurby program at Churchill. Here at Belmont, called to post for the opener. Nova Loves a Fight, the favorite, 3-2, owned and trained by the Noda brothers.
And without a doubt, the horse to beat in this race should be the Inside Speed with Jalen Samuel. And the Nodas have started this meet white hot. Their horses are running out of their skin.
A light 32 race maiden.
He's probably in the best form of his life recently. He's a 32 race maiden. Not a likely winner because he's 0 for 32, but he's good enough to be there.
Mad Doctor debuted in the mud and ran 4th last month.
Yeah, did absolutely no running that day in a very weak 5-horse field, but maybe a dry track he'll improve a little bit.
Marshall Dillon, Gunsmoke fans.
Listen, you always want to look at second-time stars, especially in races where a lot of them had chances. The problem is he comes out of a horrifically bad group.
Platinum Road by defeated 05 Derby favorite, Bellamy Road.
Took no money first time out for trainer Bruce Levine. Gets Mike Luzzy today and just didn't do any running. I mean, he's lightly raced, but boy, he didn't show up last time.
Tuesday's Child just missed at this level in the mud last month.
Is that a Leonard Skinner's? What's the Leonard Skinner song? Is there a song? Is it Tuesday's Gone?
I don't know.
Tuesday's Gone.
I got the Gunsmoke reference.
Yeah, I'm a more modern guy. I like bands from the 70s.
Disengage. 2nd and 2 for Orlando Noda. 6-1 shot side by side by side.
Well, the Nodas are hot and get Dylan Davis and Lasix, so maybe they'll turn the career around of a horse that at one time was fast enough to win. But to say his recent efforts have been poor would be probably an understatement.
Opener 5 minutes. As if you have to ask, of course, the Belmont Showdown is on. Play against your friends, fellow fans with a showdown. Free to enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Step aside when we return. We'll get it started. From Belmont Park, horses warming up. Graduation day for one of these New York bred maidens. First of 9 from Big Sandy when America's Day at the Races continues on Fox Sports 2.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
Gorgeous Paddock here at Belmont Park. Welcome back, everyone. America's Day at the Races. Coverage continuing from Belmont Park. Thursday before Kentucky Derby at Churchill Downs. And here at Big Sandy, the opener. Updated odds there with Nova Loves a Fight pictured 3-5. Jalon Samuel tried for a 3rd consecutive race. Brutal loss in his latest, Andy, and we have it on tape. 31st of March at Aqueduct. Nova Loves a Fight. Huge move on the turn. How does he blow that?
Well, I don't mean this as a criticism of the rider, but he moved too soon. But, you know, sometimes you move too soon and you don't know it until the race is over. And I think he felt, I just want to put this field away. But the reality was they were actually moving pretty quickly up front. I mean, you look at it, they went 23-2, the mile in 142-3. So they went the last 6 furlongs, and yeah, you got it right, 119-1. And the last half mile in 55 2/5 seconds. So in reality, he moved a little soon. The horse who won just sort of got lucky making the last move, and I think he was the co-favorite or the actual favorite in that race. I can see why he lost. He really was best that day, and I'm not beating up on Jones because it's not just Jones. Any rider can make that mistake.
Just watching it, I thought I was watching the wrong replay.
That happens sometimes, right? No, I agree. And, you know, there's a very funny race like that where I was watching it live, and I had to go be in the show, and they got the 8th pole, the horse front by 4. It was an Aqueduct, and I went over to join Greg on the set, and by the time I got there, the horse was lost. I didn't even realize they were going to the winner's circle. I said, wait, they win. And, you know, as Richie quite frequently says, and he can expand on this, if a rider makes a mistake, you'd rather they make an aggressive mistake than a passive mistake.
And another shot here for Samuel Richie aboard Nova Loves a Fight.
Yeah, I mean, listen, in hindsight, yes, he did move too soon. But sometimes, too, with lower-level horses, guys, when they got run on their mind, you don't want to wait until they change their mind and decide, I don't want to do it. So I think sometimes you got to go with the dance partner that brought you there. And if the horse was, you know, eager at that moment, he let him go on. Looking at him on the racetrack, liked the way he warmed up, made a nice appearance. And usually riders, when they do ultimately make a mistake, they learn from that mistake. At least good riders do. So Jalen probably have figured out that he moved too soon and try to, you know, compensate a little bit for it. And he's obviously your favorite, and rightfully so. The 3 Mad Doctor I thought's a little bit interesting. Horse had a run under his belt, has a pedigree that I believe will appreciate stretching to, well, he ran the mile the first time, excuse me. But I think just showing flashing speed first time, but having the race under his belt. And also, talk about weight. This horse gets in with 111 pounds because he's a 3-year-old, so he starts with 118, and then he gets a 7-pound apprentice, Omar Hernandez Moreno. He gets a significant break in weights, anywhere from 7 to 14 pounds from the rest of the field. And with a race under his belt, maybe that's going to help him improve. The 6-horse Tuesday Child ultimately going to be my top selection. I liked him in the paddock. He acted up a little bit, but he settled nicely when he got onto the track, warmed up nice, makes a real good physical impression. And the 7 Disengage, who I didn't really warm to in the paddock, liked a lot better on the racetrack. And this horse does have races back, not recently, obviously, but does add Lasix, and maybe that's the key to it. Maybe that helps the 7 Disengage find the form. I'm all about Tuesday's Child, though, from the Gary Siaka barn.
4-1 Tuesday's Child. There was a line from the movie Far Lap, Andy. Weight can stop a train. Mig was referencing the weight with Mad Doctor, 7-pound apprentice. How much do you factor weight at all into your handicapping, or when do you factor weight into your handicapping?
Rarely. In general, I think it's relatively inconsequential. Obviously, I think sometimes you want to worry about a horse maybe has a limit You know, maybe they start getting into upper situations. Maybe occasionally with stake races you see a change. Two horses at the wire together and there's a 6-pound weight shift for the horse that lost and they were close. You kind of look at it and note it, but it's not a big part of my
In those handicap races, we don't see the major
Yeah.
discrepancies like we used to.
It's not like the old days.
It was when Marquetry beat Farmaway in the Gold Cup and he was carrying like 13 less pounds, like a situation where it made a difference. That was also like 30 years ago.
You don't see it because they want the big horse to race, so the few handicaps we have left, they underweight them, and the reality is we're not going to do that. Just let them run at equal weights. We should be showing on the racetrack who the best horses are, so I don't have a problem with that.
Mad Doctor and Hernandez with the weight break. Platinum Road steps forward. Tuesday's Child, pay attention to him. He's been misbehaving a little bit, mixed top selection. Acting well now, quiet, disengaged to the outside. The favorite drawn inside. Nova Loves a Fight. Post time for the opener from Belmont Park. Here's John Embryo.
Set for the start of the opener. And they're off. From the outside, it's Disengage and Tuesday's Child. Platinum Road is up close. Then comes Marshall Dillon, and towards the inside is Alight. The favorite, Nova Loves a Fight, is 6th here in the early going, but is now advancing down at the rail. The trailer is Mad Doctor in 7th. They race up the backstretch, and it is Platinum Road who leads here by a head. Tuesday's Child is in between horses. Disengage on the outside. The quarter went in 23 and 4. Nova Loves a Fight moves up another spot. And then comes Alight, who's in between horses, followed by Marshall Dillon. And at the back is Mad Doctor. Up front, it's Platinum Road and Tuesday's Child. The two of them are right together as they go around the far turn. On the inside, Platinum Road. On the outside, Tuesday's Child. The half went in 48 and 1. Nova Loves a Fight in behind those front runners down towards the rail. Then comes Alight and Disengage as the field continues around the turn, heads for the top of the stretch. Tuesday's Child on the outside takes a narrow lead over Platinum Road. Nova Loves a Fight and Alight. They are right together, 3rd and 4th, as they head for home now. 3 quarters in 1, 13 and 4. Nova Loves a Fight, looking to come on through in between horses. Alight's on the outside. Here comes Alight now on the outside to grab a narrow lead. Tuesday's Child continues to battle on. Nova Loves a Fight is there. It is Alight and Nova Loves a Fight. Now their heads apart for the lead. It's Alight on the outside. Nova Loves a Fight on the inside. They come on for the finish. Nova Loves a Fight prevailed at odds of 3 to 5.
Responds well in a fight, in deep stretch. Nova Loves a Fight. Alight struck the front, 32 race maiden. Remembered he was a 32 race maiden. And Nova Loves a Fight, resurgence along the inside, and another win for the Noda brothers.
Somehow, you couldn't tell. Somehow you knew that Alight was not going to win. And here he looked headed to victory in his 33rd start.
You had to be pulling for him here.
I always like his horse, and he's been in great form. He really has. He's been in career form, believe it or not, as a 5-year-old, making his 30th plus start. But Nova Loves a Fight, more conservatively ridden from the rail, let the other horses go, finally found that seam and won the battle. He did not win like a 3 to 5 shot should, but win he did.
A couple of exciting races to kick off the show. Back to Churchill. 2-year-old fillies. Race 2, maiden special weight, all but one. Our first-time starters. You know what that means. Time to welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the show. 2-year-old fillies, several fresh faces. Maggie, including Empire of My Own. Do your thing.
Lafitte, you know this is my game, the 2-year-old babies. And I forgot how much I love trying to assess these young horses, as we'll begin with, yes, number 1, Empire of My Own. She did sell for $170,000 after working 10 flat at the OBS March sale. And it was a kind of an interesting breeze in that she looked to be starting out slow, and once the rider just gave the cues, and she didn't ask for a lot, she really accelerated away. But on the flip side, it almost looked as though she was kind of wanting to lean out a little bit too. Now she's wearing a ring bit, nothing else on her face, which indicates to me that she is a filly that might not be the easiest to handle at times. but she looks quick, which sometimes in these races, that's all you have to be. The one who gets to the lead first typically is the winner. I just wish at a short price that she looked a bit more fit. Number 3, American Apple, has a lovely pedigree. American Pharaoh, the Dam won first out, actually second in the Schuylerville then thereafter. And this one, a half to Lady Apple, is a multiple graded stakes winner going long, including the Iowa Oaks, the Houston Ladies Classic as well. So it's a very productive family. Yes, the Dam is getting up there, but she's still throwing some nice-looking babies. This one, American Apple, wearing blinkers first time out here, is fairly sharp. She looks fit enough. Wish maybe she looked just a little bit more developed, but still, I'm not going to be surprised when this one jumps up and runs well. Now, the most physically appealing in here is number 4, Devious Dame, who sold for $240,000. This is a Gervin. He stands for $6,000 in Florida, so a lot more than the stud fee that this one went for after working 20 4/5, not asked for much, covered the ground really nicely, caught up with her trainer Norm Cassie. He said, I don't feel like I have her totally there. I only gave her 1 gate breeze, which could backfire on me, but I really just wanted her to get to the races. And he said, I'm cautiously optimistic. And I said, okay, Todd Pletcher. And we both chuckled about that. But I really like Lafitte, the way that this filly has looked, how she's behaved. We'll see how she breaks today.
Great stuff, Maggie. Thanks so much. Beneath the twin spires of Churchill Downs, does a future star look somewhere in that field? These are the races where it all starts. On the eve of the Kentucky Oaks, 2-year-old fillies are next on America's Day at the Races from Churchill.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TBG Delmar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com. Spring in New York, special time. Even better in 5 weeks, 154th Belmont Stakes. Meantime, first race of 9 on today's card with Nova Loves a Fight. And for a light, that close, Andy, to finally graduating.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating to hear the connections of a light. I mean, you're happy he's running well and he's getting checks, but man, he was so close to winning. But the favorite Nova Loves a Fight, like I said, not like a 3-to-5 shot should, but win nonetheless.
Post-parade Churchill, always exciting. 2-year-olds, maiden special weight, 2-year-old fillies, $120,000 purse. Empire of My Own kicks off the post-parade, 9-to-5 favorite. Joel Rosario I'd be smiling, too, if I was riding Echo Zulu in the Oaks and Epicenter in the Derby.
I think that Steve Asmussen will breathe an enormous sigh of relief if he wins here. He's in an 0-for-70-plus streak at Churchill Downs.
That's a story.
In Kentucky, at Churchill and Keeneland, dating back a long time. And with the kind of weekend coming up and the kind of horses he's running, he wants to get that monkey off his back.
Maybe it happens here with Empire of My Own. Devious Dame, pictured Jack Oxley-owned first-time starter.
Interesting to see Norm Cassidy train for Jack Oxley, because his dad trained a lot for him. And this is the one that I like in here, and I'm rooting for Norm.
Devious Dame you like in here?
Yes.
Devious Delight right next door.
Yeah, Devious Dame worked 20 and 4 fifths 2-year-old sale. Like the workout. Devious Delight a second foal, not taking much money here.
Divine Grace, Tier Racing owned first-time starter.
You know, nobody's a huge favorite in here, and these horses on the outside are taking enough money to say they're a little live on the board.
You chose wisely. She's actually raced to split the field in the mud 2 weeks ago at Keeneland.
Feels like somebody's a fan of the Raiders of the Lost Ark movies, right? With that name. Isn't that the line you chose wisely?
That was the last one. That was Crusade, right?
Yeah.
Would you have
chosen? I would have chosen poorly. How would you do with the marshmallow test? We'll get back to that later.
Can I handle this Twin Spires?
Do whatever you
want. Some housekeeping. Thanks, man. Race to the Twin Spires app where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third all week long on every eligible race at Churchill, including the Derby. Just download Twin Spires app or head to twinspires.com. Available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. All we have to do is get right back to Churchill with Maggie and Frank standing by as we get closer to post time for 2-year-old fillies. Guys.
Lafitte, we'll take a look at your favorite in here, Frank, Empire of My Own. I thought it was funny what you were saying, because you're here a lot more often than I have with regards to Steve Asmussen 2-year-olds.
Well, a lot of the time they look like they really need a run, and some of the times they do need a run, you know. And this filly has 4 works showing. I'm sure she has some works before she came to the track. Last work was 47 and 4 from the gate. That's a good work. But at the same time, if they're not going to really break alertly, and she is down on the rail, she could get covered up and have to come around horses. So we'll have to see. It's all dependent on the break in these 5-furlong races. You know that, Maggie.
Yeah, I mean, she has back-to-back gate drills. Sometimes that means they're not that quick out of there.
That's right.
Sometimes they're just trying to get them a bit more sharp, as the Dam did win first time out, and this is a half to Cogburn, who, my memory serves me right, while he was just second in the Bachelor over at Oaklawn.
Yeah.
I think he looks a little chubby, too. So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
we'll forgive her for looking like that. Number 6, Divine Grace, daughter of Munnings, and second Dam was Curious Conundrum, who was good, a multiple stakes winner going long. She was not acting the part out on the racetrack here,
No,
Frank.
she was not. And it's, you know, this is a huge day for 2-year-olds. They come out and, you know, they've prepped and everything, and they've trained, but they train, you know, with other horses around them, and there's no one on the racetrack. And now this is their debut. They come out to 60,000 people, music everywhere. It's kind of a little spooky for them. Now, she did spook with Raylu Gutierrez, dumped Raylu Gutierrez. Raylu hung on to her and got back up, and now I think she's behaving herself all right. As we see her on TV now, Raylu's kicked his feet out at the irons, and now she's away from the crowd on the backside, so she's relaxed now.
If Raylu didn't hold on to her, I was going to tell him, he owed us beers or something. You know, the racetrack adage, you owe a case of beer if you get dumped. But number 4 in here, Devious Dame. I continue to like her here, Frank. I know, Norm Cassidy said, I'm not sure if she's quite there yet. If she breaks slow, she might do that, which oftentimes you hand over the race if you don't get away quickly.
Well, yeah, John Oxley owns this one. Of course, the Derby winning owner with Monarchos. And this is the first time from the first crop of Gervin. Gervin was a very nice horse, trained by Joe Sharp, but he stands for $6,000, just $6,000. This one costs $240,000 out of the OBS 2-year-old sales, so it had to have shown some nice works, probably worked good.
She did. She worked 20 and 4, and she looked very good.
I know that Norm is kind of giving, he's just not confident enough to say.
He's hedging.
He's hedging.
Come on, let's call it a spade, Lafitte.
Thanks so much, guys. As they file in, these 2-year-old fillies, Divine Grace, reluctant, expected. First time she's ever done this in the afternoon in front of a crowd. It's very different. You chose wisely. She has done this before. The favorite, Empire of My Own, to the inside. Does Steve Asmussen get that first win in Kentucky in a long time. We're about to find out. Empire of My Own, the favorite. Second race from Churchill. Travis Stone standing by.
They're in the gate. Rough. Devious Delight hustled hard, so too Devious Dame, and Empire of My Own comes through toward the inside. Divine Grace is not far behind in fourth, 5 lengths back American Apple in fifth, and You Choose Wisely the trailer. Onto the far turn, Empire of My Own and Devious Dame knocking heads with 3 furlongs to go. Devious Dame on the outside, Empire of My Own at the rail. Devious Delight trying to keep up from third, 4 lengths back American Apple and Divine Grace. They come for the top of the stretch. Empire of My Own and Devious Dame take their battle past the quarter pole, and Devious Dame puts a nose in front, but Empire of My Own is fighting on toward the rail, and Devious Delight trying to pick him up from third. There's 1 furlong to go. Devious Dame takes the lead right there at the 8th pole and spurts away. Devious Dame finishing full of run and a flashy debut for she. Devious Dame wins by 4. Devious Delight was second. Empire of My Own was third. And Divine Grace was fourth.
By several. Devious Dame in those Monarchos 01 Derby winning Jack Oxley colors. Devious Dame collars the favorite, Empire of My Own, and goes right on by with Joe Talamo.
When people wonder why I'm skeptical of trainers' pre-race comments, and Norm Cassidy's a friend, look back on this race. He didn't know if he was quite ready. He didn't know how well she was going to break from the gate. Let's see. She broke as sharper than anybody, and she drew up to an authoritative win. I hope for Norm and Jack Oxley's sake that she wasn't ready.
Yeah, and still did that.
She may be winning the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland if she wasn't ready. This is a nice-looking horse. I look forward to seeing her. Maybe Norm can win back-to-back Schuylervilles.
Results coming up shortly. Norm Cassidy with a good 2-year-old filly on his hands. Meantime, horses in the paddock for the second Belmont. That's Life Changer behind all the handlers. Serious Contender, lightly raced 5-year-old. Nearly 2 years since his lone victory. He's due.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the Racing Action Saturdays at Belmont Park with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races. Welcome back. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Logo splitting the uprights. America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. How impressive was she on debut for Norm Cassie, Devious Dame in the second at Churchill.
She was impressive. I mean, you don't ever know what's behind them, and I don't know how fast the track was playing, but a 58 final time is good. And I mean, what more could you want from a 2-year-old firster? To break well, act professionally, and draw off to an impressive win. So at this point, if you're Norm Cassie and Jack Oxley, the sky is the limit.
You and I discussed themes in racing. What comes to mind when you think of that 2001 Kentucky Derby won by Monarchos for Jack Oxley, with all eyes on Point Given going in?
It was a wicked paced race, which helped set it up. And I thought Congaree ran this amazingly heroic race, finishing, I think, second or third with Invisible Ink. And I've known Jack for a long time from the track. And as you, I'm sure, know, and I'm sure you know Jack a little bit also, he's such a good guy, and a guy who's put an enormous amount of money in the game. And when you have people that put as much into the game like Jack Oxley does, it's impossible not to root for them, because they're the people that keep the game going and keep people like us employed. So I was just happy for Jack to get the win, and also because he didn't win, but he ran the Wood Memorial. And back then, the first two finishes of Wood Memorial were both in the trifecta, and that was before the days everybody knocked our race at Aqueduct. Might change after this year.
21 years ago, Monarchos, Jack Oxley with a nice 2-year-old filly here in Devious Dame, trained by Norm Cassie, standing by live with Maggie at Churchill.
Punch better the century. Here with Norm Cassie. And Norm, I said she looked best in this field to you, and you said, I don't know. Is that what you're expecting? Come on, be honest.
You know, we just hadn't really let her, we hadn't turned her loose in the morning. We knew she was quick, so I was a little apprehensive, but, you know, I was very excited about running her today.
You had to be really excited with what you saw as a result. Drawing away from the field, beating a heavy favorite Steve Asmussen horse. She just put her away.
Yeah, she's a very talented filly, and you know what I like most about her, Maggie, is here we are. It's basically a Kentucky Oaks crowd today. You're running a first-time 2-year-old filly, and she never turned a hair. So she's already a seasoned pro, and hopefully the sky's the limit for her.
Sky Lurville?
I would think that's probably on the tables.
Well, speaking of Skylar Lurville, Pretty Birdie, she dominated that race last year. Took her some time to get back on track, but boy, in the Purple Martin, did she ever. She's heading into the 8 bells here.
Yeah, so, I mean, everybody's obviously watching the weather forecast. I'm hoping for a bit of an omen here. Her dad won the Ali Sheba in an absolute downpour.
Birdstone?
Yeah, a birdstone. Yeah, that too as well. So, you know, we're hoping that she takes to the mud. We know she'll be in front. It's just a matter of how long she can be in front.
Well, Norm, you've had a great start to the meet so far. Continued success for you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Devious Dame, she was not so devious. She was dominant in her score as a 2-year-old here at Lafitte.
Remember her name moving forward, Devious Dame. And for Pretty Birdie in the 8 bells, what she did at Oaklawn, the way she shot out of a cannon, that easily the best performance we've seen from her, and that was, she's a former Schuylerville winner.
Right, and she was a different horse. I mean, she was moving up front, and she just impressively drew away from her rivals. It's the kind of performance, if you're Norm Cassie, you're thinking about, can she get the mile of the Acorn? Can she get the 7 furlongs of the Test? Well, he's going to find out if she can get the 7 furlongs running her back in the 8 bells, and whether or not she can start duplicating those performances. Because right now, she's a major, major threat, but she's going to have to show she can do it going a little bit farther, and she can do it again, because she'd never run a race like that before.
And while we have this post-parade coming up, Belmont, it's a story to monitor, as you brought up. Barns go hot, barns go cold, but for a barn like Steve Asmussen's, who has Echo Zulu in the Oaks, who has Epicenter in the Derby, Empire of My Own couldn't get it done today. Just something to monitor moving forward as we get closer, as this long dry spell continues at Churchill.
He may end up being the leading trainer at Churchill
Sure.
Downs. He probably is favored to be. But if you're Steve Asmussen heading into a weekend like this, you don't like that nagging thought in the back of your head.
Ball
You
player
can't get
doesn't
away
want to
from
go
it.
into the playoffs in an 0-for-32 slump.
Right. I mean, I don't think his career's over. I think he's going to win plenty more big races, but the timing isn't good.
A story to follow. You just saw Centavo. That means cent. Andy, number 4, Defowski Island. It's in South Carolina, but he's a New York bred.
Yeah, he's just an in-and-outer dropping in for a tag like a few of these first time out in a race, by the way, where Storm Shooter on the inside will look to try to wire the field.
Top of the mint, lightly raced 6-year-old gelding.
He does have that good maiden win back in November. He hasn't run since December, but he did take advantage of a bias that day.
Life Changer, lightly raced 5-year-old, 9-5 morning line favorite, still 9-5.
I hate to chalk it out in the first two races, but I like this horse in here. I know this horse was favored last time. I'm surprised looking at the field that he was 4-5 because the horse who beat him, Growl Tiger, is pretty good and would be favored in this race. He drops den for a tag first time, something John Terranova's trainer does well, and he's run the right outside post. I think he's the horse to beat, but I think the horse he has to worry about is Storm Shooter, also dropping, who is the potential controlling speed on the inside.
The bookend Storm Shooter, Life Changer. These are older horses. We have 3-year-olds in the Kentucky Derby to preview on Friday night, 6 Eastern on Fox Sports 2. A lot to jam into a 30-minute show previewing the Kentucky Derby. Everything you'll need to know going into the first jewel of the 2022 Triple Crown as the countdown continues to the 148th Kentucky Derby. There's the field, 20 deep, 1.25 miles. Number 10, Zandon, installed as a 3-1 morning line favorite. For trainer Chad Brown trying to win a first Derby. Flavien Prat trying to win a first Derby outright. Won by disqualification. Country House at 65-1 3 years ago. Zandon, big part of the reason he's the favorite. This effort in the Bluegrass Stakes from last to first.
Pretty big day for Chad Brown because not only is he trying to win his first Derby, he did finish second in 2018 with Good Magic behind Justify, but his top 2-year-old Jack Christopher returning earlier in the day in the Kentucky in the Pat Day, used to be the Derby trial. Yeah. Early voting, waiting in the wings for the Preakness, so he's loaded with top 3-year-olds, and right now this is the one getting all the attention, deservedly so. He was dominant here. If you watch this race, he's the only horse that made up any ground. Now, I don't think the other closers were that good, but when the speeds hang around 2, 3, 4 in a race, and nobody else makes up ground, and you win the race coming from last, as we just saw with about 5/16 of a mile to go, you did a lot of running. He's apparently training incredibly well at Churchill Downs. You'd like to think all the Derby horses are training well for the biggest race in their life. He's training as well as he could. Chad Brown is confident. Is he going to get enough pace?
Brown has been very confident for a very long time. Zandon, as you mentioned, a very strong breeze, the gallop since, the energy, everything you could possibly want to see from a Derby prospect leading up to game day. In terms of race shape, he went from last to first in the Bluegrass. Where do you expect him when the field passes the stands for the first time?
You know, I had this conversation actually with Chad Brown just the other night, and we were talking about it, and I think he's hopeful that he can be a little bit more forward. He's been in some of the races because he's worried that he's going to be too far behind, and you don't know the pace is going to develop. I'll put it this way. I'm not worried as much about Zandon as I'm worried about other horses. I think if you see the horse who finished second Dubai, Summer is Tomorrow, if as they're heading to the first turn, if he's in front by a length or so, that probably means they're going too fast up front, and that's going to bode well for Zandon. But if you see Epicenter, Taba, sort of 1-2, maybe Messier sitting third or fourth behind him, there's a chance the pace is a little bit more tepid, and that could be a problem for Zandon, and you want to try to hope that he's a little bit closer.
Zandon, 3-1 morning line favorite. Epicenter, second choice, 7-2. That Derby preview show, 6 Eastern, right here on Fox Sports 2. First things first, live look here, Belmont and Life Changer. Let's revisit that Tampa Bay race. 2 back. Favorite in this event, going to have to settle for a second-place finish launching from off the pace here, Andy.
Yeah, you know, the reality is he lost to Basquiat in this race, and Basquiat had run well on the turf for Chad Brown and owner Peter Brandt, but he'd also run well earlier in his career on the dirt. So it's not surprising he was able to win this race. He was switched, I think, to Lisa Lewis, is now training Basquiat. So I don't think the second-place finish was bad. He got 73 buyers in his last 2. Figures that would probably make him very tough to beat in here. The only horse that consistently runs higher numbers is the horse who's the second choice right now, and that's 40 Comets.
Life Changer, 8-5. Live look there. Richie standing by. That 0-1 Derby we were discussing, Richie. Monarchos had a big, big price coming from far, far back. You remember that call from Tom Durkin. He was as fast as Secretariat.
Well, I'm not going to compare him to Secretariat. It was a crazy pace and a very fast racetrack that day. But when he won the Florida Derby, he had moved up inside of me going to the 5/8 pole, and I wasn't going to let him out of there that early in the race. And then he disappeared, and I thought, uh-oh, did he get in a lot of trouble? Next thing I knew, he was on my outside within 3 strides, circled the field and drew off and won by open lengths. And I called home that night, talked to my wife Carmela, and said, we saw the Kentucky Derby winner today, because a horse that can make a 5/8 of a mile run and sweep around the field on the far turn at Gulfstream is special. And I proved to be prophetic, at least that day. let's talk about horses here. The one, Storm Shooter, really caught my eye in the paddock and continued to impress me on the racetrack. Loved the way he warmed up under Manny Franco. I think this horse is a major player from the rail. Rob Atris's horse is always well turned out. I like what I saw, and he won me over. He will be my top selection. Danfusky Island, the 4, another one, made a real nice impression. Kelly Breen trainee gets Trevor McCarthy today. Adds blinkers. I think the blinkers could help this horse. I think he's a horse that has always appeared to me to run a little bit with stops and starts. Maybe it adds some continuity to his run, and from a physical perspective, he looks good. And the 6, Life Changer, your favorite, rightful favorite. He's very well posted, going 7/8 from the outside here. It wasn't a horse that really grabbed my attention in the paddock, but he really moved very, very nicely on the racetrack. Great mechanics, very light on his feet, and he gets a 5-pound break in the weights with Jose Gomez, who's an apprentice at the stage of his riding career that he's really seeing a race, and you're getting an advantage with a rider like that with 5 pounds off.
On Life Changer, Richie, 6-5 currently. No better time to join Naira Bets. You join today, receive a $25 free bet, $25 free bet for the Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com, to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Barry Stevens rode Life Changer sire Oxbow to a Preakness victory. Stevens rode Point Given in that 01 Derby. He said early on that day he knew he was in trouble. The track was so fast. The track record was shattered in the Churchill Downs, that race won by Snow Ridge when he was actually disqualified. And while we were discussing the race shape of this year's Derby, that year it was easy. Song and a Prayer drawn inside. Millennium Win 2-post, Bluegrass wire-to-wire winner. Balto Star 3-post, Arkansas Derby winner. They blazed, a closer dominated.
Yeah, that was a wicked, wicked pace. It's really amazing how well Congaree ran in there.
One of the best efforts in a loss you'll ever see in a Derby.
Congaree won't be remembered as much because he wasn't an effective stallion. But for those of us that remember him racing, he'll be remembered as one of the real greats on the racetrack. A horse that had some distance limitations and still ran spectacularly well in some distance races.
No business running third.
Brilliant performance. Still thought he got second. Invisible Ink
third,
right?
Invisible Ink.
Still thought he got second, but Invisible Ink nailed him in the money for second, way behind Menard. Menard was a very good horse, even though he never won again.
Derby winner, all that matters. Here, $4,000, $40,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime, 7/8 of a mile. Sprint, Jean Embrial with the call. Life Changer, the favorite, in the gates. Post time.
They're all in. And they're off. Defusky Island and Life Changer. They're joined on the inside by Storm Shooter. It's Defusky Island and Storm Shooter. They are right together, and the favorite, Life Changer, sits just off of them in third. Then a gap of 3 lengths back to Centavo, 40 Comets down at the rail. And top of the mint is the trailer. Storm Shooter leads here by a neck. Defusky Island's in between horses. Life Changer on the outside. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. A break of 4 lengths back to Centavo, who's down at the rail. And then on the outside is top of the mint. And dropping way back is 40 Comets. On the outside, Life Changer joins Defusky Island for the lead. Storm Shooter down at the rail, top of the mint, continues to gain ground. The half and 45 and 2 as they come for the quarter pole. Life Changer with a narrow lead over Defusky Island, top of the mint. On the outside, Storm Shooter is down towards the rail, and then Centavo. It is Life Changer over Defusky Island, top of the mint on the outside, Centavo, and then Storm Shooter, and farther back, 40 Comets with a 16th out. It is Life Changer, now clear by 4. And Life Changer will complete a very chalky daily double. Top of the mint was second. Defusky Island finished third.
Didn't burn any money on this occasion. Life Changer gets a stable. John Terranova, the victory. Very chalky early double, as John Embrial referenced.
And one of the reasons that Jose Gomez, his rider, the impressive apprentice, has been so good is that he gets horses into the race. And I think one of the concerns with this horse was that the 1 and 4 could get a tactical advantage on him. When you saw him sitting so comfortably in third outside of them, you knew the good things were to come, and you and I were commenting, watching around the turn. Basically, the rider of Defusky Island, Trevor McCarthy, he was all in at 5/16 to quarter pole. Jose Gomez was just sitting chilly on the eventual winner. It's rare when you see that going on, especially on sort of equal quality or relatively or better, that the horse who's sitting doesn't end up having more of the finish, and he did.
Body language on the rider, indicative of who had how much horse left underneath him. Gomez had plenty. Life Changer delivers. Second lifetime win in a first since that debut back in June of 2020 right here at Belmont Park. Results when we come back. Also, that red-hot jockey, Tyler Gaffleon, piling up Kentucky riding titles and trying for first Kentucky Derby victory on Saturday aboard White Abario, the Florida Derby winner. That's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Whether it's Division I or Grade I, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade I winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Thurby at Churchill Downs. Big crowd. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Brilliant Eclipse Award-winning champion and record setter who raced medication-free. Sire of Smile Happy, runner-up to Zandon in the Bluegrass Stakes. 20-1 in the morning line for the Derby. Third race, Churchill horses in the Paddock. Scratch numbers 1 and 7. 7 of them, $16,000 claimers. 7/8 of a mile, Andy.
You love saying Thurby, don't you? You love saying Thurby.
You're going to hear it 57
there's Zandon?
more times.
Look at that. Yeah.
Live there. Zandon right there, the
There
Derby
he is.
favorite with
Chad Brown.
Brown.
His company, getting ready. Got a great team. I don't, you know, I feel bad because I feel like I like the favorites in a lot of these races, and I thought the 5 was the speed in this race, but he's kind of hard to trust, even though he's 2-1. And the 2, Abulo Nuno, the distance concerns me. Does this horse really want to get 7 furlongs here? The problem I had was I thought they were the 2 main contenders. I just didn't have any other great insights, and I don't particularly trust those 2 horses. Maybe Maggie or Frank or whoever's joining her these days will be able to help us out.
Call to post for the 3rd at Churchill Downs. You're not the sentimental type, but even you at your first Derby last year must have. How did you feel hearing the call to post and the way the crowd reacted, even though it was only 40,000 before last year's Kentucky Derby?
I thought they were cheering for me, Lafitte.
It's the worst.
What are you, setting me up for me to tell you how sentimental I got when they call for the votes for the Derby?
You're like a human being.
I'm a New Yorker. I'm not, first of all, human being. It's not an insult to the other human beings. There are things that I could get emotional about. There are a lot.
Maybe the fact that no Tyler Gaffalione on that guy. Raylo Gutierrez takes over.
Raylu's my man. Tyler's a terrific rider as well, but Raylu's my man. I don't know. This was recently running Mountaineer and Thistledown having recently. That was 5 months ago or a year ago. 10 months.
Cove Blue, 6-5 morning line favorite, 2-1 actually. Muy Caro means very expensive, not so much for Southern Comfort Stables. He's a homebred.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, as the trainers had limited success, none really with limited starters.
Silver Renlay and Gabe Sayas aboard.
I just am a little bit skeptical that this horse is really a dirt horse. Has run okay over the surface, but is 0 for 6. All the wins have been on turf.
David's gem, Rafael Bejarano, to complete the field.
Another horse who's cutting back a little in distance that I just didn't think was quite good enough. I honestly wish I had a good opinion. Frankie Barone, the 4, is a horse that is funny. I had a real affinity for him last year, and of course, by the time he finally won, I was betting against him. But how am I supposed to bet him coming in off the 10-month layoff, coming in from those tracks? I wanted to make a case for him, and I think if he had more recency, I might try to make a case for them. I don't trust either one of them, but I do prefer the 2 and 5. I wish I had somebody interesting to say.
Tricky race. And for the handicappers, if you like somebody, if you're going to play here at Twin Spires, race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd all week long on every eligible race at Churchill, including the Derby. Just download the Twin Spires app or head to twinspires.com. Available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. So we mentioned Tyler Gaffalione off his mount in this one. Frankie Barone, Raylo Gutierrez taking over. Gaffalione, though, with a live mount in the Kentucky Derby on Saturday, riding White Abarrio, who's been untouchable at Gulfstream Park, but will he be as effective at Churchill on Saturday? Is he good enough? What'd you make of his Florida Derby, Andy?
I think those are all very interesting questions. Kathleen O comes into the Kentucky Oaks, one of the favorites, who's been so good at Gulfstream. Will she transfer that for him down there? How legitimate is? The buyer figures have been good. White Abarrio has been impressive. If you look at just his PPs, there's nothing not to like about his races. I'm a little bit skeptical. Trainer coming in who's only run one horse, New York Traffic, in the Derby in the past. It wasn't effective. He's a sprinter anyway. I'm skeptical. Charger who ran 2nd, a little bit green. I thought Simplification was the horse that ran the best of anybody in there, and he's a long shot I'm going to be using in the Derby. White Abarrio is going to beat me, but I won't be shocked if I'm wrong.
It's been the perfect prep since the Stronach Group moved the Florida Derby to 5 weeks from the Kentucky Derby. They wanted it to be a final major as opposed to a quarter final, and 5 weeks at the time was considered no man's land. How can you possibly win the Kentucky Derby off of 35 days rest? It hadn't been done since some horse named like Exterminator or something in the 40s or 50s or whatever it was. And then Barbaro came around, and then Big Brown, Orb, Nyquist, Always Dreaming, and Maximum Security. All right, so he was disqualified, but he won the Florida Derby and did cross the wire in front in the Kentucky Derby. It has been the perfect prep. White Abarrio wins. Now it's a question of whether or not he's good enough. And with Tyler Gaffalione, just incredible the run he's been on in Kentucky. Another Keeneland riding title, trying for a first Derby.
Terrific rider, terrific agent, Matt Musiker, who's also representing Ricardo Santana at Churchill Downs now, as well as both of them. You talk about the Derby. The reality is the game has changed. Horses are running less. I liked it when it was in the middle of March, when that meet was, when I used to go for the whole meet at the beginning of January, the end of the middle of March. There was so much anticipation. You don't have that now the way it was. The meet just rolls along 12 months a year. And now it's a final prep. But Epicenter's now coming up 6 weeks. Nobody's talking he's coming too far. The game has changed. And, yes, there's been a lot of success with Florida Derby horses, and obviously in the past they've done well. But I don't think it's race-specific. I think it's horse-specific. The preps are good when the horses are in it. Arkansas had a lot of success when the right horses ran there. Smarty Jones or American Pharaoh and the like. This year's Arkansas preps were not good. I don't think we're going to see a lot out of those races. You got to get the right horses in there. But you're right. 5 weeks has worked out, but the calendar's changed.
Easy to go off on a tangent, Frank and Paul, but fact is we are getting closer to post time for this third race at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, I feel like we're listening to the summer of 2022. Frank here with Brian Adams. But the summer of '69 is rolling here. The crowd is beautiful here on Thurby. And to me, I thought this was a 2 to 3 horse race. When you look at the race, the 5 in here, Cove Blue, looks on paper the horse to beat and looks on paper the horse to catch.
Well, if you look at his race, on the 1st of October last year, he was coming off a layoff from the 16th of May. It was a 7-furlong dirt race here for 16,000. He ran off and he won by 8 1/4. He's won 3 races right here at Churchill, made 118,000 plus. Won 3 races at this distance of 7 furlongs, and he's made 118,000 of his 242,000 he's earned right here at Churchill. So, I mean, he's 6 to 5, you know. I believe he's 6 to 5 anyway. Yeah. And I just see this as being a little bit of a great spot for this horse, because I think the 2 horse, I don't know if he stays the 7 furlongs.
Yeah, that might be the question. Jimmy Grant has gotten off to a good start to meet. I like the 9 a little bit on the outside. Listen, there's a couple cutback horses in here. The Michelle Lavelle horse on the outside. The 8 you like a little bit more than my 9 for Gennaro Garcia. I just look back to that one sprint race for the 9. Horse did come from off the pace. I'm hoping I get that again. That's a long time ago, and that's a long wish. But I do think the 5 and the 2 are the 2 horses to beat here.
So the only thing is that the 5 is not probably going to get the lead here. So he's going to have to come from off of the pace. And when you look at this horse, he has never really passed the horse to win at all. You know, when he doesn't get the lead, but he went 22-44 and 3. When he did win, so if he does that, he'll get the lead. But of his last few races, I don't think he'd get the lead.
I don't know if we helped you guys out at all. I think we just confused everybody back home.
The next race.
The 5's getting the 5. The only horse that can challenge the 5 early is the 9. Assuming a clean break, it's hard to imagine the 5 isn't in front here. I have to disagree with Frank.
Cove Blue 9 to 5. That looks like an Oaks Day crowd. What you're seeing there.
There's a big crowd.
Big crowd for Thurby. Only 57 more Thurby references left, Andy Serling. Fans out.
I'm going to do a count. We're going to have like a Thurby board
like
behind
you're not
us.
already. As if you're not already. You're expecting to see Cove Blue make the lead. He is the 8 to 5 favorite. It is post time. Travis Stone with the call. Race 3 live, Churchill Downs.
There the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for Cove Blue at mid-pack. Also away well is Mikado. Silver and Lay on the outside joins them. They race up the chute. They come for the main track, and it is Cove Blue quickest early. Cove Blue out to lead the way. Leads by half a length. David's Gems up into second now. Mikado's racing along in third. Abuelo Nuno toward the inside, advancing up from fourth. Silver and Lay's back into fifth. Frankie Barone is in sixth, and Bobby Baby's at the back. Down the back stretch run, the opening quarter goes in 22 3/5 seconds. Cove Blue steps on it, opens up a length and a half with 4 furlongs to go. Cove Blue onto the far turn over David's Gem, who's on the chase from second. Abuelo Nuno comes through toward the inside, up into third. Mikado's racing fourth, about 4 lengths off the lead. Round the far turn, Cove Blue leads still 1 length. David's Gem trying to get closer on the outside second. The half in 45 2/5 seconds. Abuelo Nuno coming through toward the inside. Mikado's right there racing fourth. The rest with a lot to do. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch, and it's Cove Blue to catch. Cove Blue set down for the drive. David's Gem has been there throughout, and it's putting in a bid. A serious bid it is. 1 furlong to go. Cove Blue has to dig in. David's Gem draws alongside and puts a nose in front. David's Gem the leader, but Cove Blue fights right back. Cove Blue, David's Gem, nip tuck to the wire. Close. Photo! Cove Blue or David's Gem, noses up and down. Abuelo Nuno was third, Bobby Baby fourth.
Couple of thrilling bang-bang finishes in the first 3 races at Churchill Downs. This time, Cove Blue the favorite, and David's Gem slugging it out to the wire.
Yeah, and I think David's Gem was sort of more all in around the turn than Cove Blue was. And as Travis Stone noted, he did stick his nose in front, but it appears that Cove Blue came back on, and it appears that he held on, but it did get awfully close. I think even a little closer than that first race right at the end. I still don't think the 9 ever got there, and I think Cove Blue, the favorite, got it done on the front end.
It's always interesting in those types of finishes. Did you feel like Cove Blue dug in, or David's Gem just didn't have that knockout punch inside the final 75 yards?
You know, that's a good question. I mean, sometimes you want to say he hung a little bit. maybe the better horse won the race, you know. And I'll tell you something else.
With a bobble at the start,
right,
by the way.
That's exactly what I was going to say to you. If you watch, you know, you can't really tell very much from these starts. But one thing you could tell was that he broke a good half to 3/4 behind the horses. And listen, if you're dealing with a horse who is the favorite, and the horse to beat, and you know he's the speed, and you're the horse going to be sitting second to him, you certainly don't want to give him an inch at the start because he gave him a few feet, maybe maybe a yard or two, and got beaten a couple inches. So there is a very strong argument that the start did cost this horse the win.
Right at the wire, Adam Beschizza, Rafael Bejarano exchanging pleasantries. It was the favorite, Cove Blue. 5-9-2-3, Cove Blue at 6-5, making you sweat if you back the favorite. Strong handling, Beschizza, Cove Blue holds on in the third at Thurby, Andy, at Churchill.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold front kicks away. Cold front 2.5. Cold front does it again. Wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Kentucky Derby. With Naira Bets, get started, NairaBets.com, and check out Derby Week promotions available to all members. First look at turf racing this afternoon. Field updated odds. Take out numbers 2 and 5, $80,000. Allowance optional claimer, mile and a 16th. On the inner turf courses, we welcome in Acacia Clement to the show, standing by with this Race 3 Paddock report. Acacia, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks, Lafitte. And what a good race we have coming up here. Really fascinated with the runners in this spot. And we'll talk about a couple of them in the paddock, starting with the number 4, Safe Conduct, who did face Older for the first time last time out in the Grade 2 McDermott, and also going a distance that I just don't think that he wants. He always wears that big shadow, that fleece across his noseband. And he is one that I think has developed now in making the second start of his 4-year-old season. He was forward. He was keen on getting the lead last time out. It seemed like his rider really wanted him to set the pace, and the race did fall apart. I think this is a much better distance. He's dappled out from head to toe, and he looks very, very fit, even more so than what I saw from him over the winter. Just looks like he's really doing quite well right now. And I think it will be intriguing to see what happens with the 140 under as far as the pace. But we know this guy has some speed. The number 7, Caneños, is making his first start of the year for Brad Cox. Ran well behind Temple, going 1.25 miles. He's one that I think wants a little bit longer than this. He's also very sharp. He's on the muscle. He looks really
well conditioned and fit coming back, but there's a lot of him. He's a good, solid type, but he is one that just has the tendency to not get out of the gate well. And I think I've noticed that he tends to be a little bit distracted prior to his races. So going a distance that maybe he doesn't necessarily prefer, this could potentially be a starting point. I like what I see physically overall. I just hope he can keep that focus and break cleanly and get into the game. In here, Lafitte.
Something to watch, Acacia, right from the start of this third race, Belmont. Caninos' behavior, how does he break in this third race coming up? Meantime, Churchill, the win here, Cove Blue, the favorite. In front, in command. Andy David's Gem going to make him work right down to the wire.
Yeah, no, it got a little dicey for him, but Code Blue managed to dig in and get it done. He's not the horse he once was, but still good enough to get it done here, and I think the difference was the break. He broke like a shot, was able to establish the lead with his early speed, and the second horse did not break on it really sharply, and it just cost the race at the end of the day.
7th lifetime win by a former Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Horse of the Year, Ghost Sapper in 04. Juan Cano, owner-trainer, Cove Blue, Adam Beschizza by millimeters in the third race. Churchill Downs, Belmont Post Parade, 40 under to kick things off. Dylan Davis, 3-1.
I think he's a major player in here who can flaunt his speed. Dylan needs to put him in front and try to put the field to sleep. If he does that, he is a major player.
It's a gamble. Last year's Jersey Derby winner at Monmouth.
Feels like a fringe player. I know he ran a good figure last time, but he's really not good enough to beat these.
Number 4, Safe Conduct. Acacia like what she saw in the paddock.
Did beat the talented Public Sector, who could win the Churchill Downs stake on Saturday, but his other form isn't good enough. I just don't know if he's good enough to beat these horses, but he should be forward, and if the one isn't aggressive, he could inherit the lead.
Favorite, Sifting Sands, 4-year-old debut for Chad Brown, Peter Brandt.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll be favored by post time. I did pick him in here. He's the one with upside. He needs to improve a little bit to do it, but you see these Chad Brown runners off layoffs do it, and I think he's got a lot of move in him.
Watch him at the gate, says Acacia with Caninos.
Yeah, he did run well here to win a race off a little bit of a freshening last year at 1.25 miles, but he got a great trip to do it. And I just wonder if this is a little short for him and he's going to be better going longer.
8-5 on the morning line. Devamani 7-2 with Trevor McCarthy.
I like the fact that Sifting Sands, the new 4-year-old for Chad Brown, may be moving forward, whereas this one, I think he's making the right move, dropping in for 80,000. It's around where he was claimed for, actually. He's done well for Chad Brown, but his 2 starts at Fairgrounds were disappointing. He lacks speed. Maybe the class will tell, but I'm just not sure he's that good anymore.
Field for the third at Belmont. First look at grass racing. Of course, you can join Naira Bets today. You get a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. It's been a while since you and I have covered a grass race together. Like a while. Like maybe Saratoga, that long.
Really? You weren't here at all? Wow, that's pretty a long time.
There's a race on
I barely
grass.
remember. So it's a place upstate, right?
Devamani in the Grade 3 Monmouth. Victorious on that afternoon.
Yeah, and this is the good Devamani, and he beat an okay Todd Pletcher horse and Winter's back. I'm not sure this field, the one he's in today, is maybe even tougher than the one he was in. And Devamani's, listen, when he's run well enough to beat these horses. There's no doubt about it. And the 1.16 mile distance shouldn't be a real problem. But I think there is a question of whether or not he's still that good. And I think that's why, justifiably, as an 8-year-old, they're dropping him in for 80,000. Somebody wants to claim an 88-year-old gelding for 80,000. Have at it. They've done well with him. It makes sense. I don't think it's a negative drop down. I think it's a realistic move for him. I just thought Sifting Sands may have more upside, and that's why I took him on top. But I'm not wildly against the 8. I just prefer the other Chad Brown runner.
About 40 under. There he is with Dylan Davis, the gray, a 4-time winner who, go back to his Bradley, January at Fairgrounds, where he spent his winter. 40 under, strikes the front top of the stretch. I'm going to have to grind this one out, Andy.
Yeah, but the key is that he was forwardly placed. And when you look at that win at Saratoga, when he was forwardly placed, those are the races he runs his best race. I think the question you want to ask yourself is, after this race, when they put him towards the front end, why did they rate him in his next 2 starts? It's not like those paces were fast. This is a horse that if he's going to win races, he needs to be forward to run his best races. And I have to imagine, breaking from the inside and the inner, that's the job here. If Dylan goes to lead with him and he tries to control the front end and he loses, that he just wasn't good enough. But if he rates him and loses, they gave up a chance to win the race doing what he does best. And the other thing about these inner turf races are they feature very slow paces, and they frequently end up being very beneficial to horses who are forward.
Lots to look for from the start. How aggressive is 40 under ridden? What about Caninos and his behavior at the gate? There he is. How does he behave at the gate for trainer Brad Cox, trying to win a second Kentucky Derby and a first outright? Mandaloon declared the winner 10 months after the fact last year. This year, Cox with the Arkansas Derby winner Cyberknife, long shot Tawnyport, and Zozos, who should be close in terms of the pace and race shape. Runner-up in the Louisiana Derby to Epicenter.
Well, I mean, look, Zozo's a lightly raced horse, and it's not like he ran badly in the Louisiana Derby, and he's improving, and Brad's a terrific trainer, to say the least. So, listen, maybe he's got some upside. It's going to force the pace in the outside post and outfinish the other horses. I don't see it happening. I'm not going to give up on Zozos going forward. I think he's okay. I mean, Cyberknife is the strongest of Brad's entrants.
Agree.
I don't like the horse from Arkansas, but I think he's a very legitimate winner of the Arkansas Derby. I think he's one of those horses that I won't be using that when he upsets the race and wins and pays $29 or $36, I'm going to say I couldn't have had him, but I'm not shocked. Him, I'd be surprised if Zozos wins. I just don't think he's good enough yet to beat these horses.
Zozos, runner-up Louisiana Derby. 1 of 3 for trainer Brad Cox. Cyberknife, Arkansas Derby winner. And for Zozos, Manny Franco, there he is, will pilot Zozos. Franco, remember, rode the defeated Derby favorite a couple of years ago. 'Tis the law, odds on, having to settle for a second on that afternoon to Authentic.
Right, and certainly we were rooting for Manny as he's rides here. He's also a terrific guy. He's going to take a shot in the Derby. I hope that Manny gets the job done with him. I think he's more likely to win this race with Sifting Sands by about 10 times, maybe more. But listen, Manny's going to win his share of big races going forward. I'm confident of that, and he's been riding extremely well.
Captured a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf with Sharing, the Belmont Stakes, one-turn Belmont Stakes, 'Tis the Law. Acacia, Manny Franco on Sifting Sands. What are you seeing from Sifting Sands as he gets ready for his 4-year-old debut?
Well, I waited to talk about him trackside because I wanted to see how he warmed up. He is one of those horses that just tends to carry his conditions by Dubois. It's typical of what we've seen from the Stallion in that they just tend to be these stockier types. One thing I didn't love about him is that he got pretty hot back in the paddock. It is his first race of the year, so I could be a little bit more forgiving. And I remember seeing him back in Saratoga, and I wasn't really wowed by him then, and yet he won at 28-1. He warmed up fine out there. I think he's the type of horse that just is never going to overly catch your eye. Of the 2 for Chad Brown, he is the one that I did prefer, though, maybe with just a little bit more upside versus Devamani. But the horse I really loved was the 140 under. I thought it was an odd ride last time out at the fairgrounds when he broke on top, and then it seemed his rider, Mitchell Murrow, was just keen to let 2 Emmys go, and he actually had to steady in trying to take him off the pace. This horse has speed. He had a beautiful solo warm-up out there on the track under Dylan Davis, got the blood flowing, came back to him nicely. Loved everything I saw with 40 under and hope that he's forward and aggressive from the inside post, Lafitte.
You guys are on the same page, Andy, with 40 under in terms of strategy.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't go here, it's insane. If he breaks, he has to be in front in this race. He's fast enough to do it. I picked him second behind Sifting Sands, but they're the 2 that I like.
Caninos, watch him in the gate. And towards the outside, Devamani. John Embrial with the call. 3rd race live, Belmont Park.
And the rough. 40 under. It's a gamble. Safe Conduct. 40 under has the lead as they quickly round the turn. Now Safe Conduct moves up on the outside to challenge. And It's a Gamble sits off of them in 3rd. Actually is 4 lengths behind those front runners in 3rd. And then it's another 4 back to Sifting Sands, followed at the back by Devamani and Caninos. They've straightened away now and are heading up the backstretch with Safe Conduct the leader here by 3/4 of a length. 40 under has moved to his outside. The quarter went in 22-4. Now it's 6 lengths back to It's a Gamble in 3rd. Then Sifting Sands racing in 4th, better than a dozen lengths from the front. He's followed by Devamani and Caninos. Up front, it is Safe Conduct by a head. 40 under on the outside. right there in second through a half mile in 47 seconds. It's 8 lengths. Back to It's a Gamble next in third, followed by Sifting Sands, Devamani, and Caneños. They go around the far turn. It is still Safe Conduct and 40 under, 1-2, with 7 lengths on the rest of the field. On the inside, Safe Conduct. On the outside, 40 under. Now the rest of them are getting closer. It's a Gamble is in third. Sifting Sands is on the outside. Then Devamani and Caneños. 3/4 went in 1:11 and 3. It is Safe Conduct with the lead over 40 under. Farther back it is It's a Gamble. Caneños is down towards the rail. Sifting Sands on the outside with Devamani. Safe Conduct trying to do it on the front end, and Safe Conduct is the winner under Jose Lezcano.
Safe Conduct, Wellspring Stables. Acacia really liked what she saw in the paddock. Runs accordingly. Safe Conduct, Jose Lezcano at 6-1 in the third race, Belmont Park.
Give Jose Lezcano a lot of credit. He was outbroken by the number 140 under, but he determinedly sent the lead. And arguably, they were going too fast up front. You almost never see 22 and 4, and even 47 on the inner is relatively quick. Now, they did get a little bit of a breather in those second and third quarters, but the truth was, whether these were the best 2 horses in the race or the others just didn't show up, nobody else was able to close, and it ended up being a 2-speed number, a 4-1. I honestly think that it was a combination of both. It was good performance by the winner, but I think that, Sifting Sands had no excuse, and he couldn't even get by the number 3 in this race. It's a Gamble.
You could pick it up pretty early. You mentioned, Andy, that it didn't look like it was going to be his day.
He wasn't motivated. Devamani didn't run well at all, and I think it's a function of the two, especially the winner, running very well. But I also wonder if anybody really showed up behind them.
Safe Conduct by Bodemeister, former Derby runner-up in 2012 behind I'll Have Another. No Triniberg. I'd be saying Bodemeister, Kentucky Derby winner. 2012 over I'll Have Another.
It's amazing. He ran one of the best losing derbies.
Right there with Congaree.
He was brilliant. And it's funny because I'll Have Another actually ran better than him when he beat him in the Preakness. If Bodemeister was able to get away with the softer fractions he got in the Preakness and the Derby, he would have won that day. He was a very good horse. And, of course, Safe Conduct is a Queen's Plate winner.
Safe Conduct, Queen's Plate winner, and a winner of the first turf race on this Thursday afternoon at Belmont Park. 6-1 at post time. Safe Conduct, Jose Lezcano for Phil Thurby. Results when we return. 4-1-3-7. So our coverage continues on a Thursday afternoon before Kentucky Derby. Horses in the paddock for the 4th. That's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Feel the excitement from Churchill Downs. Countdown continuing to the 148th Kentucky Derby. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Horses on the track for the 4th. Starter allowance here, 6 furlong sprint older horses, starting with Mo's Mojo. Joe Talamo in the saddle here for trainer Randy Morse. 3-time winner. The good news, 2 of those here at Churchill Downs. Hooper drives the boat. 20-1. Raylu Gutierrez had 3 wins yesterday. A date with Hidden Connection in tomorrow's Oaks, Barber Road. In the Derby, Windy City Red. There's Tyler Gaffleone. Pilot White Abario in the Kentucky Derby. Denver City, 13-1 here. 6-year-old Gelding representing speed. He's won half his starts, making his Churchill debut. The Queen's Jewels, 7-year-old Gelding for Tom Van Berg, second in his most recent, first or second in 20 of 50 lifetime. Baby Yoda on his toes, feeling good, odds-on favorite.
One day someone will explain to me how he ran a 114 buyer at Saratoga and easily beat Olympiad, who was probably going to the Alley Sheba Saturday and has won multiple stakes. Olympiad at 7-1, my biggest bet of the meet.
I hear you. Divine Leader.
I'm betting Divine Leader. It's my upset special today.
Divine, good. Pad
back
your
to
stats, build the bankrolls for more Olympiad money.
Yeah, no, I'm not betting on Olympiad. I don't like the. I think that there's a chance that the number 7 horse in this race, Divine Leader, could upset Baby Yoda. I don't think Baby Yoda's last race was that special, and I think Divine Leader has been running okay in synthetic. He's getting back to the right surface.
Baby Yoda, 3-5. There's Epicenter. Live look at the second choice for the Kentucky Derby. Risen Star Stakes winner in wire-to-wire fashion. So impressive in the Louisiana Derby, not just because he won the race, but how he won the race. Andy showing a completely new dimension, shutting it off, relaxing, stalking, pouncing, accelerating late.
Yeah, and they're preps for a reason. They're big races, they have big purses, and they're important races, but they're also preps with your eye on the prize. The prize is the Kentucky Derby, and of course the rest of the year, but most importantly the Derby. And Steve Asmussen wanted to and needed to find out if Epicenter could be as effective without the lead, because that's what he had been doing in other races. Steve knew that if he's in front controlling, he can run his races, but you know you get to the Derby and you might not be able to control. So he did the absolute right thing, and he rated behind horses, and he showed he doesn't need to lead to win. He can still produce. In fact, he ran the fastest buyer figure he ever ran, and so that's going to help him going forward, knowing that he has that ability to sit behind horses. What worries me on him, and I don't, listen, he's a huge player in this race, and to suggest otherwise, to me, is foolish. Steve Asmussen could be 0 for 2,000 going into this race, and I still would tell you that he's a major contender. He's always had such good trips, and a lot of it is because he makes his good trips. But everybody said that about Essential Quality last year. And, yeah, his post led him to get that wide trip. And he doesn't have a problem, but maybe he gets a little buried behind horses. Maybe he doesn't get that great position. Zandon has shown the ability to fight through horses. This guy hasn't. It's not a knock, but I think it's something that should be discussed. He makes good trips, but sometimes in the Derby, you aren't able to make that good trip.
Such a big part of the team. You saw Scott Blasi there, Epicenter, schooling in the paddock for the Derby. Had he gone wire to wire in the Louisiana Derby, how would you feel about his chances? I'm just trying to get a gauge and to lend perspective how important it was that he won that Louisiana Derby the way he did off the pace.
What you'd be saying was, can he rate?
Yeah.
And now we're not saying it. Now we're saying he can sit off of horses. So, yeah, I think that would be the conversation about Epicenter in this race is can he rate successfully? We don't have that question anymore.
Curlin, 2 posts, didn't break. It cost him. Finished 3rd. Steve Asmussen said he went in the race. A boy came out a man. Turned the tables on Street Sense in the Preakness Stakes 2 weeks later. Epicenter does need to break clean, and he has that gentleman in saddle. Eclipse Award-winning rider Joel Rosario with 10 more stakes mounts on the weekend. It's contender after contender in major stakes race after major stakes race. Could be a massive weekend. What else is new for Joel Rosario?
Yeah, Joel is an easy guy to root for as well, and a fabulous rider. And, you know, it's interesting with Irad Ortiz picking up Mo Donegal as Joel stuck with Epicenter. can Irad give him as good a ride as Joel did last time, you know? And Irad's a great, great rider, but so is Joel. And he rode Mo Donegal so well, and I'm sure Todd Fletcher. Listen, it's not bad if you go from Joel Rosario
two
to
of the
Irad
very
Ortiz.
best.
It's not a bad position to be in. But Irad's probably thinking, oh, God, Joel rode him so well. I can't go up. I can only do as well as he did.
You've heard from the penthouse to the outhouse. That's from the penthouse to the penthouse.
Right.
And Rosario here on Baby Yoda. So this was his most recent. At Keeneland, you said you weren't overly impressed with this particular effort a few weeks ago in Lexington.
I wasn't, and I don't think his race against Bank on Shea was anything to write home about. They're good, but that 114, and it was a legit number. That was a wildly fast race. That's you just have to draw a line through it. And so what you're dealing with is a horse that runs 90 buyers, basically. And by the way, no shame in running 90 buyers, but I don't think that makes him necessarily 3 to 5 in this race, and he was 1 to 5 in here. And I know Beverly Park's a very cool horse who put together a huge winning streak, but he's not in this kind of company. And I think Divine Leader has that race, a couple of races that are fast enough to really be a threat to the favorite in here. So I'm hoping getting back to the right surface, dirt, he'll run his best race.
It's like everyone in that shot unloading on Baby Yoda, 1 to 2, and you want to race to the Twin Spires app where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long, every eligible race at Churchill, including the Kentucky Derby. Just download the Twin Spires app or head to twinspires.com. Available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. Twin Spires bet back. Big crowd here. Churchill Downs getting closer to the 4th race, Baby Yoda. Yeah, what will we ever see Baby Yoda, the version that we saw at Saratoga, who looked like an absolute world beater in the making?
No, but I am interested. He's probably going to try to get him to Saratoga, and maybe Bill's thinking maybe this guy is just a freak when it comes to Saratoga, and that's what they'll hope for. But I have no idea how he ran that day.
You're not a big horse-for-course guy, but there's like no other.
Well, there are, over time, some great horses for course at Saratoga. I think it's mitigated a little bit. Back in those days, you went up there for 24 days. Guys didn't go up early. They went to Saratoga for the month. Now you have people that train there from April through November. So I think a lot more horses get acclimated to Saratoga, so you don't have that same situation. I think, like people, there were some horses that went to Saratoga, and they got very happy. When I first started going to Saratoga as a kid, there was a horse that Scotty Schulhofer trained named Stardahem. And he came alive at Saratoga. Then there was the Mighty Quick Call. As good as he was at other tracks, and he was a darn good horse, he was better at Saratoga. But nowadays, I think a lot of horses get acclimated to being there. Big trainers are there, and so they don't get that surge going up there.
Should have got him some takeout from Ciro's or something. Try to convince Baby Yoda he's at the spa. Instead, he's at the gate at Churchill here in Louisville. The odds-on favorite for this 4th race on Thurby. Here's Travis Stone.
Here in the gate. And they're off. Bit of an awkward start for the Queen's Jewels. Samurai Prince on the far outside, and Divine Leader. Divine Leader steps out to lead. Samurai Prince is running in 2nd. Hooper drives the boats up into 3rd. Denver City on the move from 4th, going past Windy City Red, who's back into 5th. Baby Yoda comes away 6th. Mo's Mojo 7th toward the rails. Slow starting. The Queen's Jewels is at the back of the pack. So down the back stretch run, there's 4 furlongs to go, and they whipped that quarter in 21 3. Divine Leader on the far turn run in front by a length. Samurai Prince is hard on the chase in 2nd. They're 1-2. Denver City not far behind, while 3rd. Baby Yoda's coming with a 4-wide bid from 4th. Hooper drives the boat toward the inside in 5th. The Queen's Jewels is picking it up, but is forced to go very wide. At the quarter pole, Divine Leader's off the turn in front by a length. Samurai Prince to the attack. Baby Yoda's bearing down. Denver City wanders toward the rail. The Queen's Jewels 1 furlong to go. Divine Leader still there. Baby Yoda continues to rally. Samurai Prince goes to the rail. 100 yards left now. Divine Leader can't fend off Baby Yoda. And Baby Yoda's up to do it by a length in the end. Divine Leader ran well, settles for 2nd. Samurai Prince and the Queen's Jewels.
Odds-on favorite delivers. Back-to-back wins. Baby Yoda strikes at Keeneland. Takes down this 4th race at Churchill Downs with Joel Rosario.
I was feeling really smart. My 7 Divine Leader bounced out to a nice lead, controlling up front, setting what was a very fair pace, not particularly fast for Churchill Downs 6 furlongs. Not big enough. Baby Yoda 2 to 5, little over bet. Don't think he won like a 2 to 5 shot should, but Joel Rosario runs him down.
Punches him home. For Kentucky Derby winning trainer, the Hall of Famer Belmont struck with Country House by DQ 65-1 a few years ago. Baby Yoda, not 65-1. Odds on 2-5 at post time results. When we come back, and stakes racing, Belmont Park, and the Fort Marcy, what will Rock Emperor do? Key contender heading in to the weekend's Fort Marcy. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
If you can't be there, great to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races. Live coverage from Churchill Downs, Kentucky Derby Week, where we just saw Baby Yoda. The odds-on favorite, scratched out of yesterday's St. Matthews to run here. Racks up a 2nd consecutive victory with Joel Rosario in those Barber hot pink colors. Too much Baby Yoda late. You like Divine Leader. He ran big, just couldn't hold off Baby Yoda inside the final 16th.
No excuse. Got the trip I wanted. You want this situation every time. Just the end of the day, just not quite good enough. Baby Yoda, too good for him. 2-5 for a reason.
Still not a... one doesn't feel like a triple-digit buyer speed figure Saratoga performance, though, does it?
No, this was not a 114 buyer. If I bet the 7 and he lost with a 112 buyer, I'm not going to be happy.
Baby Yoda engaging Divine Leader. Puts away Divine Leader. Baby Yoda in race number 4. Race number 5, Andy. First look at grass racing today. Good maiden race, $120,000 purse, a mile and an eighth. We'll show you the field as soon as it's available with updated odds, though. But on paper, looking at this 5th race, the pace, race shape, what are you expecting?
That's the problem. You know, I think as a handicapper, at least for me, the first thing I look at is how's the race going to play out? I use the pace projector from Timeform US. The one in here has the 12 in front. Look at the 12 PPs and tell me you think he's the speed. I don't. I can't figure out who's going to be in front. A lot of it's going to come down to the intention by riders, and I think that's going to play a very, very big role in here, how it's run. I think James Jones could improve. You see a lot of the horses that run their maiden race, their debuts at Tampa for Chad Brown. They run much better second time out. But I got to tell you, I wasn't thrilled with the race he comes out of. I don't know that horse has to get it done for Chad Brown.
It's like real estate, location, 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 horse racing, race shape, race shape, race shape. Tricky in this one at Churchill Downs, and always tricky the Kentucky Derby. At a mile and a quarter, this Kentucky Derby spotlight focusing on the favorite, Zandon. He won't mind a hot pace, 20 of them. Mile and a quarter. Zandon trying to become the 11th favorite since 2000 to take down the Run for the Roses. 3-1 in the morning line for trainer Chad Brown. We check in with Maggie.
Here with trainer Chad Brown, as he is just a few days out of sending out the likely favorite, Zandon. And Chad, having started about a half dozen horses in the Derby so far in your career, Zandon is your best shot thus far. Heading into the race, what has he shown you on this Churchill Downs trip?
Yeah, it's just been moving so well. It probably factored a little bit into his favoritism. Everyone sees how well he's working and moving, and yeah, he probably is our best shot. I mean, Good Magic really. We came in with a lot of confidence, you know, of course coming with a 2-year-old champion, and then we ran into a great horse like Justify. So it wasn't to be. This horse gives us a little bit more hope that he can get the 1.25 miles maybe than that horse, although they're both super talented. But it's a deep field. I mean, anyone that's been around even this past week and you're out there during the Derby and Oaks training, it's hard to find any horses that don't look good out there to my eye. I mean, there's a lot of nice looking colts in this field. It's going to come down to a trip probably.
Speaking of the trip, you know, a lot of people saying that he's a kind of a deep closer, which he showed to be in the Bluegrass with that victory. But, I mean, you go back to the Remsen, and he was very close. So is it just up to Flavien to play the break?
I think so. And, Maggie, you were there when he debuted, and he won going 3/4. So, you know, naturally when you handicap these horses to stretch out, they're going to be right there like he was in the Remsen. You know, I don't know why he hopped at the start in the Risen Star and it set him far back. And then in the Bluegrass, actually, his first step out of the gate, Flavien said was very good. And it got a little tight, and he sort of got shuffled and outrun a little bit more than Breaking Bad. So I'm hoping he goes more to that Remsen, his 2-year-old form, both the maiden win and the Remsen, where he showed good gate speed. I know he has it, and gets himself at least in the first half of this field in the first turn.
Chad, we've seen you take him to the gate a couple times this week. Is that to prepare him to break alertly?
Yeah, he's never been a problem at the gate. You know, it's customary. You know, the starter here likes to see the horses, which is a good practice. So we you know, cooperated and sent him back there. He's never ever been an issue loading, standing. Just he hopped that one time down in New Orleans, but nevertheless, I took him and he did fine this morning.
Chad, you're a Saratoga, Mechanicville native. Yeah. Winning the Travers has always been the big thing for you, but to win a Derby would be pretty sweet too.
If you ask me this time of year, it's the Derby. And if you ask me in mid-August, I want to say the Travers. So that's never going to change.
Well, Chad, best of luck with Zandon. He looks fantastic.
Thank you.
Getting too nervous before the Derby with the favorite there, Andy.
You know, it is interesting in talking to him. Because it's a tough week for anybody being down there. I mean, there's a lot of pressure. You've got getting towards the big race. And I think for any trainer, they'll tell you it get more and more pressure. The owners are there. They want to do well. You've got a lot of horses besides them running. You've got a lot of press asking the same questions day after day after day. And it's a long week, I think. But if you're Chad Brown, you're getting there with a horse who, if not the favorite, is going to be the second choice. He's run well in his races. He's trained well. He's got a lot of other horses on these cards that are doing well and pointing to it. The year has been going well so far. That may all fall apart by 7 o'clock on Saturday. But right now, I think he's probably feels as good as he could possibly feel. And it's tough to be in that position. And I think you have to kind of appreciate it.
He's won at Preakness, close in the Derby. I think Practical Joke was 5th or 6th. Good Magic. It took an eventual Triple Crown winner to beat him, 2nd in 2018. See if Brown can get that first Kentucky Derby victory. Zandon, tepid 3-1 morning line favorite for Derby 148. Here at Belmont Park, post parade for the 4th $14,000 claimers, non-winners, 3 lifetime, 6 furlong sprint. There's True Believe at 5-2, second choice.
Yeah, I think True Believe has the benefit of being perhaps the main speed in this race, which I think gives him a reasonable chance. But he isn't exactly a winning type with 2 wins in 5 seconds.
Double Pour, Manny Franco, number 3 here. Brunati at 7-2, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, I'm betting on Double Pour in this race, who, as a trainer who's been very hot, he's second off the claim. Brunati prefers to be outside of runners. He found the right field last time.
Irish Giant for Linda Rice.
Just not sure what to make of a horse who ultimately may not be fast enough.
6-1. Irish Giant. Then the favorite, Tale of Mineshaft, Jose Lezcano, looking for back-to-back wins.
Well, he's never been in a dry dirt track before, and given his other form is on synthetic track and turf, and he didn't run well in the turf last time, and he's run well in it before, I question his overall form. He's making a big drop down. Obviously, he can win, but I'm not a big fan.
He's by a former Derby runner-up at a big price. Bluegrass Cat, second to Barbaro, Quintarelli.
Yeah, he's a super long shot who is 2 for 58 lifetime.
All right, so with the eyes of the racing world on Churchill Downs, Oaks tomorrow, Derby Saturday. We've got the stakes racing here at Belmont, Andy, with the flat-out stakes Tomorrow afternoon, 3 stakes races of the graded variety on Saturday, and the Ruffian Grade 2 with a $200,000 purse on Sunday.
Yeah, and we also have Lady Rocket, who was very impressive in winning our Go for Wand, is going to skip running in the Grade 1 this weekend to run in the Ruffian, where she's going to face some pretty good horses, including a two-headed monster from Chad Brown.
How about Rock Emperor in the Fort Marcy?
I don't know what to make of him. He's run well at 1 1/8, but his better races last year were going longer. He ran huge to win our Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, and then he really wasn't impressive and disappointing ultimately out at Del Mar. I don't know what to expect from this guy. He is obviously very talented and the most talented member probably in his good race in this field, but boy, is he tough to trust.
It took him so long to finally win that first race here in the States.
No, I agree. And you look at the record last year with Javier Castellano, rode him that race. Search results, he won the Acorn with his few Grade 1 wins for Chad Brown. He gave him a perfect ride in there, and he made that last move. Obviously, he can win this race. I just have no confidence in him. I found this to be a very, very tricky race. It's one of the few races on Saturday I haven't made picks for yet.
And generally speaking, based on the races this weekend, are you expecting to see from those that perform well this weekend back perhaps in the Belmont Stakes undercard and that spectacular blockbuster day of racing in 5 weeks?
Well, everybody wants to get to the Grade 1 Manhattan. There's no doubt about it, and Chad Brown has had so much success in it. Domestic spending, we won it with impressive last year. He's back galloping, but he's not going to be ready for that race. So that race is pretty wide open. We'll get an idea, maybe some players in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs as well. But sure, this is a natural prep, especially now that we run it around 2 turns at 1 1/8, just 1/8 of a mile shorter than the Manhattan.
Exciting weekend of thoroughbred racing here, graded stakes racing. Belmont Park, this is not a graded stakes event. $14,000 claimer, non-winners 3 lifetime. You're looking at Tale of Mineshaft. And back in February, Tale of Mineshaft, a little bit colder on that afternoon at Aqueduct. Tale of Mineshaft, victorious at Aqueduct, his most recent win.
Yeah, he found a very, very weak field that day to get it done. And the horse who finished second to him in this race, Victory Built, is one of those horses that has an impressive record of running second in races, just doesn't want to pass. Listen, that effort, would it give him a shot here? Of course it would. I mean, he ran a 74 buyer, and that's a figure that would be tough in here, but it was done on a wet track. I know it was good and sealed, but you look at it, and that's a wet track. You're looking at, I'm a little dubious of this guy, how good he is, and I think he's a favorite closing. Now, my horse is a closer, but at least he's a much better price, and I prefer Double Pour, who has been a lot of wet tracks lately, and Jeffrey Englehart's barn's gone so well that I thought he was dangerous. I'd be shocked if the 6 wins. I picked him 3rd in here, but I like the 2 and boxed 1-2.
Acacia, what are you noticing from the favorite here, Tale of Mineshaft?
Well, it is my first time laying eyes on him, but I agree with Andy's sentiment. I just find him kind of hard to trust. Physically, in the way that he's built, I do like him going shorter, and I like him getting back to the dirt, but he was just so laid back in the paddock, more so like a horse that just was lacking some energy. Not something that I like to see for a sprinter. And he got a little bit warm out on track. He warmed up fine. He hasn't done anything necessarily wrong, and he does look fit coming in here for Linda Rice. I just found him a little bit tough to trust. He just didn't wow me out on the track. The horse that did wow me, however, was the number 1, True Believe, and he's ultimately where I landed. I typically try to stay away from horses like this that just don't tend to win and seem adverse to getting their picture taken and instead picking up checks, but overall, he's a standout in this field. Antonio Arriaga's horses always look well-conditioned coming over, but his weight looked fantastic, great coat, great flesh to him. He handled himself well. He was forward without doing too much, had a lovely warm-up under Jose Gomez, just very eye-catching individual. Hopefully he runs to his looks today. Had to just go with the horse that I liked best physically. The 2 Double Pour does take that drop in class, which I think should suit him. He's been pretty sharp throughout. I wish that he was carrying a little bit more condition on his top line and his flank, that he just was a little bit stronger overall. He is making the 3rd start of his form cycle here, and he is one that he's typically a horse that can get a little washy. So when he got warm, I wasn't really as concerned. Overall, just again wishing that he was a little bit stronger, but the barn has been going well, and his energy level for this particular sprint was terrific out on track. Big warm-up under Manny Franco Lafitte.
Double Pour, Acacia. Andy, your top selection as we've reached post time 4-1.
Yeah, I don't love double pouring here, but I thought he was a little bit interesting. I bet a few dollars on him. You look at his races, I just think he feels like a horse that last time probably closer to the pace than he's normally at his best. And obviously, he's going to have to hope he can make that big run. But Jeffrey Englehart's numbers have been just incredible. He's almost 50% off the claim over the last 5 months in New York with the dirt starters. And while he didn't get it done last time, he was in too tough. He drops back to a more appropriate level today.
Owns this one, trains this one. Double pour is in. Acacia went with True Believe. And towards the outside, Irish Giant steps forward. It is post time, 4th race, live Belmont Park. John Embrial standing by.
And Quintarelli. They're all in line. And they're off. Awkward start for number 5, Irish Giant, who trails the field. True Believe from the rail is out well. Brunati is now moving up. And then it is Double Pour who's racing in 3rd. Quintarelli's on the outside in 4th. Break of 2 to Tail of Mineshaft, who races in 5th. Another 2.5 to the slow-starting Irish Giant. True Believe leads here by a half length. Brunati right there in 2nd. Quintarelli now moves up on the outside. So it's 3 of them across the track for the lead through a quarter in 23 seconds. Tail of Mineshaft has moved up into 4th and is sitting just off those front runners. Double Pour is down at the rail. Irish Giant is at the back. Up front, it's True Believe, Brunati, Quintarelli, and now Tail of Mineshaft joins those 3. So it's 4 across. And then comes Irish Giant, who has moved up on the extreme outside, followed by Double Pour. Tail of Mineshaft has swept to the front. Then it is Brunati, and on the outside, Irish Giant with less than 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Tail of Mineshaft is the leader. Brunati down at the rail. Irish Giant on the outside. They're coming on for the finish, and it will be Tail of Mineshaft. 2 in a row for Jose Lezcano.
In a groove, Jose Lezcano, John Embrial. Tail of Mineshaft for Winning Move Stable. Strikes in this 4th race at Big Sandy.
Yeah, he was just too good for these horses. I was able to get a decent trip in the outside and swept by. He was just the best horse today. Decent enough effort, actually, by Brunati, who attended the pace and held on. Poor effort for my horse. He just can't run.
Trouble line description, he just can't run.
Yeah, slow. His trouble was slow.
Tail of Mineshaft by a former Horse of the Year, Jockey Club Gold Cup winner, Mineshaft. Tail of Mineshaft, top of the stretch, despite losing ground, gathering momentum. Jose Lezcano still crop uncocked. 1 tap on the shoulder. Tail of Mineshaft, the favorite, response.
That's 2 in a row for Jose Lezcano, who won the prior race in a mild upset. This time he gets the favorite home, a 9-5 shot. He's just proved to be best. Too good for these horses.
As you mentioned, good effort. Brunati on the inside. Irish Giant trying to make up late ground.
After breaking slowly, Irish Giant probably should have finished 2nd. If he hadn't gotten left, Linda Rice would have run 1-2. Linda Rice a little cold.
Going to have to settle for 1-3.
Yeah, Linda a little cold this winter. Maybe she'll start picking it up.
6-3-5-1. 9-5 is Andy mentioned on Tail of Mineshaft. Cruising under the wire. 3rd lifetime win. Results as soon as they're available from the 4th race. Belmont Park. Shifting gears back to Churchill Downs as Tail of Mineshaft makes his way back to get his picture taken. First look at grass racing on this brand new Matt Wynn turf course at Churchill Downs. Maidens, mile and 1/8. Big purse, $120,000 purse, wide open. Maggie Wolfendale standing by with this paddock report, starting with the Godolphin colt, Maggie. Field Marshal, currently 5-1 for Bill Mott. Mott looking to go back-to-back.
Well, Livy, you said it, wide open. This race took me longer than any to do the prep work for, because there's so many ways you can go in here. And yes, we'll begin with Field Marshal, who did not have the best of beginnings in his last start at Keeneland. He wasn't standing right. He hopped up at the start. Then he was checked to last. You know, the first 2 kind of got the jump on him, and he came flying home. So watch how he behaves at the start. It's a horse I'm not familiar with, so I don't know how his pre-race antics prior to going into the gate typically are, but I can say today that he's very calm, cool, and collected. And let's face it, this is a very energetic environment. A little bit of an awkwardly put together horse in that he's short-legged but really long-bodied. So it kind of gives this weird optical illusion. But again, I'm fine with him getting to the 9 furlongs yet again, and he looks fit off the bit of a break. Moving on to a couple of second-time starters. Also coming in off of a break, number 2, James Jones. He seemed just a bit green. You know, Richard Migliore likes to talk about horses running with the emergency brake on, and James Jones was a perfect example of that, in that he was kind of running with his head up in the air, and the rider had to encourage him, but he kept running, but he wasn't sure of himself. Well, he seems very sure of himself here in the paddock today in his demeanor. He's very laid back, very composed, good-looking horse, strong, ready to go. And let's face it, in these types of races, you always have to pay attention to what Chad Brown brings over. Moving on to another second-time starter, number 11, Urban Recovery. Got a good trip. He's another one that just seemed a bit green, but he's one that really caught my eye in here. And I think the longer he gets to go on the turf, the better. Very long, scopy horse for trainer Cherie DeVoe. Looks fit, but still could use a race to tuck up. Maybe one that we consider underneath, not the greatest post position far outside, but taking some money is number 9 enough already. This horse is a Tappet. Tappet stands for $185,000. He sold as a 2-year-old for $60,000. That's not the greatest sign. Now, his 2 dirt races, they're fine. They're okay. And the dam did win on the turf. The second dam was a turf horse as well in England. So there's plenty of pedigree to suggest he should like it. And look, he's very handsome. And I do think that physically he looks as though he should handle the turf. But I'm just wondering, why the 60 grand for a Tappet, Lafitte?
It's funny that Maggie brings that up because he was a cheap Tappet, and my friend Kirk Wyckoff, part owner of this horse, we talked about after he ran so well behind Charge It and a big figure first time out, and my recommendation was sell.
Enough already. Looks the part. New surface, perhaps a better result. In his wide-open 5th race, Churchill Downs. When we come back, about Brian Lynch, trainer, Australian native, ready to make his Kentucky Derby debut with this colt, Classic Causeway. Speedy. Looked good this winter in Tampa. A no-show in the Florida Derby. Figures to have an impact in the early stages of the mile-and-a-quarter Kentucky Derby.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Friday night, now we have you covered. Kentucky Derby preview show. Andy will be here. Mig, Maggie Paul from Churchill Downs. Everything you need to know heading into the 148th Kentucky Derby. Who will make off with the hardware? Jam-packed 30 minutes. 20 horses in 30 minutes. Andy, think you can cover it?
Oh, I could. I just did a Derby preview. I just tweeted out the link to my handicapping video for the Derby in Oaks. So if you want to learn something about the race, Lafitte,
I'll make sure and watch that before we watch our Derby preview show, so I'm properly
so
prepared.
you'll know something for a change.
For a change.
Do your job for once.
Fox Sports 2 Kentucky Derby preview show Friday night, 6 Eastern. Horses on the track for the 5th maiden special weight. We start with Sailor's Return, Raylo Gutierrez.
Yeah, this horse has just had too many chances for me, but obviously a horse who can win.
James Jones need to be more professional during his race.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm a little skeptical of him, but the third-place finisher did improve in his next start.
Outsider, Alianabi by former Derby winner Nyquist.
Tries the turf for the first time, 1/2 that tried it, that did not win.
Twirling Blues, currently 7-1.
Long shot.
Corey Lannery in the saddle. Number 6, Sprinklehead, 10-race maiden, acting up on the track. Not what you want to see. You're going the wrong way.
He could be forward. He's a sprinter stretching out. He could be
They can get him to the gate. Whoa, look out.
You blame him?
Vintage year.
This horse was shut off at the start last time out. Saved ground after that. Didn't do much running. Maybe he'll improve for George Arnold. Rusty Arnold, second time on the turf.
Godolphin Blue, Field Marshal, as Maggie mentioned, watch him at the start.
He's had a lot of chances for me, but his last race is good enough to win here.
Enough already, the Tappet colt with Errata Ortiz.
Terrible price at 5-2, but I think the connections are looking forward to seeing him on the turf.
Luckman for Mark Casse.
He just looks like a bit of a plotter.
Adam Beschizza seeking a second win this afternoon. Urban Recovery. Ryan Hernandez aboard.
Ran well enough first time out that routine improvement second time out. This horse could be a player.
And towards the outside, a sticky issue there.
Yeah, his last race looks better than it was on paper than it actually was, saving ground on the inside. He was dragged back. I wonder if they'll look to be more forward in this race, as he does have speed.
Which, as you mentioned, is the big concern in terms of race shape. How things will unfold early in this mile and an eighth turf affair. Race to Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third all week long on every eligible race at Churchill, including the Kentucky Derby. Just download the Twin Spires app or head to twinspires.com. Available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. Race shape, a big theme for this 5th race, Churchill Downs, and as always in the Kentucky Derby, some more fuel to the fire when it was announced that Classic Causeway would run. Wire to wire in the Sam Davis, same in the Tampa Bay Derby, and then the Florida Derby where he broke sharp and then essentially stopped midway through the race. This is the good Classic Causeway. How fast he gets out of the blocks, Andy.
No, he's a very nice horse, and I think if the Derby doesn't turn out to be a totally disastrous move, I wouldn't be shocked if races like the Woody Stevens, the Alan Jerkins, he could be effective. He's not even remotely good enough to be effective in this race. You know, with all due respect, being the lights the horses he beat in Tampa with an absolutely perfect trip, walking on the front end, ain't getting the money in this year's Kentucky Derby. And Brian Lynch's trainer didn't appear to have any interest in running him here. And it's one that, if you read between the lines, seems like an owner's decision. Okay, they pay the bills, they want to run him, okay. But I don't think it's in the best interest of the horse to run this race, and I don't think he has a prayer to be effective. My guess, especially with Julian Leperoux being named to ride him, and I'm not one of these people who likes to beat up on Julian, but he's not a super aggressive rider. I wonder if we're going to see this horse showing extreme speed in this race.
You don't think that that'll be option A, B, and C, pedal to the metal?
I'll be very surprised if he's forward, because if he's super aggressively ridden and flies up front, I don't think he's going to have a particularly productive performance in here, and I wonder if it could hinder him going forward in his career. I like Classic Causeway, one of the last 3 of the last crop of Giants Causeway. I think he could turn out to be a good horse. I just think those races are going to be at 7 furlongs, like his debut at Saratoga. This horse cannot win this Kentucky Derby. He's not fast enough, not even remotely fast enough. And I'm going to be interested to see what the riding tactics are, because I'll bet they aren't as aggressive as he could be.
Oh, something to watch for right from the start of the Kentucky Derby with Classic Causeway. Maggie standing by live, Churchill Downs. Maggie, what about the change in equipment that we'll see for Classic Causeway in Saturday's Derby?
Well, we've seen Classic Causeway have the most success when he can be up front and clear, Paul. And a lot of times, horses that have the propensity to displace, it's when their epiglottis kind of gets blocked. They can't flip back that the flap that covers their epiglottis to get their air. That's why we see him, I think, more successful on the front end. So when he's gotten dirt kicked in his face or surrounded and pressured by other horses, we've seen him back up, like in the Florida Derby. Brian Lynch has said that he's going to put a drop nose band and a tongue tie. So therefore, to keep his tongue flat, his mouth closed, so it prevents him from flipping his palate.
Well, there's a lot of speed in this race, or a lot of horses that like to sort of do the same thing, that stalking kind of style. And if he doesn't break towards the front, this is something to take the blinkers off, to maybe to get him to relax a little bit and maybe rate off the pace. If he happens to land on the front end, he lands on the front end.
We'll see. He isn't quite fast enough, as Andy was saying, to get there naturally.
I'm with you.
Who knows? Maybe the change of equipment will do the trick. But, Paul, let's talk about number 2, James Jones, a horse I was seriously interested in. I just thought he ran well at Tampa, but just a bit green at the end of the day.
Yeah, you get Flavian Pratt aboard. Sammy Camacho was aboard that day at 3-1. And listen, they really crawled around the racetrack. And this horse was basically 11 lengths out of it, dead last, made a big move and just missed at the wire. Like I said, you get Flavian aboard. Chad's horses have been running. This one for Mr. Brandt. And right now, currently at 7-2, your second choice.
And, why take the favorite doing something he's never done before? So I'd much rather take James Jones with turf experience.
I'm absolutely with you. The 9 to me is a little confusing than his favorite. I like the 5 in here, Twirling Blues. We've seen already multiple horses go gate to wire. This is a horse that was 90-1 first time on the turf course, and obviously it's done the trick. He's gotten a lot better for Ian Wilkes. Blinkers went on last time. That made this horse have his best race he's ever had. I think he gets to the front end here, and he could keep on going.
He was sharp in the preliminaries, so indicating that he is likely to be up front. My long shot play in here, Paul, to get maybe a piece of it, is Ali Nabi, son of Nyquist, who continuously, his progeny are very good looking. But on the bottom side, the dam were on the turf in England. She hasn't produced much, but this guy definitely has a turf hoof.
Well, listen, if you're going to take the price right now at a big, juicy, let's see, where were we at now? 32-1. We've seen some shots here, long shots here. Again, turf course is wide open. The rails are down, so anything can happen. So I thought this was a confusing race, but as you can tell, Maggie and I are both against the favorite in here.
All right, maybe Lafitte, James Jones. He pulls off the very mild upset.
James Jones, 3-1. Yeah, one of those races, very little would surprise me here, Andy.
Yeah, I think, listen, maybe the favorites will win. Maybe they'll run 1-2, but it's a Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher situation where they're taking the money for the wrong reasons. And like I said, I'm not going to be surprised by results here, but I think you're supposed to bet against them and go from there, win or lose. I don't know really where to go in there. I don't really know who's going to be the speed. I see Paul's point about the 5. I'm just not confident he's a speed, and I'm also not confident he's good enough regardless. I don't know. Maybe the 11, second-time starter that didn't run that badly first time out. I don't think he's impossible in this race if I was looking for a price. But honestly, I thought it was extremely, extremely difficult to make a strong opinion here. I think Field Marshal, I think the 8 and 11 are probably my 2 best alternatives to the favorites.
It's difficult to have any conviction in terms of trying to predict what's going to happen in the end when it's so hard to decipher what's going to happen from the start.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That's why I liked it. At least, listen, you can try to have an idea of how it's going to be run and end up being wrong, but at least it gives you a starting point in your handicapping. Who benefits, who doesn't. This race, I have absolutely no idea. When you look at the time form pace projector, and it has a horse like the 12 who was determinedly dragged to the back of the pack last time, now breaks from an outside post where you'd think he has to be more aggressive. It has him in front. That says to me, I got no idea who's going to be in front in this race.
We'll see right from the start. I know you didn't think Twirling Blues, but as Paul mentioned, perhaps more aggressively ridden. And Maggie said that during the warm-up, Twirling Blues, Corey Lannery, those aggressive warm-ups that in many cases can result in more of an aggressive ride leaving the gate.
Sometimes. I found listening to it here, it seems to be random. I'm not saying it can't be the case. I think the pace track was the 5th fastest horse early. It doesn't mean he's not going to be in front in this race. Intention, we'll see how it turns out. I got to tell you, I'm perplexed. I'm a guy who likes to have opinions, and I don't really have one here, but I just think that the 2 favorites are very vulnerable.
Wide open. First look at grass racing this afternoon, maiden special weight. $120,000 purse. Who makes the lead? Who graduates? Travis Stone standing by with the call. It is post-time race 5 live from Churchill Downs.
Recovery and Sticky Issue. They're in the gate and they're off. Squeeze back at the start was enough already and is relegated to the back of the pack. Sticky Issue from the downside post bounces out near the top. Twirling Blues is there, so too Sprinklehead. These three across the track as they come by us for the first time. Sticky Issue in the clear, short lead. Sprinklehead in between. Twirling Blues at the rail. These three across the track with Vintage Year tracking from 4th. Luckman is away 5th. James Jones over to the inside racing in 6th. Ali Anabi is 7th alongside of that one. A break of 4 back to Urban Recovery in 8th. Field Marshal is 9th. Enough already after that stumbling beginning there, racing second to last. And at the back is Sailor's Return, about 10 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter goes in 23 seconds flat. They've been down to the backstretch run now. Sprinklehead going head-to-head with Twirling Blues. Twirling Blues through to the inside, back in front. Sprinklehead sharing the lead with that one, and they've sped off to lead by 2.5. Sticky Issues on the outside of Vintage Year. They're together 3rd and 4th. Luckman is cruising along in 5th, only 5 lengths off the lead. James Jones is 6th and down toward the rail. Ali Anabi's racing in 7th. Urban Recovery is 8th. Field Marshal 9th. Enough already in Sailor's Return. They're onto the far turn now. Sprinklehead still going head-to-head with Twirling Blues. Right there is Vintage Year crying out for racing room. Sticky Issues coming on 3 wide. James Jones is coming on 4 wide. Luckman's coming on 5 wide. Field Marshal's coming on 6 wide. Off the turn into the stretch. It's wide open. Sticky Issue. James Jones powers up on the outside and takes charge. James Jones to the front. Sticky Issue fights on. Field Marshal's now 3rd, trying to close in. And then it's Vintage Year down toward the rail. Down to the final 16th. James Jones in front by 2. Sticky Issue giving chase to James Jones. James Jones scores by 2.5 on the wire. Sticky Issue was 2nd. Vintage Year was 3rd. And Field Marshal was 4th.
Learned a lot in that one race. Maggie pointed out how inexperienced he looked. Kind of unconventional out there. Today, he put it all together. And when it counted, James Jones switches over to his right lead there, accelerates, and puts away this field to graduate in his 2nd career start for owner Peter Brandt, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt.
Flavian Pratt and Chad Brown have been in the winner's circle at Churchill Downs before. Domestic spending last year. They're hoping to be there Saturday, but they'll take this one as well. He got it done more professional. The 12 got himself more in the race. Sticky Issue, finished 2nd, but no doubt about the winner.
We're trying to figure out who was going to make the lead, and the 12 looked like he could have made the lead if he wanted it.
Weird.
Broke sharp and then kind of wrangled back going into the first
turn. Yeah, but at the end of the day, I think he finished the best he could have in finishing 2nd in this race, so it was a good ride. He was just 2nd best.
We're going to see those guys win a lot of races together here in New York. Brandt, Brown, Pratt, and Brown teaming up with Zandon. We'll take a deep breath, pause, joined by new networks.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a top performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
This is America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Welcoming in our viewers on Bally SoCal alongside Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Live coverage from Churchill Downs. We're here at Belmont Park and getting closer and closer to two of the biggest days in North American thoroughbred racing. Kentucky Derby 148 on Saturday. Tomorrow, biggest race for 3-year-old fillies in North America, the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, the Kentucky Oaks is a funny race because it's really not the most historic. That would be the Alabama at Saratoga. And races like the Coaching Club, our Mother Goose, these races around longer. But over the last few years, I think the Kentucky Oaks picked up a lot of steam, and it's really turned into sort of the filly edition of the Kentucky Derby, and that so many horses are specifically pointing for those races. And it comes up an excellent race. There are a lot of contenders in here. I like the horse in the rail, though, for Wayne Lucas.
For Wayne Lucas, Secret Oath last took on the boys in the Arkansas Derby. Nest, the 5-2 morning line favorite. Echo Zulu, undefeated champion. She's been brilliant. Exciting addition, as always, in the run for the Lilies. Here at Belmont, horses on the track for the 5th on the Thursday program. $35,000 claimer, non-winners, 3 lifetime. Mile and a 16th, scratch number 3, Purple Hearted main track only. 2-1 favorite, Land Biscuit drawn inside.
I'm not surprised by the betting in here, Lafitte, and I don't think you are either. It's hard to feel very confident about anybody. I'm not taking 2-1 on Land Biscuit. I picked him second. Don't love his recent form, but the drop down should help him. I'm trying the 8 front man, but without a lot of confidence.
Today's front man at Belmont has been Jose Lezcano, trying for a 3rd straight on Land Biscuit. There's El Mayor at 9-1, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, no, we'll see what happens. 1-2 straight. Lezcano. El Mayor is a half to a very nice turf horse in City Man, who's a player in our Fort Marcy this weekend.
Loaded Joe, there he is, the gray, and Jose Gomez.
Yeah, he seems like a super long shot. I don't think he'd get the distance even if he was good enough.
Another gray, another super long shot, 22-1. Spectator list in Luis Cardenas.
Yeah, you know, his turf races aren't terrible. It feels like he'll be forward. I don't know if at the end of the day he's quite good enough, but he's supposed to be the speed along with Just in Time for Wine.
Another gray / roan. You saw B here for Jonathan Thomas.
Yeah, he's a wild card. He feels like on a horse, if he takes a lot of money, he could win. He was virtually eased last time after a super wide trip against much tougher.
Mentioned Just in Time for Wine and the speed, then Frontman quickly blew on by. Great workout on the outside. Javier Castellano, he'll be on a flight to Louisville tonight.
Yeah, great workout, ran against much better horse last time. I think he gives the appearance he did some running. I didn't really think he did any, but he's not impossible. Frontman got a crazy wide trip last time. I think he'll get a better trip from Trevor McCarthy, and I preferred him.
Good race, competitive race. 5th at Belmont. Late pick 5 gets underway here. No better time to join us here at Naira Bets. You join today, receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Get back to the favorite, and Lamb Biscuit, trying to duplicate what he was able to do. It was back in December at Gulfstream Park. Lamb Biscuit, his last victory launching from about mid-pack.
Actually, I pulled this replay up because I knew I'd be on the air with you. And I know that nobody loves the new synthetic course at Gulfstream more than you, Lafitte. And I thought, at least once while we're on together, I want to get a replay from synthetic track. And this is his last win on the synthetic. I don't know what to make of it. I don't think Bill Mott knows what to make of him. I think at this point, Bill Mott's just thinking, I got to try to find a spot I can run this guy in where he can win. And it's even if he doesn't, he found the right spot because he's 2-1.
2-1
It's
here.
up to Land Biscuit
in
now
Lamb
to get
Biscuit,
it done.
Acacia is with us, and Mott, who had a win at Churchill Downs with a baby Yoda. Acacia, your thoughts on Lamb Biscuit here, who is 2-1, just about reach post time?
I spent a lot of time handicapping those synthetic races on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream Park this winter, and this was a horse that actually struck me as one that kind of looks like a synthetic horse. He's a very narrow type. He's not an overly type of turf individual. He's a horse that I actually think prefers that Tapeta surface, and you might have noticed in that replay that he does tend to kind of run a little bit more of a high-headed type of action with him. Yes, I do think that the 1.5 mile race was just too far for him. This is the right spot. I just don't know at a short price if this is necessarily the horse that you may want in here. To the outside, the number 9, Great Workout. Yeah, I agree with Andy. He didn't really do too much last time out, but I like that he's drawn from the outside versus the inside of where he was posted last time out. He's such a big, long, and stretchy type of horse, and you notice that in that race last time out, he got off slowly from the inside. I think being drawn to the outside may actually suit him better, giving him a chance to kind of get into stride, get his feet underneath of him under Javier Castellano. He's after grade 1 place Mo Reddy, who was good on the turf. Physically, he looks like a horse who should like the grass. So I like him sticking on the surface and distance. The number 6 Be Here, the wild card in here, gets cheaters, very, very short cut blinkers back on after that allowance race at Keeneland last time, which was a very tough race. He seemed really keen in between horses early, fighting his rider, never settled, never saw the rail. It's tough to lose ground and expend a lot of energy early on. He was pretty focused and professional in the preliminaries here. He does stack up with these. We'll see what kind of trip he gets as we send it up to track announcer John Imbriel with the call of race 5 at Belmont.
They're all in line. And they're off. Loaded Joe out for the early lead, just in time for Wine and Spectatorless. Those two gain quickly on Loaded Joe. So it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. They've opened up 4.5 lengths on Frontman, who is racing in 4th. Be Here is next in 5th, followed by El Mayor in 6th. Land Biscuit is 7th at this point, and Great Workout is the trailer. They are moving up the backstretch in a 3-pronged battle up front. Loaded Joe, Spectatorless, just in time for Wine, the quarter in 22-1. They've got 10 lengths on Frontman, who sits back in 4th. And then comes Be Here in 5th, followed by El Mayor, then Land Biscuit, and at the back is Great Workout. As they approach the far turn, down on the inside, Loaded Joe with a narrow lead. Spectatorless is in between horses, just in time for Wine on the outside. About 6 or 7 lengths to a Frontman, who's running in 4th. Followed next by Be Here, then El Mayor and Land Biscuit. Now Loaded Joe gets away to lead by 2 lengths. Just in time for Wine in 2nd. Here comes Frontman on the outside. Here comes Be Here. El Mayor is getting into contention. And on the far outside is Land Biscuit. 3/4 in 1:10-1. And Be Here is right there. Be Here has taken over the lead and spurts clear. It's Be Here in front by 5. Land Biscuit has moved into 2nd. Then El Mayor. They're coming on for the finish. A no doubt about it winner here. Be Here won by 7. Then Land Biscuit and El Mayor.
Race looked competitive on paper. In the end, mismatch. Be Here, Augustin, Jonathan Thomas, Manny Franco, closing 7-2, the winner in this 5th race at Belmont to kick off the late pick 5.
When Jonathan Thomas's horses are alive, they win in bunches, they get bet, and they run impressively. And this is a horse, as I pointed out, was wide last time, and John Velasquez basically eased him when he had no chance in the stretch. There was no reason to be riding him. It wasn't Johnny the right thing, obviously, and now he drops down and he finds easier competition. Big surprise, buried the field.
Oddly run race early on?
Yeah, it's unusual to see 3 horses get involved. And it felt like when the number 4, Loaded Joe, got engaged as well, you knew that pace was going to collapse. This horse was a no doubt about it winner. Nobody else ran particularly well in here. And I think the 9 Great Workout is kind of a lesson for people. It appears he ran well, a 76 buyer, the best figure he ever ran. He finished 4th. They're better horses. but he really didn't do any running. Turf races, sometimes it looks like you did running, but when you're beaten 7-8 lengths, you really didn't. And the nature of turf racing will make it appear like you did. In today's race, one horse did some running, and that was still there. To be here, excuse me.
Non-factor, great workout in this one. 6'1", 2'8", all by himself. As Johnny I said, about 7. Be here with Manny Franco. In the 5th race, Belmont Park results when we come back. Meanwhile, tomorrow, Raylo Gutierrez, he's riding in the Kentucky Oaks, Hidden Connection. Saturday to make his Kentucky Derby debut on the deep closing gray, Barber Road. Last gray to win a Derby, deep closing gray, Giacomo at 50-1 in 2005. You're watching America's Day at the Races from Belmont Park, Churchill Downs.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
So glad you could join us on America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Keisha making her way into the paddock for the Paddock Report for the upcoming 6th race. Meantime, be here. Manny Franco for Jonathan Thomas and those famed Augustin colors. Made it look all too easy.
Yeah, and we've seen Jonathan Thomas have sort of explosions, the Belmont meeting in particular, in recent years. So watch out for his runners. Got that race under his belt at Keeneland. Prep race for this, over his head, wide trip. Perfect trip here, but absolutely destroyed the field. And I'm not going to be surprised when we look at the next 3 runners from Jonathan Thomas and at least 2 of them win. Keep an eye on the stable. They get hot here.
Hot right now. Be here. Second winner on our show by Go Sapper, Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Horse of the Year, Grade 1 winner from distances of 7/8 of a mile to 1.25 miles, never on grass, but Be Here by Go Sapper. Effective on grass, second lifetime win on the turf course. 6-1-2, race 5, kicking off the late pick 5 here at Belmont Park. Shifting gears back to Churchill Downs on this eve of the Kentucky Oaks. Race number 6.
I like a horse here.
What do you like?
The number 5, Beyblader. I think this horse comes out of a...
Never mind the name, I like the price.
His debut was a dirt race, and that's a super live field. Horses have come out of that race to run much better. The fifth horse proved 19 points. I think it was the fifth of the speed. The fourth horse proved 12. No, the one horse improved 19 points. I'm not sure. The fourth horse improved 12. The fifth horse improved 17 points. I think that was a super live race. They ran him on turf in his next start, wrong surface. Back to the right one, drops down, winner.
$75,000 maiden claimer next at Churchill Downs. Maggie, that's how Andy sees the race on paper. What are you seeing up close and personal in the paddock there at the Downs?
Well, Lafitte, people seem to be honing. Sorry, I looked up because the skies don't look great here. But people seem to be focusing in on the one. And speaking of looking great, he does. That is Big Blue Line. You know, he was kind of chasing a pretty quick pace as he does drop down here, gets back to what is now a fast track. He just, honestly, he looks like the horse to beat. He has the credentials of running okay enough at a tougher level at this distance. He looks like a horse that wants to run longer, and he fits the bill here. But I do want to talk about a horse who has an interesting equipment change in more ways than one, and that's number 8, Defied, who does receive the ultimate equipment change and coming back as a gelding as he'll make his first start for Johnny Ortiz. It says blinkers on, but what this horse is actually wearing is basically so on his left eye, there's nothing. There's no cup, nothing at all. On his right eye, it's completely blacked out. And I spoke to Johnny, and he said that this horse had an eye injury and that, you know, it obscured his vision and that he was not wanting to really put himself forward because he was worried about what he was seeing. Now he says taking away that vision actually has led to him producing some very nice workouts over at Keeneland. So we'll see what this guy does. I'm fine with him getting back to the dirt despite not running maybe quite as well at times, but he looks like a horse that should handle the dirt here. Maybe is one that prefers a wet track. Coming back, he looks fit enough, but he has gotten a touch hot. So that's always a bit of an indicator that a horse just might need a start. As we'll take a look at number 6, Gut Feeling, also a new gelding as Alstall owns and trains this one too. But on the turf for his first 2 starts, he's by Blame, who's just a versatile stallion all around. The Dam won a dirt sprint, and on the bottom side, albeit cheaper, but they are more dirt horses, and this guy looks like a dirt horse. He looks fantastic as well. I mean, that's typical of Alstall's horses, but he fits the bill of a horse that wants to run long on the dirt, Lafitte.
Saw Alstall there, Gut Feeling by Blame, right there at Churchill Downs, where he defeated Zenyatta, the only horse to have ever defeated Zenyatta in the 2010 Breeders' Cup Classic. Horses in the paddock for the $75,000 maiden claimer. Start of the Derby City 6. That's next from Churchill Downs as our coverage continues right here on America's Day at the Races. We'll be right back.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good crowd on hand. Derby week coverage continuing from Churchill Downs. This is America's Day at the Races. Gearing up for the Derby City 6 at Churchill, race number 6. $75,000 maiden claimer, mile and a 16th, 3-year-olds and older. And he likes number 5, Bay Blader, still getting 5-1.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I made a bet on him.
You sound excited about it.
I am.
Post parade.
I am. What would you want me to? Should I get more excited?
A little bit.
Okay.
Pump up
what would
the
you
volume.
like me to do?
Maybe he'll tell us why. What about the favorite here? Big Blue Line. Maggie liked what she saw, not just because he's a Maryland bred.
I have no idea why this horse is an overwhelming favorite. I'm not saying he can't win. He can, but he shouldn't be a big favorite.
He's a keeper. The number 3, Group 18, 7-race maiden.
Stretches out and drops for his second start for a trainer who doesn't have great numbers stretching.
The run-happy Gelding Bronze Halo at 8-1. Adam Beschizza looking for a second win.
Tries Turf for the first time. His pedigree says Turf on the dam side.
Get fired up. Andy's top pick here, Bay Blader.
It's the horse I wanted to bet all day today. I wanted to bet 2 horses at Churchill, I should say. The horse that ran second before, and I want to bet this horse. His dirt race he comes out of is a much better race looks, and he broke from a tough outside post.
Al Stahl's gut feeling all over the pony.
That's a little bit more dirt pedigree than turf, but I'm skeptical.
George Krikorian's dual threat for Belmont.
Had the apprentice, who I like, Elsa Morrison, riding first time out, could improve second time dropping for Belmont. I think he's a player.
Less is better, apparently, in terms of vision for Defied on the outside.
Yeah, I don't know what to think of this horse as the new gelding. We'll see. I didn't have a lot to say. He seems to run okay on the turf, but I think he's probably better on the turf, but maybe he'll run okay here.
Derby City 6, Churchill Field for the 6 in front of this big crowd. Race to that Twin Spires app where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third all week long on every eligible race at Churchill, including the Kentucky Derby. Just download the Twin Spires app or head to twinspires.com. Available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. All you had to do yesterday was wager on Raylu Gutierrez. 3 wins on the Wednesday program and a monster weekend coming up for Raylu. Riding Hitting Connection tomorrow afternoon in the Kentucky Oaks, Barber Road in the Kentucky Derby. It's the opportunity for Barber Road with Raylu. This is Barber Road in the Arkansas Derby, chasing home Cyberknife and having to encounter traffic and alter paths throughout the length of the stretch, Andy.
Raylu has ridden this horse extremely well in his last 2 starts, and he deserves a lot of the credit where he finished. The problem is he's simply not good enough to be competitive in this Derby, and he's the kind of horse that I think a lot of people mistakenly are going to say, oh, he keeps getting pieces here, more distance, et cetera, et cetera. Well, he's been in 2 straight contested pace races. He shouldn't have beaten the filly Secret Oath. She got a horrendous ride, and he gave her a terrific ride, and he just got up to beat her, and he's just not good enough and fast enough to beat these. And Raylu has ridden him superbly in those races. But here's my question. He's going to outclose Zandon. He's going to outclose Mo Donegal. I just don't see it happening.
Like he can hear what you're saying, Andy. Staring right through
He knows.
your
No,
soul.
he doesn't. He knows. He knows he's not good enough to win this race.
Why can't he be Steppenwolfer? Why can't he be Commanding Curve? Why can't he be one of these deep closers, a looking at Lee who picks up the pieces, a part of the super at a massive price?
Listen, anything is possible, but to me, you've got a Todd Pletcher and a Chad Brown horse that are far superior with the same running style as him. And nothing about his races suggests that he's better than he looks. He just isn't. He's a horse who's actually worse than he looks, oddly enough, because he's gotten fast paces to close into and sensational rides in his races. Now he's in a 20-year-old. Listen, not only do I think Raylu's a terrific young rider, he's a friend of mine. I think Raylu's a great guy. I'd love to see him do well in here. I'd love to be wrong about this horse and see him do well, but I don't see how he's possibly good enough to be competitive in this race. He's just not fast enough. What is going to happen to him that could be better than what's happened to him in his prior races.
I hear you. I just feel like in almost every year there is a
Weirdo
horse from far back who winds up. I'm not saying Giacomo winning it 50-1. I'm just saying one that doesn't necessarily figure on paper, that comes from far back at a big price, hits the board, completes the Super. Why can't it be him?
Well, okay, but I wonder how many of those Derbies had legitimate shorter-priced horses like Mo Donegal and Zandon that had a similar running style. That's the thing. You've got two clunk-up horses, and they're good.
Maggie and Frank standing by live Churchill Downs. Your guys' thoughts on Barber Road? Raylu Gutierrez making his Kentucky Derby debut.
Well, my thoughts on Raylu Lafitte is, Frank, I think he could take our jobs.
Yeah,
I mean, he's doing
great.
pretty good riding, but he's got that TV personality.
He's just got that natural smile. He's got a sitting smile, you know, and he's such a nice kid. He won 3 races yesterday, so he's coming into the Derby with a lot of confidence. I actually sat with John Ortiz and the owners the other night at the trainers' dinner, and they were a lovely bunch of people. I wish him the very best. I wish Barber Road the very best. He does have more experience than a lot of horses. You know, he's had like 8 starts, and he is running at them all the time. And hey, I stood here watching Mind That Bird, so I know anything can happen, Maggie.
That is true. I wouldn't necessarily back Barber Road. He's just hasn't gotten it done. He hasn't beaten some of the horses that he maybe should have, but I respect him because I can't help but like the connection.
Yeah, and John Ortiz won 2 races yesterday, and you know, he has a lot of experience. He used to work for a lot of the bigger guys in the horse business.
Yeah, and they'll be teaming up here with number 8 on the outside, Defied. Now, I talked about, did you see what he had on his head, the equipment? He's got his right eye completely blacked out and covered because he had an eye injury that Johnny said was affecting the way he was traveling.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Now I do. But so it's on the outside, so therefore it's probably better off that he's drawn outside. He'll be able to see the rest of the company. It's actually the first start for Johnny Ortiz here today, who's winning at 19% on the year with 23 winners now. 25 actually because of yesterday, and this horse the first time gelding gets blinkers on. You see that work, most previous work, 59-1, best of 20 at Keeneland. That gives me an indication that he's ready to go.
Maybe we'll see him forward too?
I think so.
All right, and number 7, Dual Threat, I thought would be a shorter price, is kind of drifting down as we approach post. Dual Threat didn't do much running in that debut, but it was a much tougher spot.
Much tougher spot. It was won by Todd Pletcher of Curlin called Bright Future, who looked like he had a bright future. And he has not come back to run. Logico is a violence horse of Anthony Sanos. He's a decent horse. Julian rode him once to a 4th place finish down in Gulfstream. Thought he was a nice horse, but he was no match for Bright Future. Either was Dual Threat. Dual Threat gets Umberto Rispoli off of Andrea Morrison, riding him first time out. She's a 7-pound claimer, and Umberto Rispoli, obviously a very talented rider.
And he looked great. He was really fit, ready to go in his second start. Then what are your thoughts on number 1, who, Big Blue Line, he's held steady at favorite?
Well, you see that race he ran against Creative Minister last time out. That's from the Kenny McPeak barn. He won at Keeneland, beating him a horse called Phantom Spirit, I think it is, who ran yesterday for Todd Pletcher, ran 4th in the maiden special weight here at Churchill. It was a decent maiden special weight, won by Brendan Walsh. Todd's horse finished 4th, being about 8 lengths in that race. So I don't know what to say about this horse. You know, he's gone off 12-1, 109-1, and 65-1. And today I'm not going to take 4-1.
I think you might be. Oh, there's a lot going on here. There was a hat toss going on. Somebody dropped their hat off the balcony, Lafitte.
Paul just took his top off.
Paul's stripping down here. It's getting ugly, Lafitte.
It's still Thursday. Like, what are they going to be doing for Oaks and Derby, Andy, the first time in 3 years? There have been no restrictions in terms of attendance for the biggest races of the year at Churchill Downs.
You're just making me feel better and better about deciding not to go. I really appreciate that. You're sort of lifting my spirits here. Excited to have, obviously all of us, every one of us and everything we did, and during the pandemic are excited that things are back to a relative sense of normalcy. You think about Saratoga last year and having the crowds back, how much fun that was. So we're looking forward to having 50,000 here for the Belmont Stakes. Nobody 2 years ago, 11,000 last year. So
how bizarre was that? I wasn't here for that.
I was talking to Manny Franco in the winner's circle. Literally. He was in the winner's circle below us. There was nobody here. Could hear him down there, and we were talking to Manny from up in the set, 3 floors up.
That's just amazing.
It's similar to what would have happened the day American Pharoah won, when you could easily hear what everybody was saying, whoever they were at the track. It was really wild. It was great to be here, but it was sad.
The Derby in September, a couple of years, just eerie. And for that reason, the fans, a greater sense of appreciation and why today's races. The big crowd tomorrow, massive crowd expected for the Oaks. And on Saturday, of course, for the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. It is post-time start of the Derby City 6. Travis Stone standing by with the call from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Group 18, good beginning toward the inside. Gut feeling is there. Defied for that outside post, and Big Blue Line for that inside post races up as well. Into the clubhouse turn they go, and it's Big Blue Line down inside, cutting the corner and grabbing the upper hand. Defied runs up into second. Group 18 is now third. Beyblader's keyed up in between, advancing up from fourth. Gut feeling is fifth on the outside. He's a keeper, settles in toward the rail sixth, and then it's Dual Threat in seventh, and Bronze Halo settles in at the back about 6 lengths off the lead. Turning to the backstretch run, the opening quarter goes in a composed 24 seconds flat. The pace is moderate, and it's Big Blue Line showing the way down the backstretch run. Defied is tracking intently from second. Group 18 is tucked away third and toward the rail. Gut feeling continues on in the clear while fourth. Beyblader's in between horses fifth and now 4 lengths off the lead. He's a keeper sixth and toward the rail. Dual Threat still at the back with Bronze Halo. The half-mile time in 48 2/5 seconds, and Big Blue Line continues to roll along up top as they round the far turn. Defied is cranking up the pressure now. Here comes Defied after that one. Gut feeling is set down 3 wide while third. Group 18 is fourth and toward the rail. Beyblader's in a full-out drive fifth while going wide at the quarter pole. They hit the top of the stretch. Big Blue Line is off the turn. Confident ride. Gut feeling runs up into second, brushing with Defied. Beyblader still has a shot outside. Group 18 coming through toward the rail, but Big Blue Line with something left. Something left indeed. Opens up by 3. Big Blue Line all the way up top, finishing full of run. Joe Talamo with a heads-up ride to score by 4 in the end. Beyblader was second. Gut feeling was third. It's tight for fourth. Dual Threat or Group 18.
Heads up ride is right, Travis Stone. Joe Talamo, Big Blue Line. The Maryland-bred graduates in his 4th career start, closing as the tepid 3-1 favorite.
Well, I don't know how you could have expected this horse to be in the front end. Not that he's slow, but he's a keeper, was dueling in 22 in his debut in a 6-furlong race, and he was back in last. And the 4 Bronze Halo as well. So once this horse was able to dictate a slow pace, this race was over a half mile in the race, if not earlier than that. I think my 5 ran 5 to be second. I couldn't beat this field with that pace.
Running away and hiding. Results coming up, 1-5-6, Big Blue Line. Churchill here at Belmont, right in time for the post-parade race 6. More maidens, maiden special weight, 7 furlong sprint. Sharpoon would be a big surprise.
Yeah, he's a rank outsider in here in a very tough spot. He'll probably be 3 times that price by post time.
Not so much for Sakoon, contender for Shadwell Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I liked his first race. He had trouble at the start, and he clipped heels badly in a very oddly run start race. And then he picked up a lot of ground as the race was falling apart, but I picked him here.
Capone, defeated favorite in his debut at Aqueduct.
They bet a little on him again. They must have bet him for a reason. Will he show it today? He didn't show it first time.
High-profile connections. Stuart Janney, Breakwater for Shug McGahee, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, he's a flatterer with a turf dam family, so it's sort of a problem. Ran well enough first time that he should be the favorite.
Shreveport, debuting colt, Godolphin, Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
Multiple Grade 1 winning dam. She's a full to Lake Avenue, who's a stakes winner for Bill Mott and Godolphin. They're not betting this one, and there were tips on this horse, but this horse not getting bet.
The connections in this race. Centennial, there's Mugged debuting colt for Jimmy Jerkins.
No money for this horse first time out. Can't be a good sign.
Baltasar to complete the field.
He's a maiden claimer, but he's run buyer figures that are fast enough to be competitive here. I won't be surprised if he gets a piece.
Looking forward to this one. 7 of them, maidens, in the upcoming 6th race. Belmont Park, No better time to join us at Naira Bets than now. Join today, receive a $25 free bet for the Derby. New members also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com, to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Another look at Breakwater. Saw those colors in the Derby winner's circle. Orb, Breakwater. He has some work to do. This was his debut at Gulfstream. What'd you make of the effort there? Stalking, ready to pounce top of the stretch.
The winner was a speed, was a Belmont second-time starter. I thought the race was fair. I don't have any knock on him. Chugmie's horses will often improve in their second or third starts as maidens. He ran fast enough. I don't see any reason that he's not a logical horse in here. I didn't pick him on top. I picked Sakun on top, but I don't have anything negative to say about him. He got a little tired at the end, but it was a 7-furlong first-time starter. Now he's a second-time starter going 7 furlongs. The results could be much, much different.
Javier Castellano aboard, riding for Shug McGahee. He will ride for McGahee in the Oaks. Number 2, Sakun. Shadwell colors for Todd Pletcher, his debut. We go back to the start. What happened here with Sakun, and Kendrick Carmouche rides today, rode him in his debut.
Well, the winner of this race lost the irons at the start, and actually another rider helped Manny Franco get back into the irons. But while that stuff was going on, he clipped heels, and you see how quickly he dropped out, the result of clipping heels. I'm not saying he has speed, but he's not that slow. Now, I think it's a feather the cap of Patient Capital 1 that he actually hung around at the end because this race was really collapsing, and that fell into Sakun's lap. But it's impossible to watch that and not say this horse was dramatically compromised, and there is an argument he could have won. What bothers me a little, didn't take a lot of money first time out. But keep in mind, the winner, Aklarovich, Chad Brown, first time starter, did take a lot of money. So there has to be some room there. I think he's going to run well in here, and it's hard to imagine him having a worse start, but you don't want to speak too soon.
And Acacia have to appreciate the fact that he stuck to his task, Sakun, that he would have had every reason to throw in the towel, after that start, especially in just his first career start.
Absolutely, Luffy. It's never easy for any horse to start a race like that, let alone a first-time starter. Now, we always do see jockey Kendrick Carmouche take his horses away from the pony and give them a good solo warm-up. He was aggressive with this guy, though. Took him right from the pony, very, very strong in the warm-up. So I do agree with what Andy said about him potentially being more forwardly placed in here. Now, when he broke last time, he broke fine. He didn't necessarily break quick, so I would expect to see him be a little bit more strongly handled from the gate today, but he looks very fit, second time out, very, very professional, and I do like the extra furlong for him going 7. Now, talking about a couple of first-time starters, the number 5, Shreveport, given what I had heard about this horse, I thought he for sure would be the favorite. To me, this is cold on the board, and he looks like what I was afraid of. He looks like he wants to go longer. He also looks like he's completely lacking focus. He does debut with blinkers on. He's by Tappet, and sometimes, especially the gray ones, these Tappets, they can be a little distracted, maybe a little bit skittish prior to their races, just really not clued in with what's going on, and that's everything that I've seen from Shreveport. Massive pedigree, of course, Lake Avenue is also the half to multiple graded stakes place marking. The Dam, who was very good, she's a sister to Grade 1 winner Ronaldo the Wizard, who won the Golden Shaheen. So there's a lot of pedigree for this horse to be good. I just think that he wants to go a little bit longer, and mentally he needs to come along and kind of figure out what this whole racing thing is. But he's a beautiful son of Tappet, maybe just one to watch moving forward. The number 6, another first-time starter, Mugged, who sold for $140,000 as a yearling for Jimmy Jerkins. This one has actually a very big pedigree on the bottom side too, back in the second and third generations. He's one that I think also mentally is still kind of figuring things out. He looks fit enough. He looks like he's well suited to sprint. He has some good muscle to him. Also debuts with shortcut blinkers on. He never looked very comfortable in the preliminaries, kind of swishing his tail, just not really seeming very settled. And he has actually settled a lot nicer now on the track after that warm-up with Trevor McCarthy. He is an athletic type, but one that I just want to see after a start for fitness. As far as fitness goes, the 4 Breakwater, I was astounded by the improvement from race 1 to 2 for him. There is a lot of turf. In fact, the Dam, Quiet Harbor, Grade 3 winner, very good on grass, and all of her 6 foals have been turf winners, including In the Lee, who was stakes placed. This guy doesn't necessarily look like a turf horse. My notes from his debut down at Gulfstream said that he was about 80% fit. He looked like he was kind of towering above the rest of the field, maybe would want to go a little bit longer. Seeing him in comparison to these, though, I actually really like him sticking at the 7 furlongs, but he's just so much more fit, so much more focused. He has that intensity, too, that kind of fire-breathing energy, as Javier Castellano warmed him up out there on track. Definitely taking that proverbial Shug McGahee step forward, Lafitte.
Locked in, focused, Breakwater, the 2-1 favorite. Andy, I wanted to ask you about the first-time starter, Shreveport, mugged in these scenarios. Let's say that you had a strong opinion about a first-time starter in an upcoming race. Relatively cold on the board, as Shreveport and mugged are, as Acacia mentioned. How much does that impact your opinion for that race?
It depends. It depends why I like him. Did I get a tip from somebody that's reliable? Did I see his workouts or something? I'm not that scared about it. Maybe, it was a mistake in the morning line. David Aragona makes our line as a fabulous job. He said to me, I kind of guessed on this horse and thought he'd be bet more heavily than he was. He's not. I'm not sure. I still used him. I used 2-4-5 to start up my pick 4 in this race. I fortunately didn't play the pick 5 because I would be dead, but I used 2-4-5 to start a pick 4.
See how it all unfolds. Late pick 4 here in the 6th race. Belmont Park Maiden, 7/8 of a mile. Beautifully bred, Shreveport. Big fan of her. His 7th Street Grade 1 winner. Mugged steps forward, all set for his career debut. John Ambrial standing by with the call. Post time for the 6th live Belmont Park.
They're in the gate. And the rough. Baltazar from the extreme outside. Capone quickly moves on through to grab the lead. Baltazar runs in second. And Breakwater not far behind in third. On his outside is Shreveport next in fourth. And then it's 3 lengths. Back to Sakoon, who runs in fifth, followed by Sharpoon. And at the back is Mugged in 7th. Capone is the leader here by 1.5 lengths, with Baltazar in second and the quarter one in 22 and 2. Breakwater next in third, about 3.5 lengths off the lead. Shreveport, first-time starter on the outside, runs in fourth. It's 3 lengths. Back to Sakoon, who's in fifth, 7 or 8 lengths from front-running Capone, who has a narrow lead over Baltazar. Breakwater just in behind in third. The half was 45 and 2. On the inside, it's Capone. On the outside, it is Baltazar. They come to the top of the stretch together with Breakwater in third. On the outside, it is Baltazar. On the inside, Capone continues to battle on with Breakwater being asked for more in third as they pass the 3/16 pole. It is still Capone and Baltazar. Baltazar and Capone. It'll be between these two as they race past the 16th pole. Baltazar narrowly. Capone on the inside. And it will be Baltazar to break his maiden, going 7 furlongs. Capone runs second. Farther back, it was Shreveport and Sakoon.
Back-to-back wins. Manny Franco, one on grass, one on dirt. Baltazar wears down Capone in deep stretch of the 6th race at Belmont Park.
Big pedigrees, expensive purchase prices. And Horacio De Paz claimed Baltazar last time for $40,000.
Funny how that works.
$25,000 weanling purchase beats them all. We know why Capone got bet last time. He ran today, but he wasn't quite good enough to beat Baltazar, who was a short price, relatively speaking.
5-1. Top of the stretch, we have a horse race. Baltazar engages Capone. Capone, Dylan Davis goes to work and responds. Just in the end, too much Baltazar and Manny Franco.
Yeah, a strong ride by Manny Franco, outgaming Dylan Davis on Capone. They both ran, and the rest of them, I don't care. It doesn't matter what happens to Sakoon at the start. He's just slow. And Breakwater, he couldn't have gotten a better trip under Javier. He backed up and I think finished 5th. And I was told that Shreveport was a rocket ship. And every time you get that tip on a first-time start, they say it's a rocket ship. When you watch the race, you think, I hope I'm never on that rocket.
He was second.
He
Not
was
a rocket ship, but
no, he
second,
finished.
leaving the gate.
It was fourth down the backstretch.
Was he fourth down the
Yeah, he's the slowest rocket ever. He's like the bottle rocket that you light that just sort of fizzles along the ground, right?
Done.
You've
paid
had
for
those.
this.
We've all had those.
I paid for this. 7-3-5-2 here at Belmont Park. We'll have those results shortly. Andy and I stepping aside. Can't do so without asking you about your Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby selection.
I tape Derby and Oaks preview videos. They've been tweeted by me, by Naira Bets. They're available on the Naira YouTube channel.
You're going to make them go look for it.
You've got to watch them. You got to do. I did some work. You do the work.
It's a Barber Road Classic Causeway Exacta. Cold.
No, that's your pet. That's your opinion, Lafitte.
It's going to make him go look for it. That'll wrap things up for Andy and myself. Look forward to seeing you next time. Greg and the Mig coming up next. And the California horses. How about Teva? Trying to win the Derby in his third career start. Justify one in his fourth. And Messier lost some of his steam by Teva in the Santa Anita Derby. How strong are the Californians headed to the 148th Kentucky Derby? You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races on this Thurby, as we are just 2 days away from Kentucky Derby 148, and we're always proud to be brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Welcome back to the show live here at Churchill Downs. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Paul LaDuca. And Paul, the West Coast contingency here, they have been very powerful in the last several years, the last decade to boot. They send in Teva and Messier, both of which, the 1-2 finishers coming out of the Santa Anita Derby.
And I think they're both very, very good, very, very talented. If you look at Messier was touted from the beginning. He was favorite in all first of his 5 starts, and at the, in the Robert B. Lewis sort of his coming out party when he won by 15 lengths, couple months off, and then he faces his stablemate in the Santa Anita Derby, a horse that's run 6 furlongs, goes to 1.1 miles, which is very, very tough to do, and gets beat with only 1 start, a son of Gunrunner in Teva. They're both very talented. The sky's the limit with Teva. Is this too soon for him? And Messier is very, very fast. Is he polished enough, or did he need that last race?
sometimes I wonder with Messier, now he has John Velasquez on his back. We'll see what the Dubai horse does. Summer is tomorrow because he's quick. But John Velasquez, he takes nothing away from his horses, and he will, I think, send Messier away from there. He's drawn more in towards the inside with the 6 post here. I think Messier could be dangerous if he gets loose. But I do think he's a horse that sulks a bit when in amongst other horses or when he gets headed. Sky's the limit for Taba, yes. Living up to that 1.7 purchase price. But there's question marks. He didn't get started till late. He only has 1 work and a blowout here yesterday coming into this Derby.
You know, I was able to catch up with Mike Smith. And listen, the first thing I wanted to ask him, where's his mind at? Obviously, with only 2 starts. He goes, Paulie, he's a very, very good gate horse. I'm a little bit worried we're going to be sitting in the gate for a little longer than we want to, where they're loaded. But he thinks he's going to break in a straight line, and we're going to find out. He's ultra, ultra talented. But to try to win this race after 2 starts, you have to be ultra, ultra talented. And there's a lot of other horses in this race. I do think he'll make a good account of himself, though.
Yeah, he is a horse with tactical speed. And look, Justified, he went on to win the Triple Crown with 3 races coming into this Kentucky Derby. We'll see if Taba can do it in 2 as we welcome in Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori to the set. Guys, I hope it's a lot more quiet at Belmont than it is here at Churchill.
Oh, we want that atmosphere. You are in it. We're jealous of you all. It's going to be a fun weekend at every racetrack really across the country when you have these kind of races coming up. It's so interesting. And they were talking about Taba. He's one of the – I mean, there's so many interesting horses in this race, but he's one of the most because he is coming in, probably been the most brilliant, but he's only started twice. He has no foundation. We don't know what we're going to get, but he's run the fastest race of anyone.
He's brilliant, and there's no doubt about his talent. We're not questioning his talent, but to win the Kentucky Derby in just your 3rd start, and to put it in perspective, in his first start, he faced 7 rivals. His second start, he faced 6 rivals. He's facing 19 rivals in 1 race, more than he did in 2 races. He's going to see a lot of different circumstances. You know, Paul LeDuc, a tremendous ball player, all-star, phenomenal. I was watching some of his highlights on YouTube when he threw 2 guys out back-to-back. One guy tried to sneak behind him, and he tagged him out. Still played Little League, then played probably in high school, and then probably played, you know, Pony League and so on, minor league ball, until he made it to the majors. There's a progression. I think it's the same with horses. There's got to be a progression. Taba, brilliant. I don't see the progression.
Start number 3. That is a massive ask if he were able to pull that off, a Kentucky Derby in start number 3, going 1.25 miles. Let's take a look at what we still have coming up on America's Day at the Races. We're at race 7 at Belmont, about 23 minutes away. Fast and firm here in New York. Start of the late pick 3. And at Churchill Downs, still plenty to come, including 3 stakes races. The opening verse, Kentucky Juvenile for those 2-year-olds, and the Unbridled Sidney all ahead there, fast and firm today on this Thursday afternoon. Kentucky Derby week in Louisville as well. Back here in Belmont, race 6 kicked off the late pick 4. Looked like a wide open race going in, and a horse who was actually jumping up in class. $40,000 maiden claiming race last time out. He got a big figure in that race, and now we could see why Horatio De Paz and company decided to move this horse up into a maiden special weight.
Yeah, and then those outside posts, especially going 7-8, such an advantage, getting the race the right way. Manny Franco, such a strong finisher, all of that on display here. Horatio De Paz does terrific work, and big improvement from Capone, who took a lot of money on debut, came back as a gelding, first-time Lasix, and really ran as hard as he could, just came up second best to Balthasar.
Race 7 next, 6 furlongs over the inner turf. Entry-level allowance group. Wide open race here. Right now, the favorite, High Front, horse coming in from Gulfstream for Jonathan Thomas, who in his debut, he went 5 furlongs on the grass, won by 6.5 furlongs. That's almost impossible to win by that kind of margin going that short on the lawn.
Just don't have enough time to put that kind of separation on a field of horses. So it's really obviously how talented he is.
Will that Gulfstream South Florida form, though, hold up here coming to New York for High Front? Right now, the betting public believes it will. Back at Churchill Downs, race 7, about 21 minutes away. It's a 6 furlong sprint. First allowance condition as well, with a great crowd on hand with the Oaks Day tomorrow.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Our program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting, now standing at Claiborne Farm. The 7th next here under the Twin Spires starts the late pick 5. 6 furlong sprint in the 8-5 favorite, Downtown Abbey, not Downton Abbey. Start with Ursulina, though, from the rail.
Ursulina, 1 for 13. Wayne Lucas at Churchill Downs. Tried turf last time. Has a couple of races that are good enough on the dirt.
Could be a big weekend for D. Wayne Lucas. Social Dilemma, 4-year-old debut coming up.
4-year-old debut, turning back in distance when she ran in November a mile. Should intensify her turn of foot.
Love of My Heart, Raylu Gutierrez ride, 7-1.
Raylu Gutierrez, 3 wins yesterday, coming into the Derby on a high.
The filly to beat on the board right now. Her debut, she was dominant, won by 6.5 lengths.
Deshaun Parker coming in for the mount. 89 buyer figure, won by 6.5 on debut.
That was at Fairgrounds. Rookery, she is 1 for 15 lifetime.
Wayne Catalano, over 2,900 winners as a trainer, over 1,500 winners as a jockey. Good at both things.
Wings of an Angel, beat 2 back by a really good one named Joyful Cadence.
Yeah, her debut was very good. Regressed a little bit. Can she find her best form?
Belle Rebelle, she too, like the favorite, won her debut at Fairgrounds.
Didn't run as nearly as fast, but was very professional. And, you know, Joel Rosario always has horse in reserve.
Flashy Charge, broke her maiden at Churchill.
Yeah, so she's shown an affinity for the track. Will have to improve.
Another Fairgrounds winner where she broke her maiden, Ana Volante.
Ana Volante, Al Stahl, always does good at Churchill. She's well drawn outside.
22-1, big price outside. As we're 4 minutes to post in the 7th from Churchill Downs. Again, this late pick 5 begins with 3 stakes races to follow. You can play it all with a Twin Spires app. You can earn your money back, too, if your horse finishes second or third all week long. Every eligible race at Churchill, including that Kentucky Derby. Download that Twin Spires app. Go to twinspires.com. You do have to opt in, and that money-back offer, it's available to new and existing players, but you do have to opt in. So there's Social Dilemma. Another Al Stahl runner. He's got the outside runner as well. This one at 7-2, getting set for her 4-year-old debut. Let's head back to Churchill with Maggie and company.
And Greg, Paul, we're actually going to take a look at your late pick 5 ticket here. An interesting sequence featuring those few stakes, but kicking it off here in what you think could be a vulnerable favorite in Downtown Abbey.
Well, when you look at Downtown Abbey, she won so nicely for Brett Calhoun. She's the heavy favorite right now. The horses that have come out of that race have not done well. So I included another horse in here, the 7 for Steve Aston, who won first time out. Steve more known for second-time starters, so I thought the 7 might improve. Might have to improve a little bit to get by the 4. If you had a little extra money, I know the 2 is 0 for 10, but 5 seconds do stick out. In the next race, I do like Mr. Dumas. With the scratch of Kentucky Ghost and set piece, Mr. Dumas is going to be very tough in that race. The Kentucky Juvenile, good luck. I mean, those 2-year-olds, I used as many as I could in there, Maggie. 279 the Unbridled Sidney. And then in the last race, I had to go short. I went 5-6 in there. I think those are going to be your 2 favorites. I think the last race is very tricky as well. If you want to include some more horses, I wouldn't stop you.
Well, best of luck, as well as we'll take a look at number 4, Downtown Abbey. She looks as though she could be the speed. Now, I know there might be some other quick type fillies in here, but she was a ball, like a little, one of those little balls that you drop in the bath and then they explode. That's what she reminded me of. She is on her toes. She looks quick. She did rate, though, successfully just off the favored pace setter and ran her down and drew away powerfully.
I love that, that Brett's given her some time. Now we're beginning of May, right? Those 5-6 weeks, perfect timing. He's brought her here to Churchill Downs. She's got 4 races over the racetrack. She's definitely the one to beat.
Number 7, Belle Rebelle, kind of has a similar look to her, winning her debut again at Fairgrounds. We'll actually see her half-brother later on in that Kentucky Juvenile you were talking about. Yeah. But Belle Rebelle, she was quick, too. She could be the fastest. And watch Joel Rosario here. He never moved a muscle with this filly. He was uber confident.
No, he was. He was uber confident, but I like that she was competitive. Always clear a length to 2 lengths. Never let anybody get to her hip. That's very difficult to do. Able to move on with it. She went off his favorite first time out, and like I said, usually the Steve Asmussen runners do move up in their second start. This is a filly by Upstart. I really felt after those 2 debuts, sometimes 1 race numbers will hurt you at the racetrack, but I think one of these fillies is going to fire today.
Well, they are the lesser experienced, facing winners for the first time, as we'll take a look at one that's had 11 career starts thus far. That's number 2, Social Dilemma. She comes off of a break, Pauly, and it feels as though they're kind of searching for an identity with this 4-year-old by Medaglia d'Oro. Is she going to be completely outpaced here? I mean, she's turning back from the mile to the 6 furlongs.
Well, when you look at her program, the last 2 races are her best 2 races. What are they? They're 1-turn races here at Churchill Downs. 1 was a mile, 1 was 7 furlongs, and maybe they're thinking, okay, we can enhance her kick even more at 6 furlongs. But when you have a horse like the 4 and like the 7 that have 1 first time out and are progressing for me, I hate to take a horse that has to pass all these kind of horses.
That's true. She did look fit, though, with regards to that layup. I think this feels like a prep, though, so maybe they're just looking to get that tightener in her. Look, number 3, Love of My Heart. She's done well, at least her last race, for trainer Grant Forster. Maybe she's a little bit outclassed here, but she kind of was stymied down on the rail last time at Fairgrounds, and once she was clear, she ran on a bit. Now, I'm just going off my notes of when I had seen her when Mark Cassidy used to train her. That was way back when, 2 years ago. And she has done really well. She's grown, she's filled out. She looked really good to me, and she's sitting up there at 9-1.
Yeah, she seems like that horse that's going to maybe get that pocket spot, maybe sit 4th or 5th. So if the favorite, the 4 and the 7 do go at it here on the front end, she might be the one that gets the first run.
We'll see. Could have that tactical advantage, but Greg holding firm at 6-5. Can Downtown Abbey go back-to-back?
Yes, Maggie, we're going to find out shortly. I mean, she was so impressive in that debut back on March 10th, but that was at Fairgrounds. Now she's got to do it against winners. She's got to do it at a different racetrack, but she showed us a lot in that debut.
No, she was very impressive, and it's interesting, her pedigree, too. The Dam was a stakes winner on turf, and this is her first foal. I'm sure she gets her speed from the sire side in Speightstown, who we seem to be able to get any kind of horse from. She's quick. Deshaun Parker, last year's George Wolfe and Mike Venezia Award winner, shipping in for the mount. He wants to stay on her, as impressive as she was first time.
And she didn't need to be on the lead to do it, which It just seemed like a very professional debut.
Yeah, I mean, she's a little drawn more towards inside of other speeds, so she might have to hold position. Rebel, very impressive first time. Didn't run as fast, but you saw how easily she won. Joel Rosario not making very much use of her.
And she can be forward as well. She'll break from post 7. Set for the start of this late pick 5 on a Thursday card here from Churchill Downs on Kentucky Derby Week. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Even beginning, several looking for that early lead. Wings of an Angel from mid-pack is out well. Also there is Belle Rebelle. Ursulina down toward the rail, and on the far outside, Anna Volante makes it 4 across the track early. So down the backstretch run, Anna Volante from that outside post up for the lead. Wings of an Angel is right there second. Belle Rebelle in between them while third. Ursulina toward the inside is fourth. Downtown Abbey is fifth. Love of My Heart racing sixth by 2. Flashy Charges all the way back in seventh, just 2 ahead of Rookery. At the back is Social Dilemma, at least 12 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter, Swift 21 and 1/5 seconds round the far turn. Wings of an Angel in front by half a length. Hounded every step of the way by Anna Volante. Downtown Abbey revs up now, takes over third. Love of My Heart winds up with a wide sweep from fourth. Ursulina's in behind horses fifth. Flashy Charge Angles outside sixth. They're racing for the 8th pole. Wings of an Angel is still in front. Love of My Heart is bearing down. Downtown Abbey between them. Social Dilemma, who was last earlier, is closing down the center. There's a 16th to go. Love of My Heart comes away with the lead. Social Dilemma and Downtown Abbey finishing fast as well. Love of My Heart got it. Holding on to do it. It's tight for second. Social Dilemma or Downtown Abbey. Then it was either Flashy Charge or Wings of an Angel.
Well, we had those 2 impressive debut winners coming in from Fairgrounds. It was another Fairground shipper. Love of My Heart, Raylo Gutierrez, the win.
Who had more seasoning, 10 starts, 3 wins, has been in claiming races, but obviously in very good form. And Raylo Gutierrez in very good form. He's just been very, very confident. Comes down the middle of the track here. Love of My Heart. We talk about seasoning. We talk about Taba. This seasoning, I think, was the difference because the 4 fought all the way Downtown Abbey. And a good run from Social Dilemma, who looks like she'll be better when she gets to stretch out more comfortable distances for her.
3-2-4 finish. Love of My Heart at 11-1, and favorite minor bump out of the gate there. I don't think there was any excuse there. Just really not a factor here late in the race.
Now had to rate a bit more off the pace than she did first time, where she basically had a clean face throughout. This time she had to take a little kickback. I thought she comported herself very well and fought down to the wire. But it just shows you how hard it is to go from a maiden race to against winners. I think she's good. I wouldn't, certainly wouldn't downgrade her a lot off of this race.
Yeah, maybe a little too hard. She did just miss third right there at 6-5, and that was the first time against winners. So 3-2-4 in that 7th as we head back to Belmont. 6 furlongs over the inner turf. Entry-level allowance race coming up. We're going to start with a big long shot. Our boy Bodie kicks off the post parade.
Yeah, and rightfully so, but this is a horse that could have a say in how this race is run from a pace standpoint, because this horse does flash speed at times.
Jewel Stone, Mike Maker with this 5-year-old whose win on the turf was going long.
Yeah, first time trying a turf sprint. Mike Maker, though, does good work.
Well, he jumped to supply and demand. Javier Castellano for Tony Dutrow.
One turf race going 7/8 last year, was claimed by Tony Dutrow, gets back to the turf.
This is the biggest shock I've seen today. This horse at 6-1. Kawaimia River can make the argument this should be the favorite.
I'm very surprised this horse is that price. Gets a very hard riding and hot apprentice in Jose Gomez. Gets a 5-pound break in weights. And
just beat less than 2 lengths of Scuttlebuzz, who won the elusive quality last start. Here's Yes and Yes for David Donk moving to his barn for the 6-year-old debut.
I like this horse. This horse has run well off the layoffs before, and I like him turf sprinting.
Power Agenda getting on the turf for the first time for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, it was very game on debut. Hasn't been seen since the Hopeful. Comes back on turf.
High Front, first time running outside of Gulfstream in Florida.
And he's fast, and we talked about it earlier. To be able to put 6.5 lengths on a field going 5 furlongs in the turf showed a lot of ability and came back with a good run against winners.
First time going beyond 5 furlongs for high front. And here's Dancing Buck. This horse has put in some big efforts on the grass against New York breds.
Yeah, has a race recently in the slop, so fitness-wise has more recency.
Shocking to see that horse right there still at 5-1. See if that price continues to come down. I got to believe it's going to. Belmont Park has a new wager, the triple play pick 3, low takeout. $3 pick 3 in the last 3 races at Belmont every Sunday. You can learn more at NYRA.com/triple play. So this horse here, really all 4 of his turf starts have been very productive for trainer John Terranova. He broke his maiden here on the inner turf at Belmont. And then, as mentioned, he was less than 2 lengths behind Scuttlebuzz with a bit of a tough trip in that last race to end his 3-year-old campaign.
Yeah, I mean, so he's kept good company. His turf races are good. We saw John Terranova team up with Jose Gomez earlier in the day for a win.
This is a look at him in that last out effort back on November 20th. And wants room.
Yeah.
There's a horse to his outside, so I had to wait a little bit. There again.
Yeah, he's just never in a completely comfortable spot. And you can see it's to take up very late as well. Didn't have continuity to his run. So there was enough trouble, certainly, that you can make a case he would have been a lot closer, if not actually winning it. I would like to see him pick up the bit more in the warm-up. He just hasn't shown a great energy level. He was kind of off the bridle in his gallop over there. Maybe that's in character for him, so it's not a concern. But I like when horses kind of grab the bridle a little bit more and show a little higher energy level.
Well, he's surprising at that number, and I'm with you. Yes and yes. The 8 at 6-1, a little surprising too. I mean, he ran a huge number last time out. That was back on July of last year when we saw him for the last time. So he's got to deal with coming off the bench. But in terms of last race, he's run the biggest figure really of anybody in this field.
Yeah, but, you know, if you look at over the history of his past performances, he's always run well off the layoff. He was off from August of 19 to June of 20, gets beat a nose. The following year, he's off from November of the 20th to May of 21, and he gets beat a neck. So he runs well, fresh.
3 minutes to post, 7th here at Belmont. Let's head downstairs to Acacia Clement.
And we'll start to the outside with the Jonathan Thomas favorite. We did see an impressive Jonathan Thomas winner earlier in the day, so we'll see if that trend continues. I saw this horse in his debut, high front, and he had actually faced what looked to be some really intriguing and well-meant other maidens and first-time starters in that race. He didn't necessarily look best in there, but he was quick, he was professional, he knew his job, and he's improved a lot. He had a lovely warm-up for Manny Franco out there on the track. I don't mind him going the 6 furlongs. When it's 5 furlongs down in Florida, it's really jump off and go, and it's all about getting position. It's a totally different animal with the 6 furlongs here in New York, but I think he actually suits it quite well. And if anything, what we saw earlier is an indication the barn is in a good groove. The 7 Kawaimea River, completely agree with Richie. I didn't really love what I saw from this guy today, and he's typically a horse that he can be on the muscle, can be a little bit of on a power trip when he's standing next to the pony, wanting to be the dominant one. I wish that he looked a little bit better in his coat today. He does look fit coming back. He's obviously a big player based off of the races that he's run. He's just one that didn't blow me over today, given what I had seen from him in the past. But again, his races certainly are strong enough to be contenders. The number 6, Supply and Demand, he was on the muscle today. If I'm being nitpicky, I think that maybe he was carrying just a little bit of excess condition today off that freshening since February. But I really like him getting onto the turf. He has a big flat turf hoof to him, really well muscled behind the saddle. Definitely a sprinter, and obviously improved with the addition of those blinkers. He's one that's been sharp today as well. The 8 Yes and Yes off of the layoff. He was one that looked a little dull when he first came into the paddock. Then once they got the tack on, it was like they flipped a switch. It was like a totally different horse, and you see him just bouncing out there on the track right now under Jorge Vargas. Obviously knows that it's game time, and I've always felt that shorter is the better for this guy who does possess some natural early speed and can be forwardly placed for trainer Dave Donk. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. There's those prices from that 7th at Churchill. Love of my heart, $25.40 for the win. Well, look, negatives in the way that Kawaimia River, the 7, has been carrying himself. But we knew, regardless, that number was crazy, and it's come down now to 3-1. He's a second choice. Should be probably the second choice when the gates open.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking money now, and listen, rightfully so. His form is good. Just one of the little nuances and things we talk about when we watch horses warm up, I like to see a horse get more revved up. I like to see a horse, really get in the bit, pull the rider around there. And he was just kind of off the bridle and galloped over there very lackadaisically to my eye.
There he is. Still sort of same kind of body language.
Yeah, usually then, too, by the time they get to the gate, you'll see them kind of puff up and get a little more animated. I'm just not seeing it. And, again, listen, I full disclosure, that might be completely in character with this horse, and I'm reading too much into it. I just know that, personally, I like to see a horse get a bit more revved up.
Meanwhile, the favorite, the 10, going beyond 5 furlongs for the first time. He had a tough beginning in that last start and then tried to rush up, make a huge move with a wide trip. So had a big excuse in his first trip against winners. Remains to be seen, though, if he's a 6 furlong horse.
Well, also, it said he was fractious last time, and I haven't seen that from him. He looks pretty comfortable and settled in. I think that's a positive.
He'll be the last in line. High front, the 10 to the outside. Our 2-1 favorite. Here in the 7th from Belmont, John Imbrial, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, our boy Bodie. Dancing Buck is right there, and a yes and yes on the outside. Then it's Kawaimia River, who's racing in a 4th. Power Agenda moves up a spot from 5th. High Front is on the extreme outside in 6th. The break of 4, back to Supply and Demand. And it's another 4 lengths back to Jewelstone, who trails the field in 8th. Big long shot, our boy Bodie opens up a 3.5 length lead over Yes and Yes, the quarter. 21 2/5 seconds. They race midway around the turn. Our boy Bodie, Yes and Yes, giving chase in 2nd. Power Agenda is 3rd. Dancing Buck down at the rail. And on the outside is a High Front. And then comes Kawaimia River and Supply and Demand. They are at the head of the stretch. It is our boy Bodie, Yes and Yes. And now High Front kicks in on the extreme outside. Yes and Yes and High Front. And Kawaimia River making a move from the back of the pack. It is Yes and Yes and High Front. Then Kawaimia River, followed by Dancing Buck. Supply and Demand coming on late. They come for the finish, and it is Yes and Yes. Yes.
Yes and yes. Jorge Vargas Jr. off the bench. Hadn't raced since July of last summer. We talked about it. Way too big a price, especially with the most recent race he'd run.
He's shown that he's a tenacious horse, too, and he hit the front. He, waited for company. He got the big challenge from the favorite, High Front. He dug in. Perfect ride from Jorge Vargas, our boy Bodie, and you see Phil Gleaves, the owner there, who turned over the training job to Dave Donk. They worked together with Woody Stevens when Woody had that skein of 5 Belmont Stakes winners in a row, so they go back a long way together. Right here, when he feels the challenge, he's hanging on his left lead. Watch, he gets his right lead, he binds more, and you knew he was going to be tough to get by. But an absolutely perfect ride from Jorge Vargas, who let our boy Bodie set a very fast pace, waited for him to come back to him, didn't go out to chase him or engage him, and had plenty left to hold off the favorite, High Front.
And for the 10 High Front, look, this horse broke to the outside. Brutal break from the beginning that made it look almost impossible that he was going to have any chance to win this race. Big effort from him considering that.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about it. He's a green horse still, only his 3rd start. He ran to empty space. He broke out. But knowing Yes and Yes, and you look at some of his best races when he's in a battle, he's a horse that likes a fight. He doesn't let horses get by him easily, so maybe he's never going to let the 10 get by. Decent run on the outside. I believe, well, it was very close, but I believe that Kauai River might have gotten up for third. No, actually, he was nose for third. Supply and Demand, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, at 11-1. 8, 10, 6, 7 unofficially. Here in the 7th at Belmont, we're going to take a timeout. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the reigning Derby winning connections. Going to try and actually get those roses this time around. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon with coverage from Belmont Park at Churchill Downs. You could play all the action with Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. Yes and yes. David Donk, Jorge Vargas Jr. team up for the win. Just the third win from 20 career starts for this 6-year-old.
Yeah, he's run some bang-up races, though, sprinting on the turf. This is the first time winning at 6 furlongs and just sat an absolute perfect trip. I love the way Jorge Vargas allowed our boy Bodie to take the lead, be a pacemaker for him, picked him up when he needed to. Yes and yes, showing that tenacity he's shown in the past. And $17.60, I think, is a very generous price for a horse that had run as well, if not better, than anybody else in the field.
It's a testament to these connections to keep this horse around. I mean, remember this horse back as a 2- and 3-year-old, having big ability, being in stakes races back then, but never really getting over the hump to be this was a nice win. It's a good field he beat.
Absolutely, and it's really good to see Phil Gleaves, who he's part owner, was his trainer, who retired from training, turned it over to his friend Dave Donk, and to see him here at Belmont enjoying the winner's circle again.
8th at Belmont. Quick look at the odds. Mile and a 16th for New York bred Allowance Optional Claiming Company. This race wide open, although all the money right now on the inside, a bit of Irish Ass.
Yeah, I thought this race was like a head scratcher, handicapping. I thought there were a couple of different ways to go. Way it should be. Belmont Park, good competitive races.
Well, we talked about Brad Cox, Florent Giroux going to break. It was 9+ months after they crossed the wire first in that 2021 Kentucky Derby when finally Mandaloon was announced your winner with a DQ of Medina Spirit and trainer Bob Baffert. You know, it had to be a strange feeling to win it that way. Brad Cox going to have 3 chances to win it outright this year. His horses ran huge last year. No one was making up any ground, though, in the stretch. Both Mandaloon, Essential Quality, though, ran big races.
Absolutely. And, I'm sure they're thrilled. Officially, they've won a Kentucky Derby, right? They will go down in the record books as Kentucky Derby winners. But they did it without all the fanfare that comes with winning a Kentucky Derby. They didn't get to drape that blanket of roses over their colt's neck and really understand that they won it. It was almost anticlimactic in a way, so I'm sure they want to win it outright and be able to really enjoy and savor the moment.
Yeah, Brad Cox said, I believe he was at his home in New Orleans, and his phone started blowing up, getting all these text messages, and that's how he found out he actually became the de facto Kentucky Derby winner. He will have 3 chances, though, this year, again, to win it outright. Cyberknife, that Arkansas Derby winner. Tawny Port, who proved he can run on the dirt in that Lexington. He took a huge move forward in that Lexington win. And then the Speedy Zozos. And the common theme, Mig, with all 3 of these horses for Brad Cox, they all have sort of been late arrivals on the scene.
Yeah, no doubt. Listen, we talk about it all the time. Young horses change a lot. They're developing and constantly improving, and Cyberknife, to me, watching him train, is the one that's taken the biggest step forward. He was impressive winning the Arkansas Derby, but his training has been incredible.
Winner of that Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, with what Brad Cox said, really making a couple of different moves in that race, which he feels you need to win a Derby. Florent Giroux, it was a gamble what he did in that race. Moved that horse early, put him up into contention, but it worked out.
Well, your best riders, if they're going to make a mistake, it's an aggressive mistake. They're not going to be victimized. He saw a gap present itself between horses, and he said, here's my opportunity. He seized it. He got in there. And then what Brad Cox was talking about, he idled again once he secured that position, then kicked on. He made 2 distinct moves. Horses that win the Derby make 2 distinct moves or have the ability to make a long, sustained move.
Pretty busy weekend coming up for this duo. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, set piece in that. I actually believe he's going to scratch out of that race. Going to run on Preakness Day instead. But She Dares the Devil, Folsom, Shared Sense, and then Cyberknife. So still plenty of work to do even without set piece on that list. And yes, Cyberknife, one of many intriguing runners in this race. But again, he sort of came along late, son of Gun Runner. See if Brad Cox can go back to back. We're going to send it back to Louisville right now and check in with Maggie.
We'll take a look at the favorite here in the paddock. That is Mr. Dumas, who does come off of that narrow defeat last time out in the allowance race at Keeneland. And, he just was kind of tracking wide, had aim, but just could never get by the eventual winner in Busy Channel, whom is a horse with a bit of a rapport, especially at Keeneland. But I like what I'm seeing from Mr. Dumas. He does wear one of those titanium hoods, which doesn't cover their ears, but it has a titanium in it, which is thought to calm horses. And it's done the trick here. He looks great. He has that contained kind of energy nicely on the bridle, listening to his handler's cues, which is always a good sign. So I have no problems with him, and I like the flat mile as well. He's just a horse that physically fits the bill there. Moving on to number 9, that's Gray's Fable. He's second off the layoff for trainer Roger Atfield. Last time out off the bench, he did get a bit headstrong behind horses down the backside, and he had cover, and then once he switched out, he took a second to kind of switch his leads at Gulfstream, and the winners had already had the jump on him at that point, but he did come with a run. Now, he is a horse that he is by far the most keyed up here in the paddock from the time he stepped foot in here till now. They're kind of keeping him quiet there. I love the assistant on the offside keep trying to assuage that nervous behavior, but a horse that looks tight, fit, ready to go. I'm wondering where they have him in this race, because like I said, he was a bit resistant of the bit in tracking behind horses. I wonder if they have him a bit more forward this time, but the horse that ultimately looks best is number 11, Max KO. He does turn back from the 9 furlongs to the 8, and last time out just wired by a horse who got to set slow fractions. He's getting a little bit antsy, but once they let him walk, I think he'll be fine. He looks spectacular here in the paddock, Greg. I love that energy. He's just bouncing on his toes, but for me, I'm taking Max KO.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Max KO, 9-2 on the board. Irad Ortiz Jr. will ride. We'll get you the post parade, the opening verse. When we come back late, pick 4 on this Thursday card from Churchill Downs. When we come back, you're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. We'll be back.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the Immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Kentucky Derby week. And we got back-to-back stakes races coming up on this Thursday card. The opening verse is next. Mile on the grass. So we approach the 5-minute mark to post. 9-5 favorite, Mr. Dumas. For trainer John Ortiz, Raylu Gutierrez having a big day will ride. We start with Monarch's Glen, trained by Mike Maker.
Yeah, deep closer, needs pace in front of him, but strong connections with Ricardo Santana Jr. and Michael Maker.
Yeah, he's going to come from way out of it. This horse closer too, but not quite as far back as Monarch's Glen, Hidden Stash.
Yeah, another horse that I mark as LNSP, little to no speed, but a little more than Monarch's Glen.
He's on the Derby Trail last year. Mr. Dumas, here's the 9-5 favorite.
Horse that can lay coast, should be tactically well placed.
Spectacular Gem, big price.
Big price, horse that also doesn't possess a tremendous amount of speed.
Graded stakes winner on the grass. There's Gray's Fable. He's vying for favoritism.
Now, this horse can be forwardly placed, and the turf course at Churchill Downs seems to be playing kind to horses that get forward position.
Son of Gio Ponte, he was a great one on the grass. Spanish Kingdom, 13-1.
Showed more speed last time than normal, but usually is more of a closing type.
And Max KO caught Maggie's eye for Saffy Joseph. He's 4-1 with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, a horse that has been running well and can lay close, should be in a stalking position.
He did make a nice appearance. So does this one. Wow, 9-5 on Mr. Dumas. Looks like his game face is on.
See, when we talk about warm-ups and I want to see a horse get in the bridle, that's what I mean. When a horse is in the bit, head bowed, coiled up like a spring, wanting to be released, just a great energy level.
As good as you could look leading up to the start of a race here. And we talked a lot about his trainer at the Oaklawn meet. It was really a coming out party for trainer John Ortiz. Raylu Gutierrez will be aboard. Of course, the 9-5 favorite right now, though, is the 9 Gray's Fable. With more on this race, let's head back to Maggie.
Yeah. Here with trainer Saffy Joseph, sending out Max KO. And last time Saffy ran a good race, just wired by a horse who got to set fractions in his favor. Talk a little bit about turning this guy back to the 8 furlongs. Seems sharp today.
Yeah, I think a mile is his best distance, and last time he sat a perfect trip, just kind of hung a little bit, and I think a mile and a half is stretching him.
Now, we'll also see you send out White Abario on Saturday. He's a horse that's won both of his starts as a 3-year-old, including that Florida Derby, but he's third off the bench. Do you find that horses will run their best race then?
Yeah, ideally when you give them a little break, you think third off the bench for most handicappers seems to be the best angle, and that's the kind of approach we took. We had those 2 races, the Holy Bull, we waited on the Florida Derby to hopefully get enough points to then have him fire his best on Churchill. And so far it's gone to plan. He's trained well, he's galloped well over the track. It's a tough, competitive Derby, but we're happy where we're at.
What do you feel about the distance with him?
Distance is all, in the back of your head, that's always a question mark. Until you do everything with horses, you always have a little doubt. I think he'll get the distance. I don't think distance can be a problem, but he has to prove it to me first.
Safi, best of luck with him, and good luck here with Max KO. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, Max KO continuing to make a good impression, and people also liking what they're seeing from Safi's Derby contender, White Barrio, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, White Barrio, I mean, that Holy Bull, his 3-year-old debut, Safi Joseph was thinking about not even running him in the race because he was short on works. He'd missed some time, and he still was able to win and overcome that adversity and still get that graded stakes win. That's big for a horse to be able to do that.
Absolutely. And one thing that you want to see is horses that can win without everything going perfect. So when things do go well, you know there's going to be a forward move in them.
Again, get started. Sign up with Twin Spires. Download the app. You can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd all week long on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including that Kentucky Derby. You do have to download that app. Go to twinspires.com, and this is available to new and existing players. You do have to opt in to take advantage of that promo. So Monarch's Glen, we're looking at that one horse for certainly one of the best claiming trainers in the country, but one of the best trainers overall, Mike Maker. He has Ricardo Santana Jr. This horse, this one, needs pace up front.
He needs pace up front, and at least looking at the race on paper, I'm not seeing the kind of pace he might need to really help his cause and set up his late run. He's a horse that's consistently shown he just does not possess early speed.
He might need more ground, too. He's just 1 for 5 at the mile distance. We'll see how it plays out for him. And Ricardo Santana Jr. going to have his hands full trying to work out a trip with Monarch's Glen. As you take a look at Hidden Stash for Victoria Oliver. So this horse, he actually ran a very impressive Derby prep in that Tampa Bay Derby last year on the Kentucky Derby Trail. Tried him in the Bluegrass. He was 4th. He did wind up going to the Kentucky Derby, but it seems like grass coming back as a 4-year-old is what he's going to focus on.
Yeah, and his 2 turf races are good. He's, again, more of a closing type. Hasn't run as fast as some of these others, but his 2 turf races are good enough to at least put him in the fringe.
He's 12-1. Rafael Bejarano will be aboard. He was his pilot in that Tampa Bay Derby last year when he was on that Triple Crown Trail. Favorite, though, it's the 5 and the 9, both on the board at 9-5. Of those 2, who do you prefer?
Well, I was leaning towards the 9 because I just think tactically he's going to be forward, particularly with Louis Saez. Could even be setting the pace. But after watching the 5, Mr. Dumas warm up, I can't get past him. He just looked too good in the preliminaries.
Yeah, he looks sensational. There he is again. Morello Gutierrez will ride. Grade 2 placed in his career. We saw him at Saratoga a couple summers ago, and he ran a huge race when he was 2nd a length behind Some Like It Hot Brown.
Yeah, and, when a rider starts, getting confident, and you see Raylu Gutierrez just having such a good week here at Churchill Downs and getting comfortable in his surroundings. Now it looks like they're checking out. Did he maybe bite his tongue or something? You see the attendant there kind of wiping him down with a rag. I love what I'm seeing from him, though, the way he's warmed up.
And it's back to favoritism for Mr. Dumas. Let's go back to Maggie and Paul.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what was going on there. I think Richie's probably right in that Mr. Dumas may have bitten his tongue, but I think they're getting ready to head onto the turf course, Paul, and I know you like Mr. Dumas.
Yeah, I like Mr. Dumas because he seems like the type of horse that tactically can put himself where he wants to. Now, is he one of the faster horses in here? Probably not. I would think Gray's Fable is the fastest horse in here, but Mr. Dumas seems like whatever the pace is, he can sort of sit a little bit behind. And I think he wants to be somewhat behind horses, and I think there's a couple others that are quicker than him in here.
Well, not quicker than him, that's for sure. Yeah. Number 1, Monarch's Glen. Yes, you can never count out Mike Maker in these turf races, but this race is a mile, and while he's had some success at a mile, I just feel like his better efforts have come going longer.
Yeah, and now he's going to get his 7th or 8th different rider, and Ricardo Santana has been on him before. But yeah, he comes from way downtown. He does draw the rail. Hopefully he can save some ground. To me, he's more of a superfecta and a try-ender, and maybe picks up the pieces.
He got pretty washy back in the paddock, as well as he has to come off Lasix for this try in the opening burst. But Paul, you talked about speed. It could be Grace Fable stealing it on the front end. He wasn't his usual self, but he was resentful of being taken back last time. I think he has speed.
Yeah, as they're starting to load, I would think Louis is going to push to the front, and the way this turf course has been playing, he'll be mighty tough if they leave him alone.
It's all about Max KO for me, as we'll head up to Travis Stone with the call of this stakes race. It is the opening verse.
And they're off. Grace Fable, good beginning mid-pack. Mr. Dumas away okay. Max KO for that outside post is sent on for speed right off the mark, and these two hook up. Grace Fable and Max KO head-to-head to the clubhouse turn. Spanish Kingdom tucks in behind to be third. Mr. Dumas settles in toward the rail fourth. Hidden Stash comes away fifth by another 2. Then it's Spectacular Gem and Monarch's Glen settles in 8 lengths off the lead in the early stages. Around the opening turn, the quarter goes in 23 and 4/5 seconds. It's Grace Fable heading to the backstretch run. The leader by half a length. Prompted by Max KO in second. Spanish Kingdom moves up outside while third. Mr. Dumas is keyed up toward the rail, tugging at the rider. They're only 2 lengths off the leaders. Another margin of 3 back to Hidden Stash, who's cruising along while fifth is asked to pick it up right there. Spectacular Gem and Monarch's Glen are at the back. The opening half in 47 and 4/5 seconds. Grace Fable heading for the far turn, still the leader. The leader by half a length. Max KO has been second throughout and is inching forward now. Spanish Kingdom's under a ride while third. Mr. Dumas toward the inside, set to strike in fourth. Hidden Stash is picking it up, angling outside with Monarch's Glen. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Grace Fable's still there. Grace Fable cut the corner, opened up by 2. Mr. Dumas trying to rally up toward the rail. Spanish Kingdom is there. Hidden Stash. Monarch's Glen down the center. They're all chasing Grace Fable, who's opened up by 3 now. Grace Fable in front. Hidden Stash coming with giant strides. Can Hidden Stash catch Grace Fable? Grace Fable held on. Barely. Hidden Stash ran out of turf. Mr. Dumas and Spanish Kingdom.
Grace Fable able to hang on, and the horse that we talked about was on last year's Triple Crown Trail, proving he is very effective on the grass.
Gosh, he finished with giant strides. Grace Fable put everybody else away up on the front end, and we kind of figured with Luis Saez he would do that, but Hidden Stash, he was flying at the end, and Grace Fable was saved by the wire. Mr. Dumas had to wait a little bit for room, but honestly had no punch when the room materialized.
9.35. Hidden Stash made that close at the wire, but it's Grace Fable, the 7-year-old, 5th turf win of his career.
And you know, it's just, we got to handicap jockeys sometimes too. Luis Saez is a rider that allows horses to run more freely and get forward position, and that was the key to victory today.
Back here in New York, the 8th at Belmont, and we talked about this being one of the most wide open races on the card. Pick 3 coming into this race. This pick 5 is going to be huge. Over $200.
It's a wide open affair too. You can go in several directions here.
Favorite right now, bit of Irish sass at 2-1 in here. Trevor McCarthy, Rick Schosberg, and here is the 4-year-old filly by Lauban.
Making her 3rd start off the layoff, should be primed for her best. Rick, a trainer that kind of gets his horses into racing condition by racing them. A little bit of a bicycle horse. Rider has to pedal. If you're not pedaling, she's not running.
Paolo Lobo taking over on Brattle House at 7-2, and your Javier Castellano ride 7-2.
A filly that showed so much promise in the Christophe Clement barn. Paulo Lobos trained some good horses like Farda Amigo to win the Kentucky Oaks, as well as Pico Centro, a Metropolitan Mile winner.
Pay grade Christophe Clement. Blinkers coming off this afternoon. This is a 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, but she's trained at Payson Park for most of the winter, and the horses coming off of layoffs for Christophe that have run well have been horses that wintered at Payson.
Witch Hunter, Dylan Davis, Charlie Baker coming off a big win at 7/8.
Boy, she really put it all together last time. Can she back that up with another big performance?
Okay, Honey, Gustavo Rodriguez. It's the 60th start of her career.
Well, she's durable, if nothing else, but she also is a pace player, should be involved early.
And another Charlie Baker runner to the outside who was coming in off a win that was at Aqueduct, Girl of Toscanova.
Yeah, it was very good on that day, but she's going to have to improve to handle this group.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post for the 8th here at Belmont. You can play all the action, get signed up and started just in time for the Triple Crown this weekend. Oaks Day tomorrow, $25 Derby bet and a $200 deposit match at sign up for new members when you go to NairoBets.com or download that app. That code for new members, punch it in, Derby25, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So much excitement. Such a great time of year in the sport right now, as it really feels like this is the big moment to kick off our year. We love these preps, but now we're here for that first leg of the Triple Crown.
Well, the Kentucky Derby is the race that everybody knows about. You know, as somebody that participates in the game, the first thing they're asked is, have you been in the Kentucky Derby? Then have you won it? Have you covered it as a broadcaster? It's America's race. People understand what it is.
And this man right here, the ways he's riding, might not be long before Dylan Davis sees himself in a Kentucky Derby.
Well, Dylan has certainly really come to the fore. He's just shown such maturity. His preparation, his discipline, his approach to races has improved so much. And he's been making all the right moves. And when you're winning, your confidence level is up. And for any athlete, whether it's a jockey or a basketball player or a football player, you need confidence.
Witch Hunter, this was pretty impressive. And there was a next out winner way behind her this afternoon. It's the second start of her 5-year-old campaign. Energy level from what you see from her right now, what do you think?
She looks terrific. Love the way she's warming up. And one thing about Charlie Baker, when he gets horses in good form, they tend to hold that form for a long period of time. This filly's making a nice impression on the racetrack, and no reason to think, watching her warm up, she's not going to fire another big shot.
And it looks like there's at least a couple that want to try and battle up front to her inside.
Yeah, and that's the thing. She's tactical. She's fast enough to put herself where she needs to be, but she doesn't have to be involved. I tell you what, you want to talk about a horse winning me over in the post parade. Witch Hunter, man.
Yeah, it looks tremendous and favored right now. Meanwhile, this is the filly, this one, Bit of Irish Sass, who opened as the favorite. Let's look back to April 8th. This was her second start of her 4-year-old campaign, and misses by a half length to Mashni Girl.
It ran extremely well, but again, this is a horse that constantly needs to be reminded of her job, and it seems like, you know, sometimes you could look at a horse in a race and go, oh, he's got a lot of horse. You can't tell that with a Bit of Irish Sass. She needs to be continually asked, and you see she has a little propensity to want to lug in on top of horses. Trevor had to correct her twice at critical junctures through the stretch last time.
3 minutes of post coming up here in this 8th at Belmont. One turn, mile and a 16th in this 8th on the card. Meanwhile, back at Churchill Downs, Gray's Fable, the 7-year-old, with the victory, on board for the win. The man standing by with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, guys, I'm standing by with Louis Saez, the winner of the opening verse, the 17th running of the opening verse. And, oh, my God, Grace Fable, she wanted to go back on the racetrack when they were taking the picture.
Oh, yes. She always been like that. She feel in the 12th, and, man, she won a big race. Pretty excited about it.
She really did, and she took a ton of pressure. Do you think that she was just going to keep on going, Louis?
Yeah, you know, we have a lot of pressure, but I feel in the half amount I still have a lot of horse. So when we came to the top of the stretch, give me a big hit, and, well, I was like, man, if they catch us pretty close to the wire, but she really make a big move.
I know we haven't got a real significant rain. We might get some. How's that turf course playing?
It's pretty nice. Huh? Really? It's very nice. I love it. Okay. Yeah.
Let's go back to your Derby mount. We talked about him a little earlier in the week. How's he doing, Charge It?
Man, he's doing fantastic. I'm pretty excited about him. He's a horse that he can run all day. They keep with him and try to break running from there. See what happens in the first turn and go from there.
Like I said, safe trip and good luck, Louis. Louis Saez wins one of the features here at Churchill Downs.
How good a feeling is that to win kind of early in the week, too, at Derby week?
It just honestly gives you confidence, and you settle in, and you feel like you belong there, and you feel like good things are going to happen.
2 minutes to post here back at Belmont. Let's get downstairs to Acacia.
I'll start to the inside with the number 1, a bit of Irish Sass, as Richie mentioned. She is a bit of a quirky type, and you might have noticed that she's always accompanied by the pony throughout all the preliminaries, saddled with the pony alongside back in the paddock. That one kind of accompanies her on the walking ring, and then, of course, coming out here onto the track just to kind of keep her settled, as she is the type of filly that does live on her nerves a little bit. I like the stretch out in distance for her, though. I think that she's making her 3rd start of her form cycle. The mile and a 16th suits her well. She's been sharp, as she always is, but she's actually kept it pretty contained. And talking to trainer Rick Schosberg, my co-host, last week, he said he actually really likes the inside post for her going this mile and a 16th because she has some natural speed, but it did seem like a pretty evenly matched group. The number 2, Brattle House, comes in off of a layoff and does stretch out. She's been the type of filly that never really carries her condition from race to race. So her weight, by her standards, looks pretty good today. She is dappled out from head to toe. She's another one that can live on her nerves a little bit. In the past, she's been accompanied by a pony in the paddock. She wasn't today, but she handled herself fine. And sometimes across her flank, she doesn't have the most muscle mass. She looked pretty strong today coming back. Speed is the name of her game. We'll see if she can take them every step of the way. She is a very big filly by Malibu Moon. Mile and a 16th should suit her just fine. The 4, Witch Hunter, I know she won Richie over on track. She won me over on track as well because I did not like her back in the paddock. She seemed like she was a little sticky, a little tight at the walk. Might have been a little cinchy when putting that tack on. Just didn't seem like she was showing a lot back in the paddock. But as soon as Dylan Davis took her away from the pony, gave her a big warm-up, she got her feet underneath of her. Still looks a touch wintry, but she looks healthy. She looks like she's just a happy horse that's doing well. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Brattle House could be the speed of this field.
Yeah, filly that, again, has shown promise, hasn't kind of followed through with some of her efforts, but 4 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and comes from a good barn in Paulo Lobo. Came from a good barn in Christophe Comont, another good barn in Paulo Lobo, a really good horseman.
Well, here's the one that caught our eye, especially yours here, Witch Hunter. I mean, she just looked tremendous leading up to the start of this race. Dylan Davis aboard for Charlie Baker. She is the 6-5 favorite, breaking from post 4. It's the 8th here from Belmont. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Set for race 8. And the rough. Brattle House is out for the early lead. And then it is a Witch Hunter. Pay grade is now moving up. On the outside is Okay Honey, followed by a bit of Irish Sass. And farther back is Girl of Toscanova, who will be the early trailer in 6th. Brattle House takes the field up the backstretch, leads here by a length and a quarter. Pay grade, second by a head. On the outside is Witch Hunter. Down at the rail is a bit of Irish Sass. The quarter 23 and 2/5 seconds. Okay Honey runs in 5th, 5 lengths from the lead, and Girl of Toscanova continues to trail. It is Brattle House setting the pace here, leading by a full length. Pay grade. In between horses in 2nd. To her inside is a bit of Irish Sass, and to her outside is Witch Hunter. Then comes Okay Honey and Girl of Toscanova. The half in 46 and 4/5 seconds. And now they're midway around the far turn. And now Brattle House gets away to lead by 2. The favorite Witch Hunter has moved into 2nd as Pay grade drops back. Passed on the outside by Okay Honey. A bit of Irish Sass down at the rail runs in 4th. Brattle House is the leader with Witch Hunter in 2nd as they come for the quarter pole. Okay Honey next in 3rd. Then a bit of Irish Sass and Girl of Toscanova off the turn into the stretch, 3/4 in 12 and 1, and it is Brattle House who's holding on to the lead here, and Brattle House is now opened up on the field. It's Brattle House in front by 6 lengths. Then Okay Honey and Witch Hunter. Brattle House off of a layoff to win decisively here at Belmont. Okay Honey completes the exacta. Witch Hunter was 3rd.
Pace advantage. Brattle House and Javier Castellano take advantage of that. This was dominant here, 7-2, stretching out to a mile and 16.
And she set legitimate fractions. It wasn't as though she got to walk the dog on the lead. She just got very comfortable, and you could see the way she was moving down the backstretch Greg, with her ears flicking back and forth, she was enjoying herself. The definition of not how fast you're going, how you're going fast. And she did it very comfortably. Really great job by Paula Lobo to have her ready to fire. Off the bench, going a mile and a 16th, not an easy feat. One turn, mile and a 16th at Belmont Park. But boy, Brattle House was very impressive.
Yeah, back to your saying, I mean, this was going fast very easily.
Just comfortable, just using herself so efficiently. Her stride and rhythm were beautiful. And you see Javier Castellano hands and heels to the wire in Brattle House, who looks like she could take another step forward and be a player in this New York bred division.
There's such high expectations for this filly. $775,000 when she was purchased by OXO Equine. Third win now in 5 career starts. New York bred, expensive New York bred. But looks like she's starting to put everything together.
Again, now 5 starts, 3 wins, 2 seconds, but this was by far and away her best effort to date.
Well, we heard from the trainer of White Barrio, Grade 1 Florida Derby winner, just a little while ago. Tyler Gaffleone, he will pilot the Grade 1 Florida Derby winner, trying to win 3 straight, coming off a big effort in that Grade 1 win last out.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, Bally Sports Southern California. Program brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Get signed up, go to the app, go to nairabets.com, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Oaks and Derby. In the winner's circle, back here at Belmont, gate to wire, score for Brattle House.
Brattle House, very impressive. Big, strong daughter of Malibu Moon. Her 4-year-old debut was the best effort to date. Made the lead, was just happy out there, striding out so well. Put a lot of separation on the field. And your favorite, Witch Hunter, she kind of took her shot at her and tired. Okay, Honey ran her down for second.
Paulo Lobo, Javier Castellano, OXO Equine. 1:43.3 final time for the mile and a 16th, and did it just very impressively. Easy time of things. For Brattle House, 2:54 finish. Nightcap still to come on our Thursday card. Here in New York, plenty still ahead from Churchill, including 2 stakes races. Up next, it is 2-year-olds in the Kentucky Juvenile. $200,000 purse. Still very early in the year for these 2-year-olds. Everybody in this field trying just 5 furlongs for the very first time.
Yeah, some of them stretching out from 4.5. Some of them making their first start. Also got one broker made going 2 furlongs.
Yeah, coming in from Parks. That's Ferrari Kid. We're going to take a timeout. The one there, Tom's Regret. Impressive winner out on the West Coast in her debut by 11 lengths, taking on the boys.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Be a part of the Racing Action Saturdays at Belmont Park with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as we were proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Well, a few raindrops here in the paddock for this Kentucky juvenile, as we'll take a look at the filly who is favored. She's one of 3 fillies in here taking on the boys, but Tom's Regret, and no, not named for my husband or myself, just kidding. The California bred, she was dominant against California bred horses, but I almost don't want to hold that against her because she absolutely destroyed them. And furthermore, she is this big, leggy individual. She's so physically mature, so mentally mature as well. She has handled the ship across the country, the massive energy here at Churchill with aplomb. I could not be happier with what I see from your current 5-2 favorite. We'll obviously have to work things out though from the rail, as this is a full field, and we'll see how patient she is in the gate. Moving on to the other filly, that's number 11, Hurricane Debbie in here. Obviously the 10, also a gal, Baytown Lovely, but Hurricane Debbie, she goes out for Wesley Ward. She kind of dueled with the horse on the outside of that runner, and once she kind of got over to her right outside lead, really leveled off and put away that rival quite easily, winning by 8 lengths. She is another one. She's big. There's a lot of substance to her. And yes, there's a lot of speed in here, but I like the fact that she's kind of drawn to the outside. She will not be too far off of it because she has that really massive hind end. And both of these fillies matching up really favorably with their male counterparts. And sometimes it's an advantage with the girls against the boys at this point early on in their careers. Number 9, Simply Super. I like the fact that he was able to put away a rival, kind of like Hurricane Debbie, in that he dueled the whole way and then put him away in what was a strung out field for Mike Maker. That's not typically Mike Maker's MO. We don't see him often winning with these first-time starters, especially the 2-year-olds, but I like the way this guy's put together. He has handled himself with the utmost class. His son, a super saver. I'm a bit intrigued by him, but Greg, 5-2, holding steady with a fellow Calbred.
Yeah, the filly facing the boys here right now, favored from that inside post. I mean, she was dominant first time out, winning by 11.5 lengths in that debut. As you take a look at Tyler Gaffleone, he'll be on Simply Super for Mike Maker. Of course, he's going to be on White Abarrio in the Kentucky Derby. He had that big breakthrough for him in the Preakness on War of Will. That was his first win in the Classic.
Yeah, and it's huge to show people that you can win at that level, win those major races, because it's going to lead to other opportunities. And now he won the Florida Derby with White Abarrio. Tyler, a Florida kid, grew up in Florida. His father was a good rider. I'm sure it was a thrill for him to win their marquee race.
This horse has done very little wrong in his career. 4 for 5 lifetime. The one defeat, though, and it stands out a little bit, was at Churchill Downs in the Kentucky Jockey Club against Smile Happy and Classic Causeway.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point, but he didn't give up that day. He was beaten 6 lengths, but it looked like he was fading, and he actually kind of re-rallied to get third, so he's shown some gameness, and looks like he's training well over the Churchill Downs strip. You could see how strong these horses are. That's why a lot of these riders ride with as short of starts they do. They need some weight, some leverage to kind of help hold these horses, restrain them from doing too much.
Now, War of Will, his best finish to this point back in 2019 in that Derby. Of course, as we talked about, he'd go on to win that Preakness in the second leg of the Triple Crown. That was, of course, a DQ of Maximum Security. Been an interesting, really, last 3 years in the Kentucky Derby. Love to see the drama go away and just have a tremendous race this year. It seems like we're going to get that this year with really, it seems like a great crop at 3-year-olds this year. We're going to talk a lot more about them coming up. Here's the filly, favored still against the boys, Tom's Regret.
Yeah, I mean, just was very, very impressive to put 11.5 lengths on a field in 4.5 furlongs. Wow.
37-1 on Lone Leader.
Still a maiden, trying to break her maiden here in a stake.
King Ad Rock at 6-1.
Very impressive first time going 4.5. Flavian Pratt sticks.
Here's the runner that went 2 furlongs in the debut. The Grand Dam was a grade 3 winner at 1.25 miles.
Yeah, and had blinkers to stretch out to 5 furlongs.
13-1 on Mr. Gordy won the debut.
At a big price, but was very speedy that day.
Yeah, beat Rivet, who had a terrible break. Cool Spirit, first-time starter.
Comes in off a bullet blowout at Evangeline Downs in Louisiana. Maiden, first-timer.
First-timer by Sharp Azteca here, Hill of Terra.
Another one that's trying to win a stake at first asking.
Steve Asmussen with Rivet had that poor break. Actually interfered with a horse to his inside, but broke next to last.
Yeah, but finished with courage, and you like to see horses take kickback and be able to overcome adversity.
Yeah, surprised the big number there at 5-1. Simply Super, Mike Maker.
Well, Mike Maker not noted for winning 2-year-old first-time starters. Maggie pointed it out. That's big.
Fast Anna, second-time starter, won the debut.
Yeah, actually.
Baytown Lovely went by.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got lost there. Wesley Ward with 2-year-olds. What else do you need to know?
Yep, Hurricane Debbie. He'll send out another filly tackling the boys. And then the big wham outside, still a maiden. Slow start and was second in the debut at Keeneland.
Yeah, and came in off a 34 and change gate work into that race. So maybe the outside post helps this horse.
4 minutes to post in the Kentucky Juvenile $200,000 purse in this 5-furlong sprint. Take advantage of this offer going on Derby Week with the Twin Spires app. You can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third all week long on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Derby. Just go to the Twin Spires app or, again, twinspires.com. Available to new and existing players. You do have to opt in, though, to take advantage. So often, yes, especially early in the year with 2-year-olds, the man who trains this filly right here is as good as it gets. Wesley Ward is going to send out Hurricane Debbie. Let's take a look at that debut at Keeneland.
Yeah, one thing about Wesley Ward's 2-year-olds, they're always well schooled. They break running. They put themselves in forward position. So important with young horses. You don't want them to get discouraged by kickback, dirt thrown in their face. And she just powers away here and wins with something left. I mean, just a real nice debut, but kind of what we've come to expect from Wesley Ward 2-year-olds.
8-length score, first time out. He's so good, too, of getting them to break so sharp out of the gate to show that speed. And we'll see what she does here against the boys. Do you feel a lot of times these 2-year-old fillies, there she is again, are further ahead this time of the year than the Colts?
I think you can compare it a lot to people. usually girls a little more mature than boys. You know, kids that are starting 7th, 8th grade, the girls are ahead of them. And it's kind of similar with 2-year-old horses. I don't think running fillies against colts is a disadvantage to the fillies whatsoever.
All right, now she's 4-1. John Velasquez for Wesley Ward. Let's head back to Louisville.
I think you're onto something there, Mig, as yes, we do see the two fillies short prices in here, Frank, as Tom's Regret. Look, you don't know what she beat because she only faced 4 other rivals.
Yeah.
Or
Three
other
rivals.
rivals against Calbrets.
And George Perriban trained a 1-2 in that race. So, and I know George, he wouldn't mind me telling you this, but George actually started out as a stooper, which is a guy who picks up losing tickets at Santa Anita.
No way.
That's what he did, and he's become a very respectable trainer.
You learn something new every day, especially
right?
from you, Frank.
Yeah.
We're both a little bit interested in number 8, Rivet. I mean, these are world-class connections. Broke in a bit, so didn't break that sharply, but ran on once clear, I thought, in that debut race.
You know, ran a length and a half behind Mr. Gordy, who's also in this race. That's the 5 horse. And I thought it looked very heavy. First time out, looked like he really needed the race. Still looks a little heavy today, and I know he will improve. He's a good-looking 2-year-old, drawn well, got Joel Rosario, so I'd give him a big chance from the Steve Asmussen barn.
And these competitive edges do tend to be very precocious
Yes,
types.
they are.
Number 9, Simply Super. I think of the boys, this is the one we both like.
That's the one that we both like. A very good-looking 2-year-old, very professional. Just, you know, coming back in like 3 weeks after, well, he ran on the 20th of April, so I guess it's less than 3 weeks, and just looked like it didn't bother him at all.
No, he's handled himself so well, very nicely, well-balanced son of Super Saver. But number 11, Hurricane Debbie, she's a big girl. I mean, you know, there's something to be said about these fillies when they have the size at this time of year.
For sure. She was very impressive at Keeneland. Now, I want to know what's with the name here, Hurricane Debbie, because I know Charlie O'Connor, who owns part of this. His wife is Debbie, and they call us Hurricane Debbie. I wonder what that's all about.
Well, they're a lot luckier than most for naming
Yeah.
people after, or horses after their people.
Right.
As number 12, the Big Wham, still a maiden, but I thought another one that there was room for improvement because he just got away so slowly and then had to go around the whole field and just breathe.
And you see that 34-3 breezing from the gate work. Well, that was in preparation for that. It didn't quite work out. Well, she didn't leave the gate, but perhaps he learned quite a bit that day and will break cleaner today. If he does, he's got a big chance because he ran 4 lengths second to None Hudson from Wesley Ward's barn. That was one of the more impressive 2-year-old winners at the meet.
Right.
Plus, they went to, sorry, Maggie, they went to 4.5 furlongs in 51-4. That's quite a very good time for 2-year-olds.
They were coming home, which I think is impressive. This horse kind of closing into that pace and took money in the face of None Hudson. Luis Mendez, is he one to be known with his 2-year-old?
Oh, yeah. He's an excellent 2-year-old trainer from out in California. He is, he works with John Brocklebank, and John Brocklebank is, you know, he was from Idaho and used to bring horses down to Santa Anita and Hollywood Park. Used to do very well, very sharp horseman. And John is the key figure behind all of this.
Those Brocklebanks, they do have a good eye for
Yes,
some
they
horse
do.
flesh. So we'll see if the Big Wham can step up here, Greg. He is a big price currently at 19-1. But the Calbred, Tom's Regret, she's 2-1. We'll see how she does from that inside post here.
Maggie, Frank, thank you. Yeah, Tom's Regret, look, they mentioned it, obviously a big win margin-wise, but she only beat 3 rivals. One of them, Frankie mentioned, was her stablemate. Tough tests this afternoon, and she's got to deal with the inside post, but it looks like she's very quick, and if she is that quick, maybe it won't be an issue.
Well, especially short run to that far turn at Churchill Downs and the speed she showed first time, maybe it's even an advantage. She gets Tyler Bays, comes into rider. Tyler Bays, over 2,800 career victories. He was the 2000 Eclipse Award-winning apprentice. He's handled by Jack Carravers' agent. Jack Carravers was a tremendous trainer on the West Coast. Stopped training to take Tyler's book. Been doing a great job for him. I like the way this horse is acting. Sometimes horses that run so big first time, they get a little rattled. She looks like she's handling everything very professionally. Interesting, her sire, Tom's Tribute, just really a turf horse. Jim Cassidy was his trainer out in California, but he was turf, but he's throwing a fast one here, this Calbred.
Well, we know she's quick, but we talked about that Park shipper, and we don't know what kind of talent she has. She only went 2 furlongs, but when you make the lead going 2 furlongs, I don't care where you run, you're probably pretty quick. And then you got that Wesley Ward filly as well.
And it says quick start. So quick start going a quarter of a mile. And this horse prepped going a half a mile out of the gate to run 2 furlongs first time.
Getting some wind in the lungs, going 4 furlongs. See how it plays out. Tom's Regret, filly from the rail for Jorge Parabon. With Tyler Bays, it is the Kentucky Juvenile 5 furlong sprint. And we have the Unbridled Sidney, another stakes race still to come. As we see Mr. Gordy about to move in line. She was not slow either. Sorry, he in his debut, son of Motown. Travis Stone, the call here with his 9th from Churchill Downs on Kentucky Derby week.
They're in the gate. And the rough. Good beginning for Lone Leader toward the inside, racing for the lead. So too is Tom's Regret right there at the rail. Mr. Gordy comes away in 3rd. Ferrari Kid is 4th. Baytown Lovely 5th. Hurricane Debbie in 6th. The Big Wham far outside in 7th. King Adrock advancing in tight while 8th had to steady there. Hill of Tara's on the move from 9th, going past Simply Super, who's racing in 10th. It's 5 or 6 back to Cool Spirit, and at the back is Rivet. Rivet is 12 lengths off the lead. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. They round the far turn. Tom's Regret has come away with the lead. Mr. Gordy comes up with a 3 or 4 wide bid. Hill of Tara's right there. Lone Leader had to check out of there. The Big Wham's in with a shot as well. Baytown Lovely comes to the far outside. They're racing for the 8th pole. Tom's Regret still in front by 2. The Big Wham is set down for this final furlong. 2.5 lengths to make up on Tom's Regret. Tom's Regret still there. The Big Wham is trying hard. Time is running out. Tom's Regret, the Big Wham, and Tom's Regret won it. By a length on the wire, the Big Wham was 2nd. Rivet rallied to grab 3rd, and Mr. Gordy was 4th.
Philly gets the boys, and she's undefeated now. Tom's Regret the victory. The Big Wham, who Maggie and Frank talked about, getting 2nd place money at a big price.
Yeah, and coming, from off the pace, a little bit wide. Big field, ran extremely well. But let's give a lot of credit here now to this filly, Tom's Regret, and the ride that Tyler Bays put on. She broke good from the rail, not super sharp, but he hustled her because, what do we say? It simplifies things. You have speed from the rail, use it, protect that position. And Tom's Regret just kept finding. Congratulations to Jorge Parabon, Tyler Bays, the owners, and certainly my friend Jack Carava, who's Tyler Bays' agent.
1:12.8 finish. We get back to New York, close out this Belmont card on this Thursday afternoon on the turf at 1/16 in an allowance optional claiming field. This is Celestial City. Shug McGahee comes in off a win in Gulfstream.
Yeah, ran okay first time, ran better second time. Look for this horse to take another step forward. Shug's horses improve.
Here's a Louisiana bred at 17-1, Braun and Brow.
Trying the turf for the first time, and the horse that's had some speed sprinting gets Jose Gomez.
The one to beat coming out of a loaded Grade 3 Transylvania against, again, the undefeated Dog, who's 3 for 3.
It took a huge step forward off the first start, ran well, especially because encountered some trouble early.
15-1, heats on Zap. George Weaver runner went gate to wire sprinting.
Stretching out to the mile 16, certainly another pace player here.
We'll get back to 02-035. That's the zip code of Foxborough. Has some big efforts on the grass. There's a 6 Parketry.
Parketry broke maiden last time at Gulfstream, going a mile and a furlong. It's going to have to improve off of what we've seen so far.
Turf debut for Quality G.
Yeah, but ran well on synthetic. Sometimes that correlates well.
It's a Todd Pletcher runner. So is this one. Treasure King. Turf debut was a stakes win.
And a horse that I think is the horse to beat without a doubt.
McKillop, Chad Brown. One is the favorite at Tampa in the debut.
Yeah, we see this a lot. Chad starting horses at Tampa, getting them started there, and then they go on to bigger and better things.
Skylander 30-1 went by.
Kind of a deep closer, but from the Belmont barn.
And this horse really intriguing. Big number, outside post, though, got to overcome.
I like this horse a lot. This horse has shown a lot of ability, kind of a grinding, keep coming at you type, but the post is the problem. Got to overcome that.
You thought Treasure King was the one to beat.
Yeah, I like Treasure King a lot. I think this horse, the last race really pointed out this horse was for real. You don't know, like for me, what to make of the synthetic race, but the last time I thought that was a big step forward.
Well, 6 minutes to post coming up. This closes out the card. You can play it with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Go to nairabets.com. That offer available to new members. Free $25 Derby bet and a $200 deposit match at sign up. With that code there, Derby25. Punch that in if you're a new member. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. I look at that Napoleonic War race for Chad Brown, the 3, and there he is. I mean, this horse showed a pretty big turn of foot in that Grade 3 Transylvania. Side Dog, who won the race, undefeated 3 for 3. Grand Sonata was second in there, who is pretty accomplished stakes winner. And Coinage, stakes winner as well, and was second in the Transylvania.
And it was a lot more professional. You could see Dragon, Flavian Pratt, up into the race. There's no place to go. The one horse is stopping in his face, and he's kind of run out of options. You know, he's surrounded by horses. He's got to go backwards with that horse. And, you know, you can see he went from basically third in the pocket to last, and now is still searching for room. And then when he finally gets out in the clear, he's going to settle and finish extremely well. No doubt a big effort from this horse. Still like the 8, Treasure King.
All right. We'll see how it plays out. Can Manny Franco work out a better trip? This horse, in the end, only beat a length and a half to some very accomplished runners on the grass. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And I think he probably does look best in here. Greg obviously broke his maiden first time out at Tampa, which we will see typically Chad Brown's stronger turf runners over the winter do. Stepping up into that Transylvania, he is a big, solid son of War front, as they typically are. So a horse that would have to stop and start like that, given his size and given how much substance he carries, you'd have to imagine that that's a little bit of a challenge for him. He had a lovely solo warm-up out there under Manny Franco. He's done everything right, was the one that first caught my eye back in the paddock, and I've been really impressed with what I've seen from Napoleonic War, but unfortunately you will have to take a short price. A big price on the 502.035. This horse comes out of the Woodhaven, and I don't know if he wore this last time or recently, as I didn't make a note of it, but he is one that is a little bit quirky and can drift sometimes. He wears what's called a D-ring bit, in that there's a bar and an extra circle, basically in the shape of a D. On his left cheek, he has a burr, which we have seen some horses wearing to help their rider have a little bit more pressure on the side of that cheek. It allows them to kind of hit the nerve spots a bit. For horses that have the tendency to lug in, it'll apply a little bit more pressure with the burr and that bit with the bar on the side of his cheek and help him to keep a straight course. So that's something that I noticed for the first time on 02035 today, but I thought that he actually ran okay last time out in the Woodhaven, but unanimous consent was super impressive that day, and he's a horse 02035 that I've seen really improve physically, and hopefully that equipment will help him to improve on the track. The number 8 Treasure King, saw him first time out at Gulfstream, and that made an optional claiming. Given the fact that he's a Florida bred, he did not have to run for the claiming tag. Down at Gulfstream in the winter, there were a lot of races of this type, particularly on the Tapeta, and so he was not offered for a claiming tag first time out. As Treasure King, he was pretty nervous and very, very tough in the paddock, settled a lot more out on track, as we go to Maggie Wolfendale with a special guest.
Here in the jubilant winner's circle, Acacia, as Tom's Regret captures the Kentucky Juvenile in style. Pleased to be here with her trainer and family, wife and daughter. Yes, Georgie Bearman, so excited. I mean, you guys, this is what horse racing's about, your happiness.
Yes, you know, you enjoy the moment, because it's only one time. You never know when you're going to win a race. When you win a race, let's enjoy it. My wife, my daughter, and my kids, they do the same thing. You know, a lot of support right here in my family.
And to ship this horse from Southern California here to Kentucky, what gave you that inspiration? Obviously, she ran huge first time out.
Okay, the inspiration, the filly gave me the inspiration, because she showed me a lot. She showed me a lot of talent, ability, and I know it's a good filly. And I know she can be the boys, but it's hard to say that before.
Talk about this performance. I mean, she had to be used from the inside by Tyler, and she held off everybody that took a run at her. She seems as though she's got talent, but also a big heart.
I believe you know, Taylor do a good job, and nothing we try to be a good team, man, always. You know, I love this guy because this is my heart, this guy.
Tyler, we saw you come in just for her. You had to feel she was pretty special.
She is, you know, George picked a good one out for me this year, or last year, and he picked a good one out for me this year, so I'm just, you know, we don't really know what she is yet. She was just playing around today, and it was fun. It was a good trip.
She looks good so far. Guys, massive congratulations. Go drink some champagne.
Thank you very much.
Woo! I love you guys. Probably my favorite win of this Derby weekend so far here with Tom's Regret.
Maggie, thank you. Great to see jubilant connections in the winner's circle on a big week like this at a major racetrack, winning a stakes race. This is what this is all about, why you get in this game.
And I know Jorge Paraban very well. I rode winners for him in California. It's a family affair. They all, you know, are out at the barn. They love it. You feel their enthusiasm. He's worked very hard with the horses that he gets and does a great job with them.
So there's Napoleonic War. Peter Brandt Silks, Chad Brown, odds on 4-5 favorite. 020305 though. We talked about Napoleonic War was behind Side Dog last out. 02035 the 5. It's only a nose behind Side Dog on the turf.
Yeah, and a horse that Acacia talked about being difficult to ride, have a tendency to lug in, a little different equipment on him, maybe make him a little bit easier for Kendrick Carmouche to handle.
Yeah, that's a George Weaver horse. His stablemate, this one here, Heats on Zap, who just earned an 83 Beyer sprinting gate-to-wire win on the grass, and now is going to try and stretch that speed out.
Yeah, a big ass going from 6
Big
to a
price,
mile
too.
to 16th, but certainly a pace player.
Heats on Zap, 24-1. You'll get rewarded if that one can get it done. But Napoleonic War, Chad Brown, odds on favorite, the 3. It's this nightcap here on our Belmont Thursday card. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for McKillop, Skylander, and Daunt. Riders off, number 10, McKillop.
That is the other Chad Brown runner, Eric Cancel, hopping off, letting the starting gate crew get that second-time starter in. It looks like they have. And we'll be set. This horse third. This is a 2-year-old the last time we saw him. Let's go back upstairs. John Imbrial, take it away.
To move in, and we are set for race 9. And the rough. Treasure King had a steady shortly after the start, trails the field. It is Heats on Zap and Quality G. Heats on Zap has the lead. Quality G runs in second. Braun and Brow down on the inside runs in third. Then the favorite, Napoleonic War, racing in fourth. McKillop's on the outside in fifth. To his inside, 02035. Then a break of 3. Back to Daunt, who is racing in 7th. Skylander is next in 8th. Treasure King now moves up on the outside from 9th. Celestial City is next to last, and the trailer is Parketry in 11th. The quarter 22 and 4. Heats on Zap leads by almost 3. Quality G racing in second. And then it's Napoleonic War and Braun and Brow. They're right together, 3rd and 4th. The half and 47 seconds. McKillop now moving up on the outside from 5th. Napoleonic War now makes his move. McKillop follows that. It is Quality G and Heats on Zap. They are right together. Napoleonic War just off of them in 3rd. Now 02035 has advanced into 4th. McKillop's on the outside. Braun and Brow is down at the rail. Celestial City in between horses. Daunt on the far outside. 3/4 and 111 and 2. They are at the top of the stretch. And it is Quality G with Napoleonic War. Quality G, Napoleonic War. 02035 gains ground with McKillop. Then it's Daunt as they pass the 8th pole. Quality G and Napoleonic War. Those two are heads apart as they come down for the finish. Quality G, Napoleonic War, head bob in the finale. It was too tight to call. Was it Napoleonic War or was it Quality G, the favorite, or a long shot?
I don't know who got it. If it was the 7, 24-1 on the inside, I believe.
This is heads up and down on the wire. This is a true head bob. It's whose nose hits the wire first. Outside there, inside there, outside. Got nose down on the wire first.
Wow. 4-5 or 24-1. Whiskers the difference. And both these two just ran too good to lose.
The Napoleonic War kind of had to stretch his run out a bit more because he was outside, but he got an unencumbered trip, didn't have to fight traffic. What a game performance from Quality G, and just a heartbreaking loss. We had this stride before the wire in front, but all it counts is whose nose is on the wire first, and clearly it was the 3 Napoleonic War. And it looked like at one point mid-stretch, Quality G was going to fight him off, but Napoleonic War was relentless. Yeah. Terrific horse race.
Manny Franco on Napoleonic War in those green Peter Brandt silks. Jorge Vargas Jr. on Quality G down on the inside. And yet for a moment, too, it seems like Quality G, just the edge in Napoleonic War, even when he was stretching, wasn't getting by, but eventually did.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a race that was too good for either one of these horses to lose. They both put it out there, but your 4-5 favorite was relentless in Napoleonic War. Peter Brandt, Chad Brown, and Manny Franco.
Connections are just tough to beat. 4-5 favorite, but underneath. Talk about creating value on this program. 24-1, 15-1, 16-1 in second, third, and fourth.
There's your value.
Manny Franco, you want to deliver for these connections when you get the opportunities. Chad Brown has praised his riding, saying as much as anything, as good a rider as he wants to learn, he wants to get better, and that's why he's giving him big opportunities, and now he delivers in a tight finish here to close out this card at Belmont. We're going to take a timeout. Todd Pletcher lost a tight one there. He's hoping for a third Kentucky Derby. He's got Mo Donegal trying to overcome the rail, and the improving Charge It. He's got a ton of upside. Lightly raced. Can he deliver on Saturday?
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
We're back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Kentucky Derby Week on FS2, Valley Sports Southern California. program brought to you by Naira Bets. Get signed up if you have not already. Go to nairabets.com, download the Naira Bets app, and get involved in this year's Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby and all the great racing we have coming up at this Belmont meet beyond Saratoga this summer. These connections, you expect them to win a lot at a high rate. This was an odds-on favorite for Chad Brown. Peter Brandt took till the very last step to get up for the win here.
Yeah, he loomed up like he was going to take Quality G easily. Quality G had other ideas and fought him tooth and nail down to the wire, but dead game performance by both colts. The Pollyannic War, son of Warfront, Sands at Claiborne Farm, incredible stallion. Relentless, just did not want to lose.
Take a look at our run happy photo finish. And, you know, there's a Todd Pletcher runner in here who won his turf debut in a stakes race. It was the other Todd Pletcher horse trying the turf for the first time who gave this odds-on favorite all he could handle.
Yeah, the other Todd Pletcher, Treasure King, never involved, never looked comfortable. The Pollyannic War sat the outside trip, no traffic troubles this time, but Quality G fought him all the way to the wire. The 5:02.35. Go back and watch this replay. He got bumped a couple times in the stretch, was still trying to lug in a little bit, still not easy to handle, ran on well to be third.
Pick 5 with an odds-on favorite in the last $5,214. If you found Baltazar, and yes, the biggest surprise to me on that outcome of paying more than what they should have.
Yeah, no doubt. You had actually told me earlier this morning that you liked Baltazar. I like Yes and Yes coming into it. Rattlehouse, she kind of put it all together in her 4-year-old debut. Good sequence, very good sequence, and fairly logical. You put a couple of prices sprinkled in there.
Todd Pletcher is going to try and collect a third Kentucky Derby win. He was for so many years, year after year after year, being asked that question that Steve Asmussen's now getting. How are you going to overcome the Ophir in the Kentucky Derby? Well, he ended that with Super Saver, but he felt that one was just kind of getting the weight off his shoulders. The win with Always Dreaming, to him, he said it was more gratifying.
Well, also, I think doing it with Johnny Velasquez, they had both been so instrumental in each other's careers, Hall of Fame careers, no doubt. For Vinny Viola, Anthony Bonamo, the owners, you know, and I guess maybe the first one just felt like getting the monkey off your back, and now the second one, you can kind of take it in and savor it just a bit more. But Todd Pletcher, obviously a first ballot Hall of Famer last year, incredible horseman.
Mo Donegal, charge it, and let's not forget Pioneer of Medina as well. It's going to be a huge price. Joe Bravo will ride there. Of course, it was not that far behind Epicenter a couple of times they met. 3 chances at a third Kentucky Derby. Let's go to Maggie and Paul.
He's one of the few trainers in this year's edition that have actually won it, Paul. It's kind of odd to say that, right? But him and his teacher, if you will, Wayne Lucas, having the most success of anybody in here. But Mo Donegal, I talked to Todd this morning, and he was completely unfazed by the one draw.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, and this is a horse that's grown on me big time, to be honest with you. When I first looked at him, I'm like, can he really win this race? He draws to 1 hole. Can he really win this race? Then you look at him and you go, okay, he won the Remsen at Aqueduct at 1 1/8. He goes to Gulfstream Park, makes a great account of himself, then comes back to Aqueduct and wins the Wood Memorial. And don't forget, he won over Belmont. So he's won over 3 different racetracks. Obviously, the gate is his issue, but the try is there. And let's not forget, he's beaten going to be your post-time favorite, Zandon.
Yeah, exactly. He has finished in front of Zandon, although that was a controversial win with some interference in the stretch. But 2 of his 3 wins have come from an inside draw. And, you know, Todd Pletcher has taken all 3 of his charges to the gate this week to make sure that they do break alertly as Charge It, Paul. I mean, he feels like this horse that has this abundance of talent, as he should with the pedigree that he has, but is still lacking some focus and seasoning. I talked to Todd today, and he said that he seems to be putting it all together at the right time, and he looks fantastic on the racetrack.
Yeah, I've been able to catch up to Louis, not to trump you at all, but Louis even said he looks like he's getting better and better. And one thing he did say was focus. He wants to play the break. He knows we're going to be forwardly placed. So what Louis told me is like, Listen, I think we got enough speed to stay up close and get a good position going into that first turn, because this horse is ultra talented. His one worry was seasoning. Basically, that was it.
As Charge It, we'll see what he does. He breaks from post number 8. Louis Sai is looking for redemption. And then Pioneer of Medina takes the blinkers off this time. Look, his last 2 figures make him a horse that could get a piece of this, Paul.
Yeah, listen, if you like Epicenter, why wouldn't you like this horse? I mean, the horse has been right behind. I understand he's the last horse that got into the starting gate, but you listen, the blinkers come off, you get a tiny bit of a change here, and like I said, you've been behind Epicenter. I think Zozos will get some sneaky money. I think Smile Happy will get some sneaky money, and if you believe that the fairground races have been the best feeder races going into the Kentucky Derby, I think this is a big long shot for Todd Pletcher that can hit the board.
Paul, I gotta say, and Greg and Richie, all 3 of Todd's horses, from what I've seen here in the mornings, look fantastic.
That's what you want to hear. Everyone going into it the best they can be doing. And as a trainer, that's your job. And that's why these are the best trainers in the world, many of them. You want to be peaking at the right time. Maggie, Paul, thank you. Those 3 Pletcher runners, all of them, to me, really intriguing. You never want the rail, but the rail's a lot better than it used to be.
Completely different configuration with the 20-stall gate. You're not looking at that corner. You actually have a little space to work with inside of you.
Here's Brooke Marie. She has won 4 of her last 5 for Eddie Keneally.
Yeah, and it's 4 for 6 at the distance. Shipped out to California, 1 down the hillside turf course at Santa Anita.
Ambassador Luna, if she wants to use it, she is very quick.
Can be very quick. Also, could be a pace factor.
In good spirits, Hall of Famer John Velasquez for Al Stall.
I think the key is getting firm ground. His fillies run good races on firm ground, not so good races on soft ground.
Horse for course here, change of control.
Yeah, we saw her last year ship up to Aqueduct and get it done. Very tactical kind of horse.
Catch a Bid the 6 cuts back in distance.
Cuts back in distance, is going to maybe have to get – it's like a place to get started because she's going to be far back early.
Going Good is 1 on this turf course at Churchill.
1 on this turf course and is a confirmed turf sprinter.
It's a nice price on Toby's Heart, who is trained by Brian Lynch. Of course, sends out Classic Causeway in the Derby.
Yeah, and definitely more proficient at turf sprints. They've tried to stretch her out, but she's 3 for 3 at the distance.
And Bullseye Beauty got a really hot pace to close into. Came from a mile out of it and just missed by a neck.
Yeah, now she gets this outside draw. What kind of trip does she work out? That's the question when you get outside posts and turf sprints.
6-1 for Andrew McKeever. Jimmy Graham will ride. You race to the Twin Spires app. You can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. You can do that all week long on every eligible race, including the Kentucky Derby. Just download that Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com. It's available to new and existing players, that offer, but you do have to opt in. 4 minutes to post here in the Unbridled Sidney. Brooke Marie, more than anyone in this field, on an incredible roll right now. Mentioned that she has won 4 of her last 5. 6-year-old mare. And this is the Monrovia Grade 2 out west at Santa Anita when she beat, among others, Toby's Heart.
Yeah, and you can see the unique configuration of the El Camino Real turf course at Santa Anita. They start up on the hill, they make a right turn, they come downhill to the left, they cross the dirt course. Always been my experience that horses excel on that are usually like miler types turning back, but this horse is already confirmed at the distance. This was a huge effort.
And extremely proficient, too, at this 5.5 furlongs that she's going to try and tackle again this afternoon. And she's not going to be that far out of it. She's tactical, and it looks like there's speed that's going to potentially set it up for her.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, but she's not slow. She's going to put herself in a good spot, and she's going to protect inside position, particularly with Luis Saez, who is a guy that understands position, and he understands getting that position going forward.
Well, this 5, change of control, another 6-year-old mare. She's a multiple graded stakes winner. She's probably going to be further back than Brooke Marie's going to be in this spot, but this is the one who loves this turf course. She's 3 for 4 here.
Yeah, and you know, it is a different turf course this year. They replaced it, so we don't know if it's playing exactly the way it used to. It used to be a little bit looser, more of a sand-based course, so it's going to be interesting to see. But we know she's good at Churchill, and we know she's good at the distance, and I agree. She's going to have to work out a trip, though, because I don't think she's going to be quite as tactical as, let's say, the 2 Brooke Marie.
She takes her track, too. I mean, wherever she goes, she runs a race. She's won on the turf at Aqueduct, soft turf, Keeneland, Woodbine, she's won. Keeneland, she's won.
She's honest. She shows up. What do I say? I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking.
She is certainly that. 9-time winner, 7 seconds in 34 career starts. Over 770,000 she has earned. And on this occasion, though, it was going good, finishing ahead of her when she had that compromised beginning out of the gate.
Yeah, she hopped at the break. In turf sprints, you hop at the break, you're pretty much up against it, aren't you?
Or almost game over.
Game
Going
over.
5.5.
I was trying to be kind.
I mean, that's put so much pressure on you. What do you do as a rider to ensure, especially coming off a race like that where you were unprepared at the start? All your focus has to be on the gate, right?
Well, yeah, but not so much so that your nervous energy feeds into the horse's nervous energy. Horses break best when they're square, they're alert, and they're looking down the racetrack. You don't want them shuffling their feet. You don't want to get them too revved up because then a 1,000-pound animal has to reset their feet and then jump.
9-2 on change of control for Michelle Lavelle. Let's head back to Maggie and Paul.
Well, it's Cinco de Mayo. Why not tequila?
I was waiting for you to start dancing here pretty soon with Pee Wee Herman. But yeah, the music has been flowing here at Churchill Downs, and we got a contentious field in here. You know, we both took a look at this field and think Brooke Marie's the horse to beat because she's just on a roll right now.
What about, though, number 7, Going Good, out of the Giants Causeway, as well as number 5, Change of Control, coming out of this, as the guys are just talking. They're exiting that race. I thought, you know, Going Good, she had to be checked about 1/8 of a mile out of the gate that day, kind of threw her head. She just kind of got discombobulated going into that turn, but still ran on well in the end.
Yeah, she really did. She exploded late in that race. And I can understand where you're going with Change of Control, too, right now, who's currently, I think, at 9-2. It looks like everybody's a little bit tepid because this is a very, very tight field.
It is.
Who's going to go to the front end? You got a couple horses that are going to be launching for a way out of it. I also think the 9, who's a horse that has only sprinted 3 times on the turf and has run the best 3 figures of her life. I don't understand why they keep on sending her long. She's going to be launching from way out of it, too. So there's so many horses in here that got a big shot.
Yeah, I agree, and I think Change of Control, I think she'll be more forward than what we saw in that Giants Causeway. She always is such a cool customer out on the racetrack. I love what I see from her. As number 6 is Catch a Bid. She's coming in off of a break, and I've always thought that she actually physically looks more like a sprinter. I know she's winless at this distance, but I thought an interesting move here for Joe Sharp, who does have decent numbers turning horses back on the turf. He's 12 for 51, 24%, 335 ROI.
And he picks up Brian Hernandez, who's been hot. He's a very underrated jockey, rides the turf very well, knows the track here at Churchill Downs. So I think a very, very good long shot in here. And like I said, I like the 9 a little bit. The 4 is getting forgiven a little bit in good spirits. Is another horse that can sort of put himself in the right spot.
And Brooke Marie, she looks the part as the favorite. But Paul, I know you're interested in a bit of a long shot for this year's Oaks. Kind of like a little Turner Loose.
Yes, I do. I like Turner Loose for Brad Cox. And the reason why is if you look at her races, she started on the turf course. She went on the dirt course. She won. Second time on the dirt, okay, I'm running into Echo Zulu in Hidden Connection. I did not disgrace myself. I can get a little bit better. I got a little bit more fitness, and I got the secret connection. Maggie said she's training well, so that's all I needed to know.
She looks really good on the racetrack in the morning, so I would not be afraid of using Turner Loose in this year's Kentucky Oaks, Greg.
Maggie, Paul, thanks. Meg and I were having a spirited debate on the Kentucky Oaks before we came on the air. I am against the undefeated 2-year-old champion filly.
I know. You made a compelling case.
More coming up tomorrow night. Thurby preview show, of course. Still to come right now. Stakes race, Unbridled Sidney.
And they're off. Bullseye Beauty, good start to the far outside. Ambassador Luna sent on for speed right off the mark. In Good Spirits is there. Brooke Marie's trying to keep up toward the inside. Down the backstretch they go. And it's Ambassador Luna keyed up and on the lead in front by 1. In Good Spirits on the outside of Brooke Marie, who comes off the rail and is up and applying some pressure now. Change of Controls right in behind Racing 4th. Going Good is down inside 5th. Bullseye Beauty 3 or 4 wide running along in 6th. And then it's Toby's Heart in 7th, and Catch a Bit is at the back as they round the far turn. Ambassador Luna opening quarter 23 seconds flat, holding on to the lead for the run to the top of the stretch, but Brooke Marie cranks up the pressure now. Here comes Brooke Marie, 2 wide in good spirits, 3 wide, change of control, comes off the turn, 4 wide. Toby's Heart's in behind. Also there's Bullseye Beauty, anyone's race, 1 furlong to go. Change of control comes away with the lead, opens up a length and a half. Here comes Toby's Heart on the far outside, and Going Good's coming up the rail. 100 yards to go. Change of control still there. Toby's Heart surging late. Toby's Heart, change of control. Toby's Heart got there just in time. Change of control finishing second. Going Good was third. In Good Spirits was fourth.
Toby's Heart wearing down. Change of control. Brian Lynch, Jose Ortiz.
This was some effort. This filly is now 4 for 4 at the distance. They've tried to stretch her out at different times, and she has just consistently proven that this is what she wants to do, be a turf sprinter. And man, she just got there in the shadow of the wire. Big performance here.
Well, Brian Lynch owns part of this filly as well. It's got to feel extra special. 4 for 4, as you mentioned, now at this distance, grinding away at, we know, a mare that loves to win. 9-time winner in the past, but Toby's Heart very good for this victory. Now 2 for 3 at Churchill in the grass, and Jose Ortiz on the board.
You know, I just think Toby's Heart, you understand why Connections wanted to try to see if they can get her go long and more opportunities for big purses. Now that they've been concentrating more on turf sprints, this is when you're going to see the best of this filly.
Toby's Heart, no one's been able to beat her at this distance, sprinting on the grass. Make it 4 for 4 now. 5 for 12 overall in her career. Well, these prices for you when we come back. 9-2 in the end on Toby's Heart. 8-5, 7-4 finish. We're going to take a timeout. Speaking of the Oaks, Echo Zulu undefeated. The 2-year-old champion filly trying to remain that way, going further than she's ever gone before.
Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies, and you'll see some good 2-year-old performances from them.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Kentucky Derby week under the Twin Spires. It's Oaks Day tomorrow, and then the Run for the Roses on Saturday. Jose Ortiz on Toby's Heart for a victory, getting by a 9-time winner on the grass. Of course, Jose's going to ride Simplification, found a youth winner in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, and Simplification, I think, is a horse that has shown consistently now better off the pace. I think it was a little too involved early in the Florida Derby. I'm sure they're going to revert to those more of a rating tactical race, and he hasn't done much wrong when he's come from off the pace.
Well, here's a look at the winning move, and at this point, a lot of work still to do for Jose Ortiz on Thurby's Heart.
Yeah, but saving ground in the stretch before angling out in the clear, and once she got to the clear, she lengthened her stride, and I mean, this was a huge performance for her because the filly in the lead did not lay down a change of control. She fought for it, and she was running hard, and the 8-horse, Thurby's Heart, just ran her down in the shadow of the wire. A true turf sprinter.
No question. Proven it time and time again here. $11.20 for the win. Goes off at 9-2. Change of control going good. Second and third. And this one in the books. And Jose Ortiz with the victory in this Unbridled Sidney. And our nightcap at Churchill still to come. Closing out the Thursday card. $50,000 maiden claiming sprint at 3/4 of a mile, the 6 furlong distance. And we see 3 on the board at 7-2. The 2, the 5, the 10 all taking support.
Yeah, and you want to let the board be your guide when you have a race that doesn't have a tremendous amount of proven form. Kind of points out who's been tipping their hand in the morning trials, how they're doing.
And maybe especially keep your eyes on that too. That's a first-time starter. Let's go back to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with Brian Lynch, wedding conditioner, Thurby's Heart, and Brian. Woo! That wire, it came at the right time.
Certainly did. It was a great ride by Jose. I mean, he was so patient with her. He tucked her in, saved ground, and he had horse when he needed it and run the place set down. But always been one of my favourite fillies. She's such a hard trier. I tried to stretch her out a few times, and probably wasn't what she wanted to do. So we've concentrated on backing her up this year, and it was a great start. You know, just a great start to the weekend.
And it feels as though she is a turf sprinter. That's going to be her campaign this year?
Yeah, well, you know, pointed back towards Kentucky Downs where she won the 500,000 there last year, and we will try and cap off a good season with her.
She's in such a nice filly from the get-go. 2, 3, 4. How do you keep a horse going like that, especially the fillies?
Yeah, I mean, we've been very lucky with her. She's been a lovely sound filly, and both Terry and Gary are very patient with her, and you know, they've put up with me trying to get creative with her, and but looks like, you know, the older she gets, the better she gets, and hopefully we'll, like I said, we'll finish off a real strong campaign with her this year.
I guess you can get creative when you're part owner too, right?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you got a little pull.
Brian, congratulations, big weekend so far.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Brian Lynch, Thurby's Heart. Guess she's now confirmed as a turf sprinter, Greg.
She is indeed perfect at this distance. Brian Lynch, part owner, trainer of your winner here, and is going to send out Classic Causeway in the Kentucky Derby coming up on Saturday, a horse that we know wants to be part of that early pace.
Yeah, no doubt. But, you know, just because a horse closes strong in a shorter race doesn't mean they want to go longer. Sometimes they just have that explosive turn of foot that they could turn on for about 3/16 of a mile, which we saw today.
We're going to take a timeout. Dwayne Lucas, he's had a lot of experience in the big races. He's got the impressive Ethereal Road, going to be a big price, and maybe the filly to beat in the Oaks.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Going to be saying goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports Southern California in just a moment here at the top of the hour. Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks, 3-year-old fillies coming up on Friday, of course, and the 2-year-old champ. So much attention on Echo Zulu, but there's another undefeated filly in this group. A couple of them. One of them, Kathleen O, for Shug McGahee, who seems to have really taken a big step forward as a 3-year-old.
Absolutely, and what do we come to expect from Shug McGahee runners? They get better with racing. He doesn't crank them up for a race. He cranks them up for a campaign, for a career. And she has just been scintillating. When she broke her maiden going 7, she ran a stake going a mile, then a grade 2, 2 grade 2s into this, and could not be any more impressive. Should be very, very tough here in the Oaks.
And the other thing you like too, I mean, the 2 starts she's come back, well, it's been 3 starts really as a 3-year-old, but off the short layoff, taking a big move forward in those next 2 starts. So each start, you've seen that career progression.
Absolutely, and again, that's what we come to think of with Shug McGahee. Now she's by Upstart, trained by the late, great Rick Violet, and he's got a contender in the Kentucky Derby as well, the Upstart. So kind of a good story there.
Indeed it is. 148th running of the Kentucky Oaks. Of course, that Derby contender for Upstart, that's Zandon for Chad Brown. Oaks Field, Kathleen O, 7-2 on the morning line. Shocking that she's a shorter price than Echo Zulu.
Well, everybody seems to be the impression Echo Zulu did not make that step from 2 to 3. I think the jury's still out on that.
Yeah, we will find her comeback race. She still gutted it out. She still won. And you would think she's going to get a lot out of that for start number 2. But now she's got to last 1 mile and 1/8. 2-year-old champion filly putting that perfect record on the line. Goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports Southern California. Good to have you still with us here on FS2. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori. Oaks Day on Friday, then it's Derby Day on Saturday. Beautiful weather on this Thursday afternoon card. We still have the nightcap coming up in Louisville.
Yeah, beautiful day here in the metropolitan area. It looks like we might have some potential weather coming in for the weekend, but it's an outdoor sport. And we can't control the weather. We just do the best we can.
Let's get back and talk more Kentucky Oaks and a filly who, for a short time, Dwayne Lucas was pointing her to potentially going to the Kentucky Derby. Ran her against the boys in the Arkansas Derby. And this race a lot better than that 3rd place finish might look.
No, she had a terrible trip. I mean, she had no position. She made a big middle move when she got out of trouble, loomed up, and then flattened out, rightfully so. She would have had to make a half-a mile run. This was a much better race than it appears, because she did get bothered at the break and then made that wide premature move. She's a major player, particularly from the rail, and Luis Saez picks up the mount. She's going to be tough. She's already shown that she belongs here, and she's a major player.
Are there concerns for you with the rail going 1 mile and 1/8?
There's not, because it's, she's already in a position where she's going to save ground, and she's already shown that she's brave. She's not shy about running inside of horses. She's not shy about kickback. She's overcome a couple of compromising trips, and then she had another compromising trip in the Arkansas Derby.
She's shown her athleticism as well. She can stop and start, move out of tight spots. She is a ton of talent against her own division. She's won 3 in a row. Maggie Wolfendale had a chance to catch up with her trainer, Dwayne Lucas.
Here with the legend that is Wayne Lucas, sending out, how many is this? 49th or 50th Derby contender?
Now, you got to be careful here. We didn't want to run all 50 of them. Some of them, the owners said, let's run. And I thought, oh, dear, here we go. But I think it's an achievement to get that many in the race, so you don't have to apologize for running 50 of them. It's hard to get them in here, and whether they win or not, I think it's very difficult. These young guys are going to find that out.
This is very true. Ethereal Road is your charge this year, but does it ever get old, Wayne?
Not really. I kind of thrive on the competition and with the guys and the excitement here and everything. I think at my age of what's happened and what we've done, I think if I had maybe just, a nice set of horses in the barn, I think I might lose a little of my passion or enthusiasm for it, because knowing that there's one every year that you could maybe make it. That's what drives us.
It's always the dream that keeps you coming back for more, and you have a legitimate chance on Friday in the Oaks with Secret Oath. And talk about what you gained or maybe lost with running her in the Arkansas Derby.
Well, we lost. We were going for $1.25 million. We lost some of that. So that was the idea. We thought we were the best horse in the Arkansas Derby, and I still say we are. I thought we were the best horse. We just didn't get a smooth trip. Some things, as you all know, happen in racing. But we were trying to maybe pick up a major purse in a Grade 1, and we had no ambition to run in the Derby here. If she'd have won the Arkansas Derby, we'd still be in the Oaks. We decided that had to happen. I did not want to subject her to 20-horse field, the way she runs. So now we're in the Oaks, and what did we find out? The Oaks is probably the toughest race on the card. It's really tough with all those good fillies. So now we're in another tough one.
Wayne, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with both your runners in the Oaks and Derby.
Yeah, we're optimistic, but we also have a little touch of reality, too, so we know that there's only going to be one of us get that gold ring.
I think some might make the argument, even before the Oaks, this could be the best 3-year-old filly in the country. She's got to prove it. We'll find out on Saturday.
If she's 6-1, she gets my money. I think that's way too big a price, the morning line on her. She's legit. And as impressive as Wayne Lucas's Hall of Fame resume is, I'm more impressed that he's 86 years old. He still rides out every morning on his beautiful buckskin stable pony.
That's incredible that he still does
Amazing.
it. Gets on him in the morning. Just an absolute legend in this sport. It's fun to have him back in the conversation with a contender, too. We got the nightcap coming up in Churchill. We'll get to the post parade for the 11th when we return.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. We have the finale still coming up at Churchill Downs. Our program is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Going to close out this Thursday card on Kentucky Derby week under the Twin Spires with a maiden claiming sprint. Fillies and mares 3 and up. And still money going to that first-time starter for Al Stahl, the 2. She's Greek and sleek.
Yeah, well, you get Flavian Pratt, you get Al Stahl. Interesting, Flavian Pratt actually rode this horse's dam, but she won on the turf, more of a turf mare.
9-2 right now. Favorite, though, outside post. That's tackless Rusty Arnold. Experience edge certainly over that first. This is start number 3 and the first time in for a tag. Here's Maxine's Candy. Start number 2 also drops down.
It drops down, but would have to improve enormously to contend here.
First timer we've been talking about for Al Stahl. She's Greek and sleek.
Plus, she's obviously tipped her hand. She's trained well in the morning, looking professional so far on the racetrack.
Love of my life for Nacho Correas.
Another one taking that drop from maiden allowance to maiden claiming.
Speedy 3 furlong bullet drill coming in here for this one as well. Mrs. Nushi, start number 7.
Start number 7 has flashed speed at times, was claimed for 50 out of a good effort at Keeneland.
Somebody Loves Me dirt debut in start number 3.
Well, that could be the key because the synthetic and the turf races left a lot to be desired.
Kenny McPeaky claimed Sweet Truffles, and he immediately jumps her up a little bit in class.
Yeah, and ran okay on debut against Lesser.
Stablemate to that first timer of the 2. This is Abby the Bulldog, also for Al Stahl.
Yeah, another one that but had debuted for maiden 50 on an off the turf race.
Monocacy, 19-1. Drops down.
Good horseman, William Morey, gets a 7-pound apprentice. He gets a break in the weight. He's going to have to improve off that synthetic effort.
Here's quick money. Ricardo Santana Jr. at 6-1. Speedy.
Could be the speed of the speed here, and drops down in class as well.
And the 5-2 favorite outside, Luis Saez, Rusty Arnold.
Rusty Arnold, terrific horseman. Another trainer. Horses get better with racing. Horse leaves Gulfstream. Some sharp pace races. Should be in a good stalking spot under an aggressive Luis Saez.
Download the Twin Spires app. You can earn your money back all week long on every eligible race. If your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd, including the Kentucky Derby, download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com. It's available, that offer, to new and existing players. You do have to opt in, so keep that in mind. 5-2 favorite. Outside post. There's their first look, really a good look here at this first timer for Al Stahl, is taking this money, Mig. What do you think?
Yeah, left the pony there under Flavian Pratt. Looks nice on the racetrack. Looks like she's bright and certainly pretty professional up to this point. I just find, one of the things we lean on is pedigree. And her mother was a turf horse. So how does that translate? She is by violence, though, so there is dirt pedigree. And the fact that she's been working on the dirt and taking money.
3 minutes to post in the race that's going to close out this Thursday card. Let's head back to the track with Maggie and Frank.
We'll get to that first-time starter in a moment, guys, but we do want to talk about number 5 in here, Frank. Somebody Loves Me. Does somebody love you?
Yeah, they do.
Don't forget, you got to hold your mic to your mouth.
Oh, sorry. That works better. Right, sorry about that. So Somebody Loves Me. She was eased first time out with Tyler Gaffleon on her down at Gulfstream Park. She walked off the racetrack. And she came back and Miguel Vasquez rode her. She was 8 beaten 9 1/4 lengths. That was on the poly track. First start was on the turf. Now she tries the dirt. So she's got to try all 3. And they're betting her today like she's going to show up today. She looks very well.
She does. And who does she have to? Bag Boss.
Bag Boss.
Who won impressively yesterday sprinting on the dirt. So there's definitely pedigree. She looks as though she should handle it, and she is by More Than Ready, who often gets more turf horses, but he's very versatile in what he throws.
And he ran his best race. I think he was 4th in the Derby, right?
Yeah.
For Todd Plesher many years ago. Todd.
He was a dirt horse.
Yeah, he was a dirt horse.
Moving on to number 10, that is Takli, for trainer Rusty Arnold in here. She showed a bit of speed last time going the 7/8. She'll cut back just a furlong here to the 6. What do you think about her?
Well, she showed good speed in a good race. She faced Veterans Highway. That's also from Rusty Arnold's barn. First time out, she's a very good filly. She was beaten 21 lengths. But then next time out, Julian ended up riding her, and she showed pace, and she showed 44 and change pace. And she backed up in the end, but now she drops in for maiden 50. She comes back a furlong off both efforts. She's a very good-looking filly, so she's going to run today.
The problem is over 50-1 last time, and she's her favorite this time around. But the guys were mentioning the first-time starter. She's Greek and sleek. She is humongous.
That's what I was just going to say.
This is a big filly.
She's a big filly. So you don't know if she's going to break that well. You're not used to big horses breaking all that quickly first time out. But she looks good, and Flavian Pratt rides her, and Al Stahl has 2 horses in the race. The other one finished 3rd first time out, 4th first time out. He doesn't ride that one, he rides the 2, the first time starter. She's Greek and sleek.
We'll see, though. It is more of a turf pedigree to me. She kind of had that little bit of a turf look, but
yeah, she did.
Wire Connections putting her here as Frank. You have, it's kind of, I feel like we're divided on this show with regards to the 2-year-old champion, Echo Zulu. I'm a bit against her. I don't know if she's gone on from 2 to 3, but you like her.
Well, I do like her. I mean, I just think that she's third choice in the field. Now, I'm not quite sure if she's going to get the mile and an eighth, you know. But she won going a mile and a 16th in the Louisiana Oaks, and that's like her only bad race, but she still won. So, you know, you say a bad race, but she won, and she maybe didn't, you know, anyone can have an off day, Maggie, you know that.
I have those off days,
right.
And she could move forward. First start back, she kind of got a late start to her 3-year-old campaign. I'm going with the filly that almost got her that day in Hidden Connection. I know it feels as though, you know, she was so good in her first 2 starts and then she tailed off a bit, but I think I don't know if she had an excuse in her first start back as a 3-year-old in the Rachel Alexandra, but I don't think she wants to be ridden that way, and she inherited the lead when the front runner unfortunately was injured and pulled up by Joelle Rosario. But I think last time we saw her rounding back into form, and I bet you she takes another step forward.
She's 1 for 1 here at Churchill, winner of the Pocahontas, but all of our hearts are going to be with the 1 horse, Secret Oath, trained by the coach, D. Wayne Lucas.
It would be so great to see her win for the Hall of Famer, D. Wayne. And I feel like now, Greg, in the twilight years of his career possibly, he's very sentimental about each and every horse that he brings to the big stage.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. I think a lot of the racing industry and fans of this sport feel the same way. The last 3 times Secret Oath for the coach has been in against her own division. She has won those 3 races by more than 23 lengths combined.
Yeah, and she's back with the girls now, and she's very good, and I like the inside draw for her. Getting back to Echo Zulu, she was so dominant as a 2-year-old and so brilliant. And you saw the speed she possesses. What I liked about the Fairgrounds Oaks is she showed that she has tenacity, that she'll fight for it. This is the first time anybody ever looked her in the eye, and she didn't wilt. She fought back, and she got her nose down in front, and I think she was about 75% fit that day. I think she will get to her best race. Now, is it going to be good enough? Did she take a big enough step from 2 to 3? Is the mile and eighth really what she wants? Those are the questions, but I like that the fact that she answered the biggest question of all, that she has courage to go with that brilliance.
We will find out. Mile and an eighth, big test for her. Will she shorten up to shorter distances going forward? Those are the questions that are going to be answered tomorrow in the Kentucky Oaks. 2-year-old champion filly putting that perfect record on the line here in this nightcap from Churchill. Tackless, outside post, Rusty Arnold, daughter of Malibu Moon. Big drop down in class here for start number 3. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
Here the gate. And the rough. Quick Money hits the ground running. Somebody Loves Me mid-pack is away well. She's Greek and Sleek is advancing toward the inside. Tackless not far behind either. Down the backstretch. And it's Quick Money in front opening up to lead. Tackless comes on to grab second. She's Greek and Sleek is now third. Mrs. Nushi comes away racing in fourth. Somebody Loves Me on the outside moving up from fifth. And then it's Maxine's Candy down inside sixth. Minakasi's running along in seventh, about 5 or 6 lengths off to lead another 3 from there back to Sweet Truffles, followed by Love of My Life. Abby the Bulldogs, the trailer, 22 seconds flat for the quarter. They're on the far turn, and it's Quick Money leading the way. Tackless is on the chase in second. Getting closer is Tackless. She's Greek and Sleek is set to strike inside, while third. Mrs. Nushi is also there. Somebody Loves Me comes up on the outside. Off the turn into the stretch. Quick Money turning for home in front by 2. Quick Money set down for the drive. She's Greek and Sleek trying to come up the rail. Tackless fights on. Then it's Somebody Loves Me, Mrs. Nushi, and everybody else. Quick Money now by 4 and now by 5. Quick Money broke on top and never looked back. Under the wire, the 3-length winner. She's Greek and Sleek was second. Somebody Loves Me was third. Tackless was fourth. And Sweet Truffles was fifth.
That's what Echo Zulu might be able to do in the Oaks. She looks like the speed of the field. Quick Money only had to get 1 turn, sprinting 6 furlongs here. And sharp break from Ricardo Santana Jr. We see him being aggressive so much, and that's why he's quite often so successful.
Yeah, and speed's always dangerous. This filly had the best gate speed of anybody, established that lead. I thought the 2-horse She's Greek and Sleek actually ran well. She was big for a big filly, too. Being in behind horses, had to hold up, but just came up second best to the filly that broke her maiden in her 7th career start, so a lot more foundation.
7-1 on Quick Money out of that 9-hole. Broke outwards a little bit, but straightened out quick enough. Ricardo Santana Jr. keeping her busy down the stretch, and she goes on to get this done pretty easily here. 9-2, 5-10 here in this finale on the Thursday card at Churchill Downs. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. California, the West Coast invasion. Taba, brilliant. Messier, a lot of people talking about him. We'll talk about him next.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
The Belmont Stakes returns to Belmont Park Saturday, June 11th. Tickets to the top of the stretch, the premier trackside picnic area with personal grills are almost sold out. Tickets to the Test of the Champion are on sale at BelmontStakes.com. Hurry before it's gone.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Card in the books on this Thursday afternoon on Kentucky Derby week. Quick Money, Ricardo Santana Jr. closing things out for Jason Barkley. This filly dropping in for attack for the first time in career start number 7 and goes gate to wire.
Yeah, just flashed that speed and just kept on finding. Pretty quick race for maiden claimant, 109-3. Ricardo Santana shakes her up in the stretch. One of his gifts, a very strong finisher. And she drifted through the stretch, but was well clear. 2-horse She's Greek and Sleek ran well. I liked her race, especially a big filly being in tight, kick back. Quick Money, well named.
That man right there wins a lot of races. Had a tremendous Oaklawn, even though for the first time in a long time for him, he was not the sole main rider for Steve Asmussen, still had a tremendous meet.
Yeah, it's a big loss to lose a stable that provides a steady supply of live horses, of winners, but he showed that he could still be successful and do well, and it's good to see him back somewhat in the fold with Steve. Maybe not the main go-to guy, but he's not out of the barn, and that's key. You want to tell the coach, I want to be in the lineup. I don't care if I'm batting ninth. Just have me in the lineup.
He will be on Tawny Port for Brad Cox in the Kentucky Derby, post 18. One of 3 in the race for Brad Cox, horse who did step up and run a huge race, biggest race of his career. getting back on dirt in that Grade 3 Lexington. $16.60 on quick money for the win. Pick 6 carryover into Kentucky Oaks Day as well at Churchill. 33,000 plus heading into that Oaks Day card. Kentucky Derby time.
Received by the Kentucky Derby winner.
On Saturday, of course, 148th running. Look at the field and the odds wide open group. It is going to be fun on Saturday. Let's take a closer look at the contenders.
The blanket of roses received by the Kentucky Derby winner is one of the most coveted in the sport and one of the most difficult to obtain. Some of the most heralded trainers in horse racing have never brought home a trophy from Churchill Downs, but the Derby dream never dies, and neither does the quest for the Triple Crown. Hall of Fame member Steve Asmussen is the leading all-time trainer of winners in North America, but the Kentucky Derby has eluded him. Epicenter could end that streak this year. The son of Not This Time is the morning line's second choice for the 148th Run for the Roses and enters this event after capturing the Grade 2 Risen Star Stakes and the Grade 1 Louisiana Derby at the fairgrounds.
Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby.
Chad Brown has received 4 Eclipse Awards as Outstanding Trainer, but like Asmussen, a Derby triumph is one of the few Grade 1 races not on his resume. That could all change in 2022 as Brown will have the lightly raced but talented Zandon in the gate. Zandon was third in the Risen Star to kick off his sophomore campaign and then won the Grade 1 Bluegrass Stakes at Keeneland. The son of Upstart came from last at the 3/4 pole to draw clear of his 10 rivals.
Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Saffie Joseph Jr. also seeks his first Derby victory with his second Kentucky Derby starter. White Obario returned for his 3-year-old campaign with an impressive victory in the Grade 3 Holy Bowl at Gulfstream Park. He then punched his ticket to Louisville with another win in the Grade 1 Florida Derby over that same surface.
And White Obario wins the Florida Derby for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Tim Yakteen aims to collect his first Derby in his first attempt with the gifted Taba. The son of Gunrunner overhauled multiple graded stakes winner Messier to win the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby in only the second start of his young career after being unraced at the age of 2.
The run-happy Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Only 20 horses can enter the starting gate under the Twin Spires to vie for $3 million. Will this be the year that one of the participants provides their trainer with their first Derby victory and continues the march to Triple Crown glory at Belmont Park?
Acacia Clement voicing that for us. Thank you, Acacia. We mentioned it earlier in the program. Todd Pletcher used to get all these questions. When are you going to finally win a Kentucky Derby? Now it's primarily Steve Asmussen, Chad Brown a little bit as well, but we'll see if either of those two can break through trying to get that first Derby win. They got the top 2 choices in the race.
Yeah, certainly he wants to get it done, but it's not going to define his career as a horse trainer. Look what he's been able to do, and I got a feeling there's one with his name on it.
Well, these West Coast invaders, I have a feeling they're going to attract a lot of attention. Taba has been brilliant, but he is inexperienced coming in.
Listen, I think he's brilliant. He's an incredible talent. I like the horse. I'm a fan. I just have a hard time seeing him face a 20-horse field and come out triumphant. He's got to beat 19 rivals, a lot of them with much more seasoning than him. And Messier, I like him because he's got foundation, true foundation.
Well, Taba, son of Gunrunner, 6 furlong debut. He ran a 103 Beyer speed figure, dusted a field by 7+ lengths, was expected to be good. This horse cost $1.7 million at auction, son of Gunrunner. And you just don't see horses sprint once and then go 1 1/8 at a Grade 1 Derby prep and win as easily as he did, win it all, hit the board at all.
No, I mean, it was a huge ask, and he handled it. And again, I'm a fan. I think the horse is phenomenally talented. I just have a hard time seeing him win the Derby in his 3rd start. Now, post positions real quick. Zandon gets post 10. He gets the best of it. It's a split load. They vote 111, 212. So Tabe is actually going to be in the gate longer. Zandon goes in late with the last horse.
And, you know, the horse who was behind him, Messier, he's starting to become sort of the sneaky wise guy horse. A lot of people showing a lot of love for Messier. We're back tomorrow, Fox Sports 2, starting at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, so we'll see you early. It was Gray's Fable in the opening verse. 7-year-old with the win with Luis Saez for Roger Atfield. Tom's Regret the Filly beating the boys in the Kentucky Juvenile. And Toby's Heart, perfect at this sprint distance.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with 2